My mission is to show that he's a hero, he's a revolutionist. We believe that the case is politically motivated by the president and our son because running into campaign. And knowing for the way that Jeff Koji has the capacity to mobilize the force of the CDC. So it's a tacit intimidation and a calculated attempt to reduce his capacity to go out there.
What is your fear if you remain in jail?
I can tell you that if Koji remains in jail, we will not leave for jail. I can guarantee you that.
What are some of the things you're going to be doing today?
Like we quietly here today. We can stay here for the next even 30 days.
You've been pushed by the police.
No, the police cannot push me. You know the police does not have that authority.
I am funding it. What about the other people? You are part of this government, the electoral system government, and you are saying that this case is politically motivated.
But are you surprised because I'm part of a government? It's like Obama was part of the Bush government criticizing the system. So what are you saying? I'm for a different political arrangement. I know I voted for Ellen Johnson. I believe she's a tyrant. I said that openly. I don't believe she's the best person. You see what is happening in our country. So the Justice Minister just confirmed, the former Justice Minister, that the president had been involved into 13 cases and selected justice. Listen to the former Justice Minister. So there is a clear manifestation. Why would you want to have Koji or George who escape and not sign the release order? So you can see that it's politically motivated. And I listened to the president's son this morning. That guy, he's an embarrassment for the state. And I can tell you, in our country, people have boo people. I have been boo in jail. Nobody with people because they boo me or because people jail. I mean, you say you get at people. In fact, we will be ordering the state security forces to leave from behind because under the code of conduct, if you look at it technically, those who are involved into campaign activities, appointed officials and employees of government cannot get involved with them into any campaign activities. So the president signed that code of conduct. He's not a good reader of the code of conduct. And even the issue of nepotism.
So what is it comprehensive? He said that the president lacked comprehension?
I said Ram is dumb.
What is
he has no comprehension skills, so dumb. You listen to him, listen to a politician speaking this morning on Sky. Okay. Can you imagine? That's such the guy that want to lead our people much better. What history he has in this country? No history. So we have to get our hero out. Koji is indeed a revolutionist. He's a hero. For the citizen we see as a hero, it doesn't matter how people buy more things. We know that Koji will be free. We know that Koji will not be found guilty. We are convinced. And we know that the case is politically motivated.
But what are some of the reports receiving based on his stay in jail?
You know, Koji had been quarantined for all indication, not only that. There was an Ebola case here with raised serious concern. He has been mentally tortured. We all know about that. It's an open secret. State security forces, not only the EPS or the NSA or CRDs. So, but we have it that Koji will be. I can guarantee you that Koji will be. The president said he understands the language. The language of the Mali College of Democratic is not strange. And I remain grateful for the fact that now I'm the spokesman for the campaign management team.
On your allegations of arbitrary actions.
Not allegation. I'm telling you what Salim and Hotoria are doing.
On your claim of arbitrary actions by this government, you are a lawmaker. Why can you lobby with your colleagues to do? What for the action?
There's political time. Okay, and I can tell you this, President Salim has been very much instrumental in ensuring that our objectives are achieved through triangle time move.
This is the second one.
picture.
Take it easy, please.
Yeah, but one thing is to the police to talk to them quietly. But look at what people last lady. For me, not taking it easy. Yeah. But I don't want to watch it.
I mean, misuse of power. The woman was found where you lay down and said that speech. She said she shouldn't come here. She was I say it is police brutality. We will engage them. The executive of the party is going to do that. And the constitution to challenge the no, my man. Don't do that. Nobody disturb me here, but when I go now, nobody disturb me here. I have a capacity yesterday. You had to call it a good one. I saw that picture. You were bleeding the last time. You want to be Christian. Hey, Ron, so we from I think it's not. I think it's not. I think they'll be ready. Eddie, let's come on and they use the people out the people.
Let me begin by appreciating each and every member of the Democratic Democratic Tent and the Liberian people who stood on our side of justice, ensuring that this Macabeth regime who tried to break the spirit of conscious revolutionaries. In prison, when I was invited by the Liberian National Police, they misconstrued the information and said I was arrested. I want to let the Liberian people to be informed at no point in time that I ever got arrested. On Monday, last week Monday, I walked at the National Police Headquarters being accompanied by Honorable Thomas Fowler. I was being made to know that I was invited for questioning for an alleged idea, second substance at the CDC headquarters. Unfortunately for me, when I get at the national headquarters of the police, I witnessed a conspiracy conspiracy. A conspiracy that did not give me an opportunity to be questioned, that did not give me an opportunity to make a statement, but instead I was incarcerated when my lawyer requested for my person. They refused to tell me what my lawyer. I was placed behind bar with armed robbers, those who were charged for armed robbery. In fact, Colonel Cromer spoke to an alleged armed robber by the name of Ben Ladi. He's currently in prison. He said to me, he can testify. That man was being given $50,000 to mad enemies in prison. But luckily for me, being a grassroots leader of the Martin Democratic Change, when the guy confronted me, he said, "Look, you're my leader. I will not yield to the temptation of Jeff Kudus."
Back to this point.
Well, I am the peace ambassador of the Republic of Liberia. The press did not appointed me, and the press did not force me to serve my people. I'm serving my people because of the people that I love and the people that I love. If I find a need to resign, if I don't see a fit to continue on this job, I will do so with respect.
But you have been declared as a candidate in the upcoming election, which is relinquish your post.
Well, definitely I sure there's rules and regulations that bar people that are in government positions. And I understand that most of my friends are taking positions, and we will review my position, and then I will get back to the press in the next 72
What is your final comment to the people of Liberia on this issue?
Well, I want the police to understand that citizens are also Liberian. We are citizens, and people will not just accuse our citizens or our partisans and then they go to jail. That is wrong. That is not the civility we are looking for.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Again, Liberia must again evaluate people that are in those positions. We have had war in this country, and many people have took part in brutality, rebel leaders and all that. Those people are in police, then are in how to call it. The only reason they are in police for them to change. What I'm saying, and Mr. Kroma behavior these days and harassing our innocent citizens is wrong. I know he was former chief of staff that killed innocent people in this country. I think he need to come back to the law and be a civil person and behave in a civil manner. Not to harass citizens. People? No. But I must tell the police, we are peaceful citizens of this country. Those who all brought war to us, we accept them back in the society. We expect them to be civil, not to intimidate us. But I can guarantee them there will be no more war in this country. This country will be governed by the young people of this country. But again, to my friends, to those who are out there, we are the Congress for Democratic Change. We know our rights. We know our rights. We know our rights. There will be elections. All the political aspirants are not being gathered by police and CIDs, but some people are gathered by police and CID. That is not the work of the police and CID. If you want to be, or if you are the son of the president, once you engage into politics, you are ordinary citizen. If you don't want to be ordinary citizen, then go back to your status quo. We are all going to elections. If we cannot be protected by police and CID, then no one will be protected by police and CID. That is wrong for one man. For one man, even the peace ambassador of the republic cannot be protected by police and CID, but one man is going around masquerading under Ebola messages and taking innocent people to jail and allowing police to brutalize people. That is wrong. We must address the issue. The fact that we are not talking, it doesn't mean that we are weak. We are only talking because we need peace and stability. If it means that the world will come together again to allow the country to be peaceful, they must come. But those who are that keep harassing innocent citizens will not set for that to happen. Today is Jaip Koji, tomorrow will be somebody. In your newspaper, they said I was wanted. There's no country that are looking for me. I'm George Manawia. I've done nothing to end the nation. I'm a peaceful citizen of the world. You can run your propaganda in your papers. You can call me a wanted man. I'm not wanted. I have a responsibility to speak to the young people of Liberia to do everything peacefully. But it doesn't mean that they are weak. And the strategy of the enemy is to make sure that they tag you to be troublemakers. Let us not fall into the trap. We're going to elections that they can win. So the only thing they can do to come to you to let you know that Mr. Weah is not running. I'm registered and I'm running. I'm registered and I'm in a race with more vigor. But I will say to our friends, to that particular friend, what your mother did not do, you cannot do it. And what your mother did, you will not do it. Thank you very much.
Right under the president, the seat called presidency. You sit there, the fire burning your body. That's what it is, presidency. But people don't know. You see, when the madam took over, she said corruption was going to be our number one enemy. Let us define corruption. What is corruption? He said corruption is when a person or system degenerates and gets perverted. We can give you more. But let me give you my own definition of corruption. Then I will explain why. Corruption is breaking down the homes of the poor and leaving that of the rich. That's corruption. We are all on the same lane, the alley. You break down the other people's homes and left continue home or standing. It's corruption. What is corruption again? We are coming from a war, we say for 14 years, not so? So those things that led us to fight, we shouldn't do anymore. Corruption is having a city mayor that disrespects her equals and even the poor. She makes someone, you call a baby man to pump tire, put in prison a pregnant woman, jail a baby mother. She seizes market from the peddlers, and when she seizes the market, you have to pay a minimum of $50 US for a fine, and then half of your market is gone. That's corruption. I am saying to the president of Liberia, I said it to her, and she apologized on behalf of Madam Broad.
she needs to find somewhere else for Madam Bro. As hardworking Madam Bro is. Look, let me tell you something. I love Madam Bro. She's hardworking. But if you would do something that will make people to pick up colors, and there are some guys in Liberia, they are still having their guns buried.
That's a fact.
I'm telling you, they're having their guns buried. If the president continues to keep Madam Bro where she is, disrespecting our people, disregarding the rights of our people, there will be a fight. There will be a very serious fight because we are not afraid. I am not afraid. I'm saying it. She needs to take her away from that position because she has become Dennis the Menace. Mirror the Menace she is. When I was small, when they sent me to the supermarket, I would buy comics and Johnny Koga, Captain America, then I buy Dennis the Menace. Anything with Dennis kind of, watch the people come right, you do everything. And she used to have to call herself, maybe break it. And I am calling myself, the sergeant, mean barman. She's a general, but I'm a mean barman. Mary Bro was brave enough to enter the premise of the Capitol building. That's corruption and disrespect. She entered the Capitol building, whipped our protocol officer, handcuffed him, and carried him to jail. That is serious. Honorable Thomas' father went appealing to her. She was abusing father. She and father started trading insults. When I went there, talking to father, take it easy. Ask the people to see the prisoner. Father, leave me with your girlfriend, man. They say I'm Mary Bro's boyfriend. Oh, excuse me. I said, they asked for the prisoner. Go upstairs. They say, oh, the prisoner downstairs. The carriers there. I stepped the gate, put the prisoner outside. She violated and violated. I put the prisoner outside. I walked him out. You want to take the back door? I said, we'll take it the front way. Anybody touches you, point the nose off their face, point the ear off their head. I was too furious, the lady is disrespectful. Listen to this. She was speaking on the air. For Honorable Judge Bishop Blamo on, and he better go and talk about his the woman is a menace. And the president is in awareness of what she's doing. Because whenever she does wrong, the president will go and apologize on her behalf. I am saying it's corruption. If she does not take her away from that position, we will fight. I'm saying that, I say we will fight because I am saying we will end up, look, I will take Mary Bro and carry her down to one of the toilet with tie her, they will be shaking her heart until they will come for her.
We will now have okay, all right, President. Thank you.
Yando
Amanda nika Afrika wetu. Amanda enzo to the baraka molanda wetu. Amanda enzo to the baraka la mine molanda wetu. Oh, ne patient. On est dormir. On est dormir. On est dormir. Pas de bruit, c'est pas. C'est pas de me surprise, c'est pas. Yo, le pas de me surprise, yo, enzo to the baraka molanda, yo. Ro, man around, ro. Mona, pate, Mona, Amanda, nika Afrika wetu. Amanda nika Afrika wetu. Riaso na vetenese. Distraction. Yo, so you pas de vivre, mais vive, yo. Bring back just people, yo. Ton le feu, y'a l'orin, yo. they just starting. Yo. They get the calorie. Yo. They get the hunger. Yo. Say yo. The salary finishing. Say yo. I won't know how money. Say yo. Yo. Answer to the bargain. Yo. Say yo. The party remains suffering. Say yo. Yo. They spend 7 million and I get 1 seat in the parliament. Yo. Spend 7 million and I get 1 seat in the parliament. Yo. Yesterday again they were demonstrating for 16 billion. Yo. Say yo. But the man and the tried again. Say yo. He said nobody authorizing. Say yo. Today again they are around. Say yo. That distraction. Say yo. Free. National element free. Backward hostile social forces free. Whoa. Let's say opposition. The same message made come in again. Yo. The poor plenty candidate against our one. Yo. I want most of our candidate. Yo. Say yo. The plenty against death matter. Say yo. We teach them politics. Say yo. John, we are all the way. Say yo. The man all the one. Say yo. Manna, nigga figure where to. Manna, nigga figure where to. Manna, answer to the bargain, but now where to. Nigga, see on. I want to do here. At now, men are retreated to the bargain, answer to the bargain, but at now, men are retreated to the bargain, answer to the bargain, but at now. Yo, they don't understand our tate. Yo, they don't understand our tate. Yo, we are the ability to appear, reappear, so guys disappear in our offices. Yo. That's the video of the party. Say yo. That's the video of the party. Say yo. Amanda. Where do? Amanda. Hey, listen to it. I am rude. Okay, so I see that you saw somebody. I am rude. And I said that you will something. I will not pick you up. So look now. You can't go for that. You can't do that. You can't do that. There's a appointment. You should be asked on somebody. You should get asked. What's this? You should get asked. You're smart. You're smart. You're smart. You should be asked also. You guys saw somebody mother, yeah? You asked me what I am. I said I'm your mother's boyfriend. You insulted me. I never insulted you. I never insulted you. I never insulted you.
different. I'm joking, we go spoil it, we spoil it. PSU, be the woman. Center in UN Drive, they say they're stopping people from going to the prison compound.
I want it.
They put taking advantage of us in the country too much. Ellie Johnson, our son. The woman far away from the compound. They beat the woman like that. When the woman face with rotten, I beat somebody's face with rotten.
What happened? We went to the state of the prison to go through 1 hour policy. Someone went, when I in the place when we said near the prison, so they said, well, just on the road. When they came and they started pushing, all of them were having a black, when they started beating the kid, they started pushing the children. So while we were there, then all of them said, you go across the road. Then we went across the road. That people was standing. While we were standing now, the other one, when they called it, the other group team. But then the other group team came when they kind of just joined down, when they started running me up. I was running on the same man, right here. He got there right then, lay on my back, he pushed me. When you put that there, you see, some man was in my pocket. I heard you were my wife, myself, everything drop. In your step, beating me. So the boy, what you are doing, beating? I said, near the play, beating me. The hang on the other board, why the other board is like beating the other board too. Well, then he started me, said, nobody can do nothing to me. Then they beat me and say, your girl, your car. They will not do nothing to one of some men who can't disturb so that people can't hear for.
So that police people you're talking about?
The PSU.
You can recognize any of them? You know any of them?
The one that beat me.
The commander has a scar right under his chin. I think he's an ex-rebel, you know, of Gangale. One of the people that Helen Johnson brought here to kill our people. Because I spoke with him personally. He told me he is under orders to stop seditious from going towards the prison. But what I'm saying is, these people were not at the prison area. You drove them from there. She had crossed towards the UN Drive, Center Street area. Then you run behind her with baton and team beat her face. How can you beat somebody's face like this?
What exactly are seditions going around the prison in Monrovia Central Prison today?
You know, Jefferson Koji is still in jail. He's supposed to be discharged today. So the seditionists are saying they are going to pledge solidarity and loyalty to him. By converging around the prison compound. But when he comes out, they will carry him on their shoulders or on their backs. Is there anything for these people to be cheated? Robert Salif is just wasting his time. He can never win George Weah. Even right now, we want Helen Johnson to stand down, but because of democracy, because of the tenets of democracy, we say, let it be so. It's just a matter of time. To everything, there's a season, a time for every purpose. Helen Johnson she has 9 years, 6 is gone already. It's just 3 days to go and she's out. So if they continue to misuse our people, we will pay our debt.
How will you pay your debt?
We will pay. That's the way they're doing it. I Solomon George, I'm saying, I said we'll pay our debt. They are beating our people, disgracing them, seizing our boys' market here, carrying the market. Yesterday, I feel about 6 guys down West Point. How can you stop these people from selling on the street? Where will they sell? Do you have marketplaces for them? You want them to become armed robbers? They cannot be doing that kind of thing to us. What is good for the Western world cannot work with Africa. We are Africans. These people have come here to kill us. And I'm saying, Madam Salif, you brought war to our country. We're not afraid to say it. It is George Weah who wants to be lenient with you. We will not be lenient with you. Just like Ganga is gone to the Hague, his son is in jail in America. The same is going to be for you and your son. In Jesus' name.
You're a representative or working in the government with police brutality all over the place. What do you intend to do?
We're going to write against this. We'll write against this. We'll write the leadership of the house and see what they can do. What we know right now, nothing will be done. But like I said, there's time for every purpose. It will happen tomorrow.
Thank you.
Your name, madam?
Washington.
Yes, tonight is the night. Result. If he is not satisfied with it, then he can proceed back to Supreme Court. That's what we're going to be discussing here. So I wish my brother can hurry up to come over because I'm on now. The Supreme Court. He has been with them since last week, and today they came out with a decision. My brother Randy, how are you today?
Hey, Tunis, I'm doing great, and thanks for having me tonight. I appreciate the 45 minutes. I think it will be a quick learning experience for our followers to get to understand what is actually unfolding in the country. So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, before we go further, Randy, can you just introduce yourself for our listeners? Just briefly introduce yourself, who you are. Are you a Liberian or American or Jamaican? And what do you do so far before we go into our topic?
Yeah, my name is Randolph Darpo, and I'm an environmental policies and analyst. I look at every spectrum of society from the regulatory standpoint, from the policy standpoint, and I also have an engineering degree in environmental engineering, and I do have a computer science degree as well. But over the course of the year, most of my expertise has been looking at policies, the behavior of human being, their interaction with society, why they make decisions, what is the benefit, and what can I do to undo some of the benefits by exposing the behaviors in that. And on top of that, too, I'm also very much in tune to politics. I have a very great general knowledge in politics, and not to mention Liberian politics. I'm very good at analyzing our politicians because over the course of the year, I understood what their positions are, when they strike and when not to strike, when they align and when not to align. So this conversation here is going to be basically about the decision of the Supreme Court tonight. So Tune, thanks for having me. I want people to look at me as someone who look at things from an analytical point of view, from the root cause to the deviations and why things are happening and why we continue to go in circle and what solution can I provide in terms of that. Thank you, Tunis.
Thank you for that introduction. That's a very fine introduction. So you know the value of the man who is right before you here today to talk about Liberian politics. What was the delay about from the Supreme Court anyway?
Well, I think the Supreme Court took the bait from Mr. Bronsky for the fact that we have institutions in our country, and if we are to grow our environment, I mean, if we are to grow our institution, we must build confidence and trust in our institution. So when Mr. Bronsky filed the report with the Supreme Court, I think they had to juggle between whether they should accept or whether they should not. So um, they got caught up between rock and hard places. So in the final analysis, they decided to come up with a decision that everyone has been talking about, which is about due process, following the process that is applicable to our society. So as you can see today, they came up with that decision, which is giving a U-turn back to the NEC, which is the governing body that oversee the election in our country.
But one thing I would like for you to let us know from last week when the case was presented to the Supreme Court,
Correct.
and they told us that they were going to get back to us on Thursday, and which Thursday was a national holiday. Why would they come up with a decision like that? And well, they were knowing that it's going to be a holiday. Why was that?
Well, apparently they got caught up in the process, not knowing that was an oncoming holiday. And for the most part, too, like you observe on the news, they have the ECOWAS delegation in the country. They too are also trying to weather the storm in the country in regards to what the decision of the Supreme Court would turn out to be. So all these factors build all the chemistry that the publicists, that came up with the fact that they were going to deliver on Thursday, probably did not, give thought to the fact that Thursday was going to be a holiday. So, that's a lesson learned, and that's why we're supposed to have publicists who will look at the calendar to determine on what is ahead and when and why can we make or not make the kind of statement. So those are some of the reasons that they flip like that. But I think they learned their lesson too, Tunis.
But do you think Bronsky really went through the due process to take the court case directly from NEC without NEC giving him any response and just taking it straight to the Supreme Court, was he taking the right process?
No,
Is that?
you see, Bronski is a calculated politician. He's a calculated politician that only in there for himself. Because, like I told folks tonight, I like to look at the deviation, the root cause analysis as to what thing happened and why. Let's look at 2005. 2005 had an election, Tunis, and for every election, you have to generate a report that is described as the post-election report. And that post-election report will look at the near misses, the opportunity to improve, the recommendation. That is to prepare for the next future election. Mr. Bronski was part of that. Ambassador Weah was part of that. President Johnson said he was part of that. Ambassador Weah was the only person who came out to say, you know what, we have some irregularities. How can we face the irregularities? But he got toned down. People disregard what he was saying. We jumped into 2011. Same thing happened. This time it was Ambassador Weah, and it was also Honorable Tubman. They came again with the same issue of voter irregularities in the election. Again, the same people turned around again and forgot about listening to Ambassador Weah. They decided to move on. Now today, Honorable Bronski knows very well that the party that he was aligning himself with, President Andy Johnson Sirleaf, is not supporting the Unity Party anymore. So that makes him vulnerable. Now, remember, from 2005 to 2011, Mr. Bronski was quiet. He didn't say anything. But now he looked into the crystal ball now and feel that there's no hope for him. So what he decided to do now? He decided now to take his own interests, the interest that would benefit him. So he went against the out. We have voter irregularities. It's obvious that it's supposed to happen. Voter irregularities is supposed to happen. It's obvious. But what it is not obvious is the process involved. NEC has the legal authority in our country by law and by rule and by article within NEC regulation that once the election result is announced, after 7 days, you can file your appeal and followed by a 30-day investigation by NEC and her staff. Now, Mr. Bronski knew that his allegation was insufficient to substantiate his claim with NEC. But because he felt he knows the law, he decided to what? To now wait for the closure from NEC to give him that right to go to the Supreme Court. What did he do, Tunis? He took a case to the Supreme Court. While the case was still being investigated, Musa Belidi was representing Unity Party, presenting the cases of what they had discovered. But Bronski felt that because there was a projected date that was given by NEC, he used his constitutional right to go to the Supreme Court. But here's the thing that he failed to make the Liberian people to understand. As long as that 30 days is not concluded, there's no closure to his case, it was going to be impossible to have that election. Because the Supreme Court wouldn't even allow that when you have an ongoing case with a candidate who, for the fact, has a lot of people aligning with his philosophy. So he decided to disrespect the due process that he talked about. He did respect that process, which I want the Liberian people to understand that when you run an institution, no matter who you are, we need to make sure that we respect the rules regarding any institution in the country. That's how we learn to be good citizens and make our country better. Instead, he jumped to the Supreme Court. Remember, we had 30 days. So between all the time you were running to the Supreme Court and then having the ability to analyze, guess what happened? The case today came out to say, you know what? Since you asked for this stay order, there's nothing we can do. We're granting the stay order. Go back to the go back to NEC to have the issue resolved. But what? Hello, Tunis, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay, all right. This is why the Supreme Court should have done. Why it is true that Mr. Bronski has it right. The very day he filed his report with the Supreme Court regarding the stay order, the Supreme Court, knowing very well that NEC had 30 days, they should have denied his appeal and say, you know what, we're going to instruct NEC to make sure that your case is processed and they present a conclusion to you before you come back to us. They didn't do it. They took a bit, and because of that, the Supreme Court managed to take some days away from the 30 days that NEC supposed to have taken to investigate the case, which is why today the court said the case has been sent, I mean, the issue has been ordered to go back to NEC so that NEC can speedily investigate the case. The reason they use the word speedily is because the Supreme Court has taken days out of that too. So now it's up to NEC. But I tell you what, NEC already has a result because NEC, through the different press conferences, NEC through their communication online, have proven that Mr. Bronsky does not have a case. So it's going to be a very fast-track decision that will be given back to Mr. Bronsky that he doesn't have a case. And guess what Mr. Bronsky is going to do? Mr. Bronsky now is going to go back to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court now is going to decide his fate. As you know, the Supreme Court is the arbiter of law in our country and the final decision maker. Now, there is the caveat to that. Remember, Edwin Snow is part of the Unity Party that has aligned itself with Mr. Bronsky. When he worked on that committee of justices, I'm having a little doubt because there's a conflict of interest right there. So I want the Liberian people to look at this, that if the decision favor Mr. Bronsky and Mr. Snowwell is on that committee, I can say for a fact that she may play some role. So to take herself out of any kind of shenanigan, I would suggest that she recuse herself from that process. And here is why. Because Mr. Snow had gone to the same Supreme Court with cases, and he had won those cases. But those cases have been very minute cases. But this case is a very large case that we don't want to take for granted. Because you know what? We have two significant parties that are the outstanding party in the country. And we want that election to be held and not to be put in some kind of debacle that will derail our election. So I'm also calling that his wife recuse herself should, in case Mr. Bronsky go back for the final hearing of his case. But the NEC going to have a very fast track of Mr. Bronsky's case, which they're going to deny, and they're going to recommend a forward step into the runoff election.
But how come Unity Party got involved into this case, and they have already agreed to go for the runoff with CDC? How come they became an adversary to this particular case?
I tell you what, there are two things. Number one, Unity Party does not have the calculus. They does not have the chemistry to win this election. So they resulted to Bronsky derail process. Because think about it, Eddie Johnson said he had been the brain behind the Unity Party. She had been the mobilizer, she had been the motivator, she had been the financier, she had been the brain. But because she decided to take a back seat, knowing full well that Mr. Bokar does not have the juice to become the next president, she decided to take the back seat. Secondly, most of her folks that are better with her, the legs of Councilor Bronsky, including Bokar himself, Eddie Snow, these are all the different people that differ with Ellen Johnson's philosophy. So they all align themselves now with the Unity Party. But they have nothing to prove. Remember, Tunis, before we got into this stuff, they were preaching what? The message of war, 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 war. Because they don't have message. How will a party that was in power for 12 years don't have a message for the Liberian people? That tells you that they didn't do a good job. So what they resulted to? They resulted to what? Creating chaos among our people, that there will be war in Ambassador Weah win. And we know that Ambassador Weah, who he is, has been the UN ambassador, has been the peace reconciler through the Ellen Johnson Study administration, and he has done extremely well in that role. Number two, he also had served as presidential candidate within his party, and he also has served as VP in his party, and they had irregularities, but because of the sake of our people, they allow these things to go ahead. But Unity Party feel that they don't have the numbers, they don't have the capability to make the second run, so they're not aligned with Mr. Walker Bronsky. Mr. Walker Bronsky has become the spoiler of this election. He has nothing to lose because he has been a third place person for the past 3 elections. So he coming in as the spoiler, guess what is happening here? Unity Party that don't have the means to go to the second round to win this election has decided to join the fray, to derail the process, to create frustration within the mind of our people, which is why I'm on here to say, you know what? Look at Unity Party record. Look at Mr. Bronsky's record. Since when did Mr. Bronsky took interest into voter irregularities? Why didn't he speak about this in 2005? Why didn't he speak about it in 2011? Why didn't he speak about it before the election on October 2017?
This is a man who didn't even take 10% of the voting record in Liberia. He didn't even come up to 10%. Why is he taking these steps? And for the matter of fact that he's not going anywhere with this case anyway, even if you have to rerun this over and over more than 5 times, he's always going to be the 3rd place or the 4th place. Where is he taking this to?
Well, it's a political manipulation of game. You know what they're trying to do here? Bronsky, as I told you, is a calculator politician. What he's doing now is a mind game. He wants to drag and derail this process so that the voters in the country can get frustrated. And in his mind, he feels that that is going to build Unity Party to gain more status in terms of numbers. So dragging the process, going to frustrate people, people are going to give up, people are going to get tired, and they're going to go away. But guess what? The multi-Congress for of a democratic change, all right? The CDC party will continue to remain resolute. They continue to remain focused. They continue to keep their guard, which is why when you hear today's decision, look, to this, I want to give thanks to members of the CDC party for being so organized. If you look at some of the images that were on Facebook today, they had the police were in full gear. They have the surveillance population that criticize the CDC all the time. They were all watching to see what the CDC was going to do today. Not knowing that CDC is not the problem in our country. When the result was announced, the police came in high gear. Did you see any commotion in the street? Absolutely not. Did you see anybody causing chaos? Absolutely not. Because the CDC is focused on one thing, and that thing is we are waiting for the runoff so we can take Ambassador Weah to the executive mansion. That shows that the party is focused. So what Mr. Bronsky and Unity Party are doing is just wasting people's time and don't want to move forward.
I would like for you to go into the mind of the Election Commission. What do you think they are coming? What will be their response to Mr. Bronsky? And do you think that response going to get Mr. Bronsky back to the Supreme Court, or he just going to waive it? Because I overheard that he doesn't even trust the Election Commission. And where are we going with this if he doesn't trust the Election Commission? And this is the Election Commission that went through this process, the first round, and there was a date for the second round. Until now, we came to this dilemma. How can we? How can you go into the mind of the Election Commission?
Well, the Election Commission mind had already been made up. They see Mr. Bronsky's allegation as an isolated issue and as a mere scam to derail the process. Here's why. The Election Commission had come out with the ballots that Mr. Bronsky was claiming that was actual real ballot that became a fraud. Those were brochures. Those were brochures. When you vote in other countries, they gave you the final brochure to look at in order to determine who you're actually going to vote for. Those are the ballots that Mr. Bronsky brought forward as evidence. And besides that, the magistrate of every county and district within our country, the next administration has contacted these people, and they are proving that there is not any sort of voter irregularity or fraud that took place during our election. So the decision, their decision now to Mr. Bronsky would be, there isn't enough evidence to prove that there were any sort of irregularities. Will that time elapse? Absolutely, Tunis. There will be time elapse, because you know what? Since 1847, when it rains, the southeastern part of the country is divided from the northern part. All right, and then from the northern part is always divided from the east and the west because of bad road condition. Those things will equate to having lapses in the time. But does that equate to massive fraud or lapses in our election process? Absolutely not. So Mr. Bronsky's claim is not going to be sufficient to have any decision from NEC in his favor. But guess what he's going to do? When he gets that, he's not going to relax now because NEC already made up mind. He is now going to run to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, of all courts that we know in the country, we have a deadline of January 18th. So January 18th is supposed to be the inaugural day. I can say for a fact that the Supreme Court is going to tell Mr. Bronsky, based on the NEC decision, as an institution that we trust to run our election in this country, we deem it unnecessary to move forward with this case, and NEC has to look into itself to determine what can be done to correct the process, which is why I'm always calling for post-election report, because the post-election report will give the next election commissioner the opportunity for improvement, to improve the system. We have an ecosystem in our country, whether it's governmental ecosystem, whether it's the family ecosystem, whether it's a private ecosystem, there will always be margin errors. But those marginal errors can be corrected to prevent further mistakes in the future, which is why I have been calling for post-election report to determine what has gone wrong. And Mr. Bronsky has not been an advocate for these things, but only because he feels that he has aligned himself with the Unity Party that want to create chaos, because they feel in their mind that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is supporting Mr. Weah and the Joel Howard ticket. So they all have supported, they all are supporting him now to go after the Supreme Court in the legal way to derail the peace process, which is unfair to the people of Liberia.
But this is the man that say he doesn't have trust in the election commission. Now, where are we going with this?
They say when the New Year will be good or the Christmas will be good, you can tell from the Eve. He hasn't even gone there yet, but he has already started to cause trouble. Mr. Bronsky is a spoiler. He's a spoiler of peace. He's a spoiler of our political process. He had no good intention for that country because he hasn't even gone there to test when the Supreme Court is made off. Remember, Mr. Bronsky had a beef. Remember when Harrison Conway was denied by the Election Commission of violating the code of conduct? What did Mr. Bronsky? Yeah, he ran to the Supreme Court and got it well, which is why when NEC was investigating his case, he felt that he was not going to get his chance. So he jumped the gun again and went to the Supreme Court. But this time around, he got a punch in the face and said, you know what? We hold our stay order, go back to NEC and go reconcile with them for you guys to have that hearing. And if that hearing turns your way, fine. If it doesn't turn your way, we are here. But again, Tunis, Mr. Bronsky is a spoiler. He's a political manipulator. He's not in the interest of the Liberian people. He and Honorable Borka, I feel sorry for Mr. Borka. This is a man who people claim that he has 42 years record. All right? Do you think for a second that the position that Mr. Borka in, running, preparing himself for second round, do you think if Bronsky were in that position, knowing who he is, this is a man who was lawyer, corporate lawyer for a company in his own county, and he put his county under the bus and supported a corporate organization that was disturbing and inhumanly treating his people. Do you think if he had the opportunity that Mr. Borka is in today, Tunis, do you think he was going to take side with what Mr. Borka was going to do, which he's doing now today? No. Second opinion, fact here. If Mr. Weah had decided to do what Mr. Bronsky is doing today in 2011, what was going to be the response of the Liberian people, Tunis? You tell me. What was going to be the response of the Liberian people?
Before we move further, this is a program that I only bring one expert in our Liberian politics at time, and this is the guest I got here today. We are here to discuss the issue, the response. We are reacting to the response from the Supreme Court today. This morning, the Supreme Court brought up our decisions that the case must go back. The case that Bronsky took to them must go back to Election Commission. So I brought up my brother here, who is MA master degree holder in politics, in environmental something that he knows of, and he introduced himself that way. He also got a little bit of knowledge of politics, so he go into the mind of our politician, and that's the reason why he's here for tonight. And we will not be taking call from nobody else. If you want to hang out with us to know more about Liberian politics, this is what we are here for. And we're not here for 45 minutes. We already spent almost 20, 25 minutes. So let me come back to you, Randy. His name is Randy.
Sure.
I'm Tunis. This is all about Liberia. If you're a Liberian, you can stick around. If you're not, you're interested in Liberia politics, you can stick around. Let me come back to you again. What about Uri involvement into this court case? What is involvement in this?
Well, these are all losers. All of them are losers. And I'm sorry to be so broad with their word, loser. They are all losers because you know what? Uri is on record for telling anyone in Liberia who is eligible to vote to never vote or align themselves with anyone who is part of the Unity Party establishment. But guess what? His own faithful media talk show host, who has said all kinds of nasty things about Mr. Boyka, is today in the backyard of Mr. Boyka talking about how good he is. So what do you expect from Mr. Uri? These are all political parasites that are looking for anywhere or any used body to breathe into. But with the citizen are not like that. CDC remain resolute. CDC is a horse that will always welcome those who deflected, who went AWOL, but they are not going out there to tell you that if you go to join Unity Party, if you go to join ALP, if you go to join ANC, we will not support you. No, CDC always have that open arm to bring back their members. Because you know what? People can go and experience for themselves and they will come back. So what does that tell you about Mr. Uri? The question is, why did he, in the first place, even establish a political party when he doesn't have a principle for which he stands? He violates the own words that come out of his mouth. He violates those words. So to be true with you, Mr. Uri doesn't have any political ground to stand on. He doesn't have anything to rely on. If you don't have nothing to rely on, you fall for anything. Which is why now he's lying himself.
What about Cummins? Cummins
is a disturbed guy. All right? He's a complete disturbed individual. He had the opportunity to make or to break, but he continued to break himself down. He said we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over. But he doesn't understand the political culture of our country.
And getting the same result.
Yeah. So now why has he done? The Liberian people have suffered for 12 years on the UP administration. Mr. Bronsky has done nothing to change anything to make it right. Today he's showing his support behind these two people. So what does that tell us? He's no different from the diaspora Liberians that go to America, to go to Liberia just for themselves. This man, all he should have done when he lost the election was to sit on the fence and see what these people are made of. But instead, he joined with them. Now he's part of the supporter group. So ANC, ALP, Unity Party, Liberty Party, call them from today on the supporter. They are all supporters in our country. They don't want to see the country move forward. It's very disheartening to our people.
For those of you who are listening to our program here, this is mainly for a CDC, a sedition. This is a sedition program. You welcome anybody. You can be a Unity Party member. You can be a Cummins supporter. You can be Brunskin supporter. You're welcome to hang out with us. But mainly, this is all about CDC Party, this program here. And I brought this young man here. He's a true sedition, and he's also well knowledge of the Liberian politics. That's why he's here. So you can put any derogative marks you want to. We agree to that.
We welcome that. We welcome that. You know what? We welcome that. You can keep criticizing. As long as you're criticizing, you listen to the program, we welcome that. Because you know what? The truth must be told. These guys have been in the political vanguard for all these years. They have done nothing. Look at George Weah. They were calling the men who were going to disturb the peace. They didn't say that a few months ago that they were going to disturb the peace. Now what happening now, Tunis? They are the one now who are the spoiler, who trying to derail the peace process and don't want our country to move forward. They are the spoiler. They are the spoiler.
What can you tell our Liberian people in the diaspora that what is really going on for them to understand it from your point of view?
Well, our folks in the diaspora, this is what happened here. Every time we advocate that when will Liberia become a better country, This is the opportunity that we have never been able to experience. Even our fathers, our mother, and our grands and our granny have never been able to experience. And that is the transformation of power from one government to another. Many of us have seen it happening in other countries where we reside. This is an opportunity that we supposed to at least believe in, to say, you know what, let me see this piece of opportunity before I die. But Mr. Brunskin, with the DNA from the 1990 days, it had resonated in him. He don't want to see that process. He don't want us to tell our children that we one time saw a transformation of government from one leadership to another. So all we need to do from over here is to condemn his action and let us tell our people back home to trust the decision of NEC. If America can say, you know what, George Bush won the election, Al Gore, you lost the election, Donald Trump won the election, Hillary Clinton, you lost the election, let us trust our system, because our system must improve in order for us to move forward. So that is my message to our people in the diaspora. We must learn to tell our people to trust the decision that come from the authorities and those that are in authority in our country. Flomoyan did it for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Let Mr. Kokoya do it for this round. He had declared 2 winners.
What are some of the changes that you think, if Ambassador Weir became president of Liberia, what are some of the changes you think will be put in place in Liberia?
Well, first of all, we have human capacity issue. We have the issue of corruption. We have the issue of divide and rule, which is why today you see a lot of folks supporting other political parties, even though back in the days they said the political party of the unity government was bad. But it has resulted to 2 parties now, CDC and Unity Party. The divide and rule game, where everybody goes in there for themselves and not for the entire country. Ambassador Weir, when he becomes president, which he will in the not too distant future, right after we get into the runoff election, he's going to win the thing. Is to, number one, to look at the way to break that chain, to break that umbilical cord between people who are depending on some political individual rather than giving them that independent mind. He's going to build a human capacity. He's going to make sure that people marry what they deserve. He's going to make sure that he make our people to love our country more than the very country we live in. That is the mindset. And that dream cannot be realized by Ambassador Weir himself. That dream can be realized by every Liberian who is watching this program now and who want the best for their children. Tunis, every day when I sit here, I see my kids grow up. And when I hear war in the country, people talking about war, want to bring war to Liberia, wherein when they get sick, even their fingernails hurt, they're on the plane coming to America or going somewhere else. And you have bulk of people in the country that are not able to get the same opportunity. And then when you hear them talking about, oh, I believe in the justice system, but when something happens, they're ready to take out the plane to leave. Those individuals, like Mr. Bronsky, like Mr. Boyka, like Mr. Alexander Cummings, like Mr. Uri, those people don't have love for that country. This is a man who can tear place. And this is something that he has been consistently being on for 3 successive elections. To see today that, oh, because he didn't win the election, he wants to show that our country can become better. My word to the people of Liberia is he had the opportunity to make it better in 2005. He had the opportunity to make it in 2011. He had the opportunity to make it between 2012 to 2016. He did none of those things, but because he feels that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is on the side of Ambassador Weir, which is untrue, and he knows very well that he is going to be slapped. This man is 66 years old. The next election, he's probably going to be over 70 years old. He will stand no chance. These are all the above reasons why he's fighting the losing battle that he's not going to win, because in weeks to come, the Supreme Court will overturn his decision and he will join the population.
After the last election, this is the man that told us that he wasn't going to run again. That was his last truth. But
correct.
Again, when he came back, he said God told him to run. I mean, is this a prophet with God told him to run, but God didn't tell him that he was not going to win. I mean, can you say something about this? Because really,
Well,
I'm confused.
he's just a corn artist. That's who he is. You know, corn artists always come back with new tricks to be allowed back into the system. All right? He's a man of no purpose. He's a man of no vision. He doesn't want to build institution. All he wants to do is to build his self-esteem, to seek things for himself and his immediate family. That's who he is. Because if he said that he was not going to be running, he was going back to his farm, what triggered him to come back? Now he's back. Now look what he presented to us. Complete chaos. That's why he's presenting to us. Chaos, chaos, chaos.
What do you think? What do you think Boakai leadership would do to us, we the Liberian?
Boakai is not going to have a leadership. Boakai leadership is being seen now.
If anything happened, we don't know. Let's presume that if he became president, what his leadership would do to
I will close my eyes. I will close my eyes to discuss it because it's not going to happen in my life. No. It's not going to happen. So let me close my eye and discuss that. I'm being very honest with you here. And this is where my analytical skill comes up. This man has ran 12 years with the Unity Party, has done nothing. 42 years, he has done nothing but to preach war, fear-mongering politics. It's not going to work. So in his leadership, look what he's doing now in his party. He doesn't have a message for the people of Liberia. He relies on Bronskin to disturb our people's mind, thinking that he's going to get elected. But the more he continues to carry on and support this behavior of Mr. Bronskin, he is sinking himself more deeper to the bottom of this earth where he's going to lose big time. Because this is the time that he's supposed to come out when people are talking about war to say, you know what? We are at war in this country, people. Whoever is preaching war politics, I'm not for it. I want to make sure that the administration that I'm serving now, we want to make sure that where we were not able to get caught up, when we get into the next phase, we will do our best. But Mr. Boakai is silent on everything. He's silent on some of his supporters talking about there will be war. He's silent on the fact that the Unity Party is dragging this thing and he's taking his side with them. He's not being a leader. He doesn't have the stigma. He doesn't have the stamina. This man is a total loser. He's a complete failure to himself, to his family, to the people of Liberia. Therefore, he is not going to be elected. So let's just forget about Boakai. Boakai is just in the race because he has been elected by the little influence that Eddie Johnson said he left with the Unity Party through partisan, which is why he's in this race. But to say that he's going to spy in Barcelona, that is going to be in my eye closed dream world, but not in my eyes open reality world, because he's not going nowhere, Tunis. What record does he have to run on now? All right, if you have a better record, you will be talking about your successes. You will be talking about what you have accomplished for this country. This is a man who said he was part like an old car. So we are looking for Jatro to jack that car on our old plane and fucking junk it. That's all he fit to do. That's all we're looking for right now.
Let's look at Prince Johnson. I mean, before the election, Prince Johnson was bad-mouthing Weir because of some incident took place in Nimba.
Correct.
Between Bronskin Party and the CDCM Party. And he came out bad-mouthing that if Ambassador Weir become president of Liberia, there will be a war. And now we are seeing him on board with Weir. How this gameplay, all of a sudden, he switched to Weir, the man who was bitterly against George Weir and the CDC Party, calling them all kinds of names, that they are hoodlum, they are grown-up boys, motorbike boys in the street. They know nothing. They are not educated. If it become president, there will be a war. There will be something. Now he's on board with George Weir. How that happened?
Well, that just politics. All right, that just politics. He was only making those fear mongering. Number one, he's a guy who lived through the war. He's a guy who came to power through making name for himself through the war. So he felt that it was going to resonate with him. Guess what? It didn't resonate. All right? He came where? In the fourth place, I guess. He came in the fourth place. So he had learned a lesson that, look, you can scare the people sometime, but you cannot scare the people all the time, which I really did not support. All right? But here is the thing that I won't take. You know, I gave him 5% of my trust. He's a guy who believes in principle. And if only Mr. Bronsky could live by his own principle that society will appreciate, it will make him a great person. Here's why. Senator Johnson said the reason, and the only reason he's aligning himself with Ambassador Weah is when they went to Ganta, they all, that was Bronsky, Cummings, Ure, Ambassador Weah, and the Johnson himself, they made that commitment that if one of the parties succeeded and come face to face with Unity Party, they will all support that party. So he said he was mongering politics. It failed, but he did not resort to say, you know what, I'm not going to support this guy. Because you know what? All the 19 political parties that were on that platform in the campaign, their goal was to unseat the Unity Party. If that is true to themselves and to the people that supported them, my question is, what if Mr. Ure had won to go to the second round? What if Ellis Cummings, Prince Johnson, Ure have gone to the second round with Unity Party? Were they going to align themselves with the Unity Party and say, take it, we're not going to go for second round? Or were they going to say, you know what, whoever wins, including Ambassador Weah, was he going to support whoever from the opposition party was going to take on Unity Party? I would tell you, say yes. Ambassador Weah are going to do exactly that because you know what? He's a man who wants to see change in our country, no matter who was going to be the front runner to meet the Unity Party, he was going to support them. But you know what? It only shows that Mr. Cummings, Mr. Ure, Mr. Bronsky, all of these people don't have the country at heart. They claim by their mouth, but by their action, it shows that they don't have that country at heart. So everything that our people have suffered for the past 12 years, Ellis Cummings, Mr. Bronsky, Mr. Ure, they have been fooling us. Not knowing that they appreciate the suffering our people are going through because they see that as an economic benefit for themselves, which is why they are aligning themselves now with Mr. Boyka of the Unity Party. That is the trick that they are bringing here. Because, Tuna, you tell me, if you've been complaining, like you say, don't vote for anyone who is part of the Unity Party. But here is he today, aligning himself with the Unity Party. Ellis Cummings said, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over. Here is he now, aligning himself with the Unity Party. You see my point?
Do you really think that these elections going to go on the second round, or we're going to go for rerun or something like recount? What you're thinking?
There's not going to be no rerun. There's not going to be no rerun. We're going for the runoff. Mr. Bronsky's case will be a lesson learned. It will be a lesson learned that the next election, whatever we have brought up in 2005 and 2011 that was overlooked, what Mr. Bronsky had brought in 2017, those are things that the Election Commission will take as a lesson learned to improve our electoral process. This system is going to go through to the runoff. Nothing going to stop it. Here's why. Reason number one, we had 2 front runners. Reason number 2, we got a deadline to meet. Reason number 3, we don't have the financial means to go and waste our time. Number 4, our country needs to move forward and not to move backward. Bronsky, Ure, Cummings, Boyka, they want our country to go backward. We're not going to go backward. I was in my 20s when I left Liberia under the same Bronsky shenanigan. I've been in the country now for over 22 years. I don't want any Liberian to go through that same nonsense that I went through. The future of Liberia belongs to Liberians. Those Liberians that are not opportune to come to this country or travel out of the country, I want to make sure that they get the opportunity, which is why on the sidetrack, I do not support 100% dual citizenship. I support dual citizenship with restriction. Because if I came in this country and benefited here, I want to make sure that Ambassador Weah, when he supported dual citizenship, he should have limitation to it. Any Liberian who is truly educated and qualified for the job in Liberia should be given that opportunity. These are the things that I want to hear Mr. Boyka, Honorable Ure, Ellis Cummings talking about. But guess what? Those guys have been cheering, not in Liberia, but all the country. And only Ambassador Weah is working in the interest of our people to get those things done. I always say this for a fact. People may be criticizing me. Hold on for 1 second before I lost my thought. I always say this. I am supporting Ambassador Weah today. if he does become president, which he will, and he starts to screw up, trust me, I'm a well-qualified person who worked for one of the biggest pharmaceutical industry in America. I don't need a job in Liberia. I will come right back here. And if you two does not come to sit with me, I will come back here and start to expose some of the things that I think that Ambassador Weah is not doing for the people of Liberia. Because you know what? I want to make sure that every Liberian who did not have the opportunity to come into this country or other country should be given that opportunity for the change he's advocating for. So the battle between the change that we're advocating for is just starting with me. All I've asked God for is long life, so you guys can see that the very Randy here is a very controversial person if things are not going right for him. So the people of Liberia, I am not just here supporting CDC because I have an interest. No, my interest is already here. I already built my career for myself. All I'm advocating for right now is you that in Liberia to get that opportunity. Tuna, do you know when you're 40 years old, you have at least 20 more years to live your life? How many people in Liberia in their 40s, in their 30s are able to say, you know what, I'm going to take my child out on a Saturday to get an ice cream. I'm going to take my child to a private school and see my child go through that private school fence. Now, many people doing that, my brother. Not many people doing that. And then to see Mr. Bronsky, who live in our country, which I don't live now, and see how our people are being strangulated and he continue to suffocate our people. Why? Why? For the sake of power? That's why we should go through this thing? Mr. Bronsky is wrong. He must be able to backtrack. He must relinquish himself from what he pursuing and let the peace process go ahead. If he have an agenda to pursue, let him align himself with Mr. Barker, take his supporters to support Mr. Barker. When they get into the election, if his candidate in his dream wins, then he can bring the idea. But guess what? If Mr. Barker and Mr. Uri and ANC and Mr. Bronsky want their real vision to come to reality, if Ambassador Weah wins and they bring those things before him, and Ambassador Weah says no, trust me, I will be back here supporting all of them. Because you know what? What benefit one Liberian benefit all Liberians? Our people have suffered for a very long time. Can you imagine you see people in the country begging? In your own country, you begging? God have mercy on Tunis. Sorry for interrupting your question.
What do you think that people are complaining so much about in Liberia right now? Like, for instance, probably it could be rural condition, hunger, or currency devaluating. In the first 100 days of George Weah presidency, what do you think he's going to tackle first?
Well, as a political analyst, as a policy and regulatory analyst, I firstly would like to see Ambassador Weah carrying on a full-blown audit of every ministry to determine the deficit we have. If we identify the deficit, to have the transparent leadership from the executive mansion, I would like to see Ambassador Weah having a weekly press conference to start. And as long as they get into that rhythm, the next thing now is to make sure that they continue to inform the people. Our people need to be very, very abreast to how he's going to run his government. If Eddie Johnson said he is leaving maybe $2.2 billion or millions of dollars in debt, he needs to declare that. The next thing he needs to do is to reconcile the country. I feel so bad when I see some of my brothers and sisters align themselves with politicians. I don't like them. I don't appreciate them. Liberia is all we have. Some people live 30 years old. They don't even have what we have, Tunis, in our country. I could have been one of them. I could have been in our country today, hustling, which is why I'm on the side advocating for them. I have seen these politicians have done nothing for our country. So let us get Ambassador Weah the opportunity. If he screw up, we all can come here and put him on the grill and grill him good. Because you know what? Our democracy is making progress.
There is a question from one of the watcher here saying, Sarah, her name is Sarah Jackson, saying that what made you think that only CDC is the one that can change Liberia? What made you think so?
Yes, CDC is the only party. Guess what? The name Zogos. It was not Ambassador Weah that created the Zogo. The Zogo was those who fought in the war that were chewed out. You know, when you chew a bubble gum, you take the sweet from in it, you chew it out. After the war, Monger King, they created the war in our country. They turned the young guys into Zogos and they spit them out. When Ambassador Weah came, he was the only man the UN saw that during the war, when he was playing, people listening and want to hear his name. The UN brought him in as a peace ambassador. Ellen Johnson started talking, which is why those kids, they see him based on his foundation of where he came from and decide to align themselves with him. They see a future through them. And guess what? He has stayed in there for almost what? 12 years. He ate with them, he ride with them, he slept with them.
Let me just hold you there for a
consistent.
second, please. Let me just hold you there for a second. For those of you who are listening, this program here is all about CDC, and it's only take one person at a time. We cannot take more than one person. This is Facebook Live. It's not any particular program we are using. We are using Facebook Live. But right now, Facebook Live only take one person at a time, so we cannot invite more than one. And right now, my guest here is Randy Dapper, who lives in the Pennsylvania area. I want him to get into our politician here and give us some sense from there, what they mean, all of what the games that are going on, about the players and the Liberian people. So go ahead. Sorry about stopping you.
Yeah, sure. So again, CDC, under the leadership of Ambassador, we have become consistent with our plight, the plight of our people. He remained in the struggle. He listened to them. Can you imagine people were on the CDC compound when soldiers went there and killed them? It reminds me of what happened on the university campus when I was little. West Samuel those sent people to go and kill people at the University of Liberia. The CDC went through that on November the 7th. Ambassador Weah did not pack it low and say, you know what, I'm done. The politicians don't want to see no peace in this country. Some of us have done it. We packed our load, we left. But he continued to stay with the people. So he remained consistent. So the people feel that the future is in Ambassador Weah. Even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has seen it. Robert Sirleaf has seen it. All the popularity and good things that Mr. Sirleaf did, when he went in the contest with Ambassador Weah, he lost. So the people are giving their trust to Ambassador Weah. Is he going to be 100% perfect? I would say no. Does he need our support? Yes. Every Liberian, let us put Ambassador Weah there and testing. If you got an issue, you go to Ambassador Weah, present your issue. Let's see how he's going to handle it. These politicians have failed us. Ambassador Weah continue to be the torchbearer of the Zogos in our country. Why will you call somebody Zogo when they were not Zogo to begin with? Even the same very man, Mr. Bronsky, has been here talking about Zogos.
There is a brother here whose name is Musa Jate.
Okay.
Musa Jate. He's coming here. He says you are tired pushing hour in America, so you are looking for job. My brother, we know you guys.
Look. I'm not here to brag. Today, that's why I say other people have their comment. All right. You see the way I dress like this? I just came from work. All right. I just came from work. I work in Princeton. I don't know where you know Princeton, but you should do your research on Princeton. I work with one of the top medical device companies. If your grandfather's heart is broken and he's about to die, we make the device as an engineer. We make those devices. It's just a generator. When the electric go off in Liberia, the generator kick in. We make those device called pacemaker. We sell them $500 per piece. Liberia cannot afford to buy that. We make those things $500 per piece. And we sell that over the whole world.
But before you explain yourself,
All
my
right?
guests
So
that I bring on my show here, they are well-educated people, well-known people. They know how to get into the mind. They got degrees that some of us don't even have. So let us respect them. They are Liberian.
No, Tunis, don't give credence to the people. Let them have their say. This is what democracy is all about.
I told them that you can make any derogatory remark you want to. This is what the show is all about. But we just want you to understand that these people that we bring on the show here, they are not people to play with. They are people who are well knowledgeable.
Let me tell you this story. Anybody that listens to me, go to the Liberian EPA tomorrow and ask for Randy. Your EPA director comes to me every time for advice. They even give me a job. They offer me a job. I turn it down. I bought my Camara when he was at the bank, Central Bank. I have those information. They gave me the job. When I told them how much I'm making here, Ellen O'Pratt from the Labor Ministry, she said, "You're making too much money, we can't pay you that money." And I said, okay, if you're paying the people from NOCA $30,000, why you can't pay me how much I'm making? She said, oh, we don't have that money for you. But you know what? I wasn't ready to work for them. But I'm ready to support Ambassador Weah, which is why I'm not looking for a job in Liberia. Because number one, my company will not let me go. My wife will not let me go. I can only become a consultant. Right now, Tunis, I'm working with a company in Germany right now. Let me finish this point. I'm working with a company in Germany that when Ambassador Weah become president, I'm going to bring that company to purify every drinking water in every community. Because you know what? The typhoid fever. You know where the typhoid fever starts from? It starts from the very dumper you dump your dirt. The rat, the roaches, crawl on all those things, come to your house, which is why typhoid fever is so high in the country. So when Ambassador Weah gets there, my role will be to train people, train health workers, train young adults in school, in colleges, how to become a better Liberian to protect the country. So when it comes to talking about looking for pushing cartoon, trust me, I go to work at 9 a.m. I have a staff meeting every morning. I sit down in my office until I get tired. So just forget about that, my brother. I don't want to brag about that, but since Tune brought it up, I want to say that because you know what? There are many Liberians who don't want to hear what I'm saying. It's very, very bad. I don't believe in that. But it just came up because Tune said that. But when it comes to degree, trust me. Right now, I'm doing my second master now in the pharmaceutical industry. When you live in America, the pharmaceutical industry make money, right? Money.
There's another lady here, Ellen Paul. She said, we, wait a minute, let me see it. Oh man, where's the Ellen woman, man? Okay, right here. She said, you're bringing educated people to your show when CDC don't believe in education. Can you elaborate on that?
No. That's the mindset. That is the mindset of our people. It's just like in America, they say all the black people are all criminal. So why are you bringing more criminal? No. It is the politician. It is the boycott. It is the URI. It is the ANC. They all are calling the people Zogos. If I come to Liberia, I'm not going to hang out with the folks. I'm going to West Point. Right now, I'm in contact with many communities that are in deplorable condition. My goal is to make sure that I help. And I can guarantee you, when I come to Liberia, I'm going to go into these communities and I'm going to help people. Because if we as Liberians try to denigrate our own people, then what you expect the Osa man, what you expect the Lebanese man, what you expect the Indian man to say to your people? It could have been me to say, oh, you're not educated. So let us not create a divide between ourselves because the enemy will win. If you see your brother down, give him helping hand. If you see your sister down, give them helping hand. Which is why I pray every day that I must do something to help everyone. If it will come through Ambassador Weah, which I believe it will be, is to come to Liberia, provide services at the University of Liberia, provide community leadership. Take for example, Tunis, we have billions in our country. What if all the natural disasters happen in the world happen in our country? How many kids in the school know how to escape fire when the school is on fire? How many market women in the market know that when the building is on fire, when we have an earthquake, when the Ministry of Finance is shaking, how do people get out to be safe? How do they know all these things? It's through education. The reason we're not educated because there were some who decided to bring war to our country, who never talk about the future, that this life we live in is a handover and take over. When you serve your term, you give time to the other to serve. So I don't believe in people not educated. If people are not educated, I will ask myself, but what has the system done that make our people not to be educated? In America here, it's a mandatory requirement that everyone graduate from high school. Why don't we have that in Liberia? Why don't we encourage that in Liberia? But we have some ministers who sit in a car and invite young girls and exploit them. We have lawmakers who exploit young girls. But nobody's saying anything about that because they want to use the slavery or economic wealth to keep our people down. I lived in the swamp. I lived in Capitol Shop when I was in Liberia because my parents could not afford it, which is why when I came here, the opportunity was given to me, I learned to the best of my ability. And I want to make sure that those that don't have that opportunity to come here, they should be given the first preference in Liberia to get that opportunity. which is why I will always challenge Ambassador Weir that those who are behind him today, if he become president, give them scholarship, send it abroad, let them learn, and be able to come back and use their brain and their hands to build our country up, Tunis. So let the people have their say. Let them have their say.
There's another person there, Buster T. Heenan Jr. With all the million we had, what structure can the Liberian be proud of to show the world? And let me see. He moved on to say, has we invested in Liberia? People keep writing too. Let me just,
just focus on one question and give it to me.
That's what I'm saying. Has we invested in Liberia like his fellow football players in their country?
Let me ask you one question. Eddie is an economist, right? Dr. Toba Nantipo is a PhD. Amos is a PhD. How many of them have built PhD university in Liberia? Some will want to question people's background. All the bookish people who have in Liberia, why is the University of Liberia like that? I mean, you should be thinking that Liberia should be offering PhD in every area now. Okay, the Bronsky man, who is a top lawyer. How many top lawyers do we have? What is the best law school in Liberia? Look, we need to start joking about individualizing things to move our country forward. Ambassador Weir is here with vision. If you see Didier Drogba, you see Matomo, you see Samuel Eto'o, go and do a due diligence or studies as to what their government did to offer them the opportunity to build things. Secondly, look at the time Ambassador Weir was at the plight of making money. What did he do? He was in different refugee camps, helping people. His time of making money at that time is not compared to what Didier Drogba and Samuel Eto'o are making today. Ambassador Weir took most of his wealth to support our people that were in displaced camp. But today, he's back in the country, trying to rebuild the country. Those that destroy the country, that said we should level Monrovia, what have they done today to rebuild the country?
Okay,
I'll be back.
We have already spent our time. We were here for 45 minutes. But we have gone up to more than an hour, just a little bit over an hour. Please go to YouTube and check on his campaign rally. But so if you won't mind for us to close, because we can't stay here.
Yeah. I need to get a case to bear now, so yeah, we can wrap up now.
All right, let me hear your closing statement so that we can close. And before you give your closing statement, this is something that we do here twice a week, Monday and Thursday. We're always here to let you know about the things that CDC is about to do in Liberia and talk about politics in Liberia. This is Tony's show, and my guest here tonight is Randy Dapo. Okay, and tomorrow, if any of you want to join my show, my name is, if you have to be a seditian though.
Let them come with open mind.
Exactly. So you can join us. My number is 917. If you want to take the number down, 917-709-2944. You can get in touch with me and I can schedule you so that I can feature you on my show. So let me give my brother a chance to give his departing statement. Please take your time. Anytime.
Look, guy, first of all, I want to apologize. My kids in the background here. I'm a family man. I take care of my kids. That's one of my priority here. And so please forgive me for the background noise. Number two, what I would like to say here, Tunis, is, guys, can you guys give me just 2 minutes? Let me wrap up. What I would like to say here is I encourage everyone to come on the platform to express their view, express their frustration. And, I'm not refusing you to say if you support URE, ANC, you shouldn't come here and have your say. It's free to me. You can have your say. You can say anything you want to say. But what matters here is I want to make sure that you as a Liberian, no matter who... Sit down, please. Sorry, Tunis. No matter who you are, I want to make sure that the opportunity that every Liberian in this country, America, and other parts of the world, the opportunity they're giving to their children, you should also be able to give that opportunity to your children in Liberia. You should be able to take your children to the ice cream shop. You should be able to take your children to the better school. You should be able to take your mom, your aunt to JFK without paying any money before they get treated. this administration is the first time in my life that I have seen people die at the footstep of the hospital and they're not getting treated. Wherein when their people get sick, they come to America and get the first-class treatment. My goal is to make sure that Ambassador, we have provide the necessary accessibility for those handicapped people that Mr. Walker had denied. My goal is to make sure that the soccer academy that the government did not provide enough resources for people who want to pursue other careers. I want to make sure that when you're a football player, you should be respected in our country. When you're a basketball player, you should be respected in our country. There's no reason why when you're a basketball player, you cannot diversify your skills. I was a computer scientist. Why do I become an engineer? Why do I become a pharmacist now? Because the opportunity is given to us in America to diversify our skills, to move forward. Liberia is our country. We must argue every day, but at the end of the day, we must look for the best leader. And I think Ambassador Weah have been consistent with our people. He has been moderate. We saw that in 2011 where he said, let peace go ahead. Let Eddie Johnson say it rule. But here is Mr. Bronsky, who has denied the fact that he doesn't want for the peace to go on. He has decided to become intransigent to the peace. He is wasting people's time. There are people who want to go to school and learn. There are people who want to improve the health sector, the environment, the working condition. He's completely against all those things by remaining intransigent and saying that if this don't happen, we cannot move forward. So CDC is the way forward because Ambassador Weah have become the symbol of peace. He's the man who I believe in. With all the struggle that I went through, with all the education that I have in America, I have refused the opportunity from other government. But I believe my expertise can support Ambassador Weah to become the person that I think he can make that country. He's a winner, he's a fighter, and he's going to make sure that he sees the thing through. My final advice to the citizen is we remain resolute. Keep your focus. All we do is we must wait because that's the right thing to do. Because it's the right thing, because the right thing comes through miracle. And through miracle, we will win this election and we'll prove to our adversary that Ambassador Weah is the best leader that we ever have in our lifetime, in our history. He has made the world record and he's going to make that record in Liberia, and therefore we should support him in Tunis. I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank everyone who came on today. Look, keep bringing us here. Let us discuss. You know, those critics, as long as they continue to listen to us and post their question, in the time to come, we'll re-engineer their mind to align with Ambassador Weah and our philosophy to move the country forward.
And what do you say? Sao Muya?
Yeah, so Muya Sao. Muya Sao. That is our motto. That is the motivation. When you feel that energy, then you will be prepared to go and vote. So don't mind Mr. Bronsky. Let him do all his dancing. He will get tired. He will get beat up. All we must do is to wait until the day the election is ready. We go out there and get Ambassador Weah that victory. We will come in there and show our support.
I appreciate you here, and I look forward to see you on Thursday.
Thank you, sir. No. Thursday, hold on. Thursday, I won't be here. I got a minor surgery to go through. I'm going through a minor surgery.
We will come there to you.
I'll be in my hospital. I'll be on the hospital bed. So my wife wants me to take it. Muya, CDC, Muya.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much. Go take care of the kids.
I hope my matter can take my place on Thursday or any CDC. Like you said, this is our CDC show. We have all the expertise. Right now, before I leave, we got God, my fellow engineer from Illinois. He had 23 people in the country that are providing medical help to our people in Liberia. Every citizen will be tasked to carry a project to Liberia. I am looking forward after the election to do my part. So those that are on the other side will see what I'm made of. And they will say, you know what, Randy? We sorry for prejudging you, but we didn't know the kind of suffer. Tony, you know the kind of person I am. You know.
I know, man. I have no doubt. Thank you so much. Let me try to see if I can bring Mama to.
Okay, all right. Thank you, guys.
Hi, I'm trying the video again. If you're out there and you can't hear me, please just tap Y for yes or YES so that I may know. Let me try here to see whether you guys can hear me, all right? I have to find myself here and see. All right, let's see here. You guys can hear me. Yeah, I think you guys, yeah, I can hear myself here now. So I think I should be good to go. Yeah, I think I should be good to go now. All right, I should be good to go here. Let me try to get some folks. If you don't mind sharing the video for me, I will appreciate that. But I would like to share it with few groups so that folks can join me here. It's not going to be long. As you can see, the title out there: Constructive Suggestion and Advisory Warning to President-elect George Weah. I have some information through my suggestion to share with him, and I would like you guys to be part of this suggestion because it's going to be kept into the technology history so that whatever I'm going to say, whether it comes to fruition or it done, you guys will know that I once said it, and you will be on record to prove whether I was right or wrong. So let me do something quickly here to the last group here, and then be able to start the whole thing, the ball rolling here. Okay, so I think I'm good to go. So again, I would like to thank everyone who have joined so far. My coming here is something special today. Usually it would be Tunis and myself on the CDC Our USA show, but today I decided to come solo because I have a personal message for President-elect Senator George Weah, not as a citizen, but this time around as a professional. Let me thank all citizens and all meaningful Liberians for supporting our peace process in our country. It showed to the world that we are making progress in the direction of becoming one of the successful democratic republics on the continent and in the world. And when I saw what Mr. Borka did yesterday, I was very amazed. Tears came down my eyes because that was almost like in the United States where the loser will send a concede message to the winner. Having said that, guys, I want to also thank all the citizens for standing very strong behind Ambassador Weah, now President-elect Weah, for the past 12 years. I mean, you guys are proving to be very strong in everything that you plan to do. And looking at Senator President-elect Senator George Weah to lead us in the direction we want to be. But here's what I have to say. I know you guys want to join me, but please just give me 10 to 15 minutes. I would like to say a few things so that we can have this conversation, please, because it's very important. I want you to get this point so that we can have this conversation. It's very, very important. So please just give me 10 to 15 minutes. Now, here is what I want to say to President-elect George Weah. Our people of Liberia overwhelmingly elected you as president. Now you are president-elect. Based on that, they have invested their interest in you, and they look forward to you leading them to some sort of good life. Is it going to be quick? Absolutely not. Here what it's going to take. It's going to take your platform with your vision and your goals to achieve whatever you want for the people of Liberia. That said, President-elect, you are not president for Madam Salif. You are not president for the coalition. You are not president for me, Randy. You are not president for Dave Kaye on here. You are not president for my brother Armstrong. You are not president for Sai Bangura. You are president of the Republic of Liberia, in which everyone that I named so far are part of that country. You now represent everyone within our country. What I think you need to start to look at first is the issue of reconciling the country. That should be the first step, and that should be done simultaneously. Second issue here is when it comes to how you place people in government. This is where my 4 suggestions are going to start. Suggestion number 1. I have 4 suggestions. So guys, I want you guys to listen to that. I have 4 suggestions. Suggestion number 1. I saw a lot of folks who came from other political parties to join you in our effort. I appreciate that. That's what I call partnership. The partnership with you in order to have you elected. Kudos to them. But the people of Liberia, in and outside the country, know the work ethics, know the scorecards of Mr. Eric Starter, Mr. Weston Finley, Mr. Glenwood McIntosh, Mr. Winston Toppet, Mr. Professor Suni. The people of Liberia know their scorecards. So suggestion number one, I would suggest to you that those gentlemen I just named, they should be on your advisory board. They should serve as an advisor to you. The reason they should be in that role is because the people of Liberia have seen what they have done. They have what I would describe as their scorecard. They know their capabilities. So suggestion number one is to put those guys on your advisory board. Suggestion number two, when it comes to your cabinet and your directors, I want you to have that open vision, because right now there are a lot of people who have surrounded themselves around you, preventing other people from getting closer to you. That is not healthy. What is healthy is for you to have that portal between Liberian in the diaspora and local Liberian, because that will give you the opportunity to flex your understanding of how things should be done. Because why? Almost everyone in Liberia, you in Barcelona, know what their work ethics are, what are their performances. You know it all. Nevertheless, you can still bring them on board. That said, when it comes to your recruitment process, I want you and your team, your transitional team, to be able to bring in and vet the best. Suggestion A on suggestion 2, whoever you're going to select as your minister for any ministry, let that person doing your interaction with them or your team be able to come up with a 3 years vision plan for that ministry. 3 year vision plan for that ministry. The reason for doing that is to effect changes. That also goes to your directors. Whoever you're going to appoint as a director should also be able to come up with a 3 year plan to effect that agency performance. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I'm an analyst. President Johnson's study became a massive failure, which caused Booker to lose this election because he had no record that Eddie Johnson's study was able to establish for the past 12 years, and it failed. And the reason for that is people handpicked people, whether it was in Liberia, whether it was abroad, and took them to President Johnson's study. And all she did was to take them and put them in position without even asking them for their credentials. Now, still speaking about that credential, Mr. Eugene Fagon, if you don't know Randy, you're going to know me. I admire everything you did to Mr. Boyka. I'm a citizen, you're a citizen. Having mentioned what I think Ambassador Weah should do for whoever he's going to put in the cabinet position or in the director position, whoever will be chosen for every ministry, Mr. Fagon, you and I have to make sure that we present that person education, we present that person work experience to show to the Liberian people that that person is indeed was vetted and we have seen what that person is made of. If you cannot do it, I will do it. Because you know why? The failure in the past has been government officials from the president have failed to vet people. They only took people who they had close association with and they put them in position. That is why you saw President Sharif just keep reshuffling, because she didn't have that vision to determine what she really wanted to get out of her platform. Ambassador Weah has used his platform to tell the people of Liberia that he will bring up a change. So as member of the CDC team, before we take the cow to the waterside, I want to make sure that it's a healthy cow. What do I mean by that? Before President-elect George Weah take office, I want to make sure that I be on record to tell him what I'm telling you now, because I predicted that Mr. Trump was going to win this election because Hillary Clinton baggage she had. He did win the election. I predicted in March that Ambassador Weah was going to win this election because Ellen Johnson said he had failed to execute what she should have done. Now I'm saying to Mr. Weir, what I just said, you must be able to listen to me and be able to at least process what I'm telling you so that you can become successful. Now, that said, when it comes to check and balance in the system, you represent the people. You do not represent the national legislature. You do not represent President Salif. You do not represent the Supreme Court. You represent the people of Liberia. That said, I want you in your term of office to have your press call at least 3 days in a week, to have them invite the press team to sit and listen to your press secretary, giving them an update on what you are doing to meet the needs of our people. The reason for doing that is to create check and balance in the system. I'm not saying you should do it the way Trump is doing it here. I'm saying as president, you came with a vision. That vision was in your platform. We discussed that platform here for you. Now we want to see the effect that it's going to have. It is one thing to have the plan. It is another thing to brief the strategy and ideas into that plan. And that is what I'm trying to present to you here. So I would like to see, on a weekly basis, you have an update. And that update is your obligation to the people of Liberia. Again, you are not president for President. You are not president for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. You are not president for Gregory McIntosh. You are not president for Professor Tappe. You are not president for Bwesonga Finlay. You are not president for Mr. Sunni. Also, I want you to also maintain institutional knowledge people. That is from the assistant director down to the janitor in every ministry, in every agency. That's what we call institutional knowledge. These people understand how the agency works. They understand how the ministry works. Those are the institutional knowledge of people. Those are the people you have to maintain. Now, when it comes to performance, I will also want you to have a council that will monitor all the performances of the ministers, your directors. The reason for doing that is to determine whether your goal is being achieved. Because when it comes the following year for you to give your State of the Nation address, each ministry should be able to outline to you what they have achieved from that goal they gave you, what are the challenges, and how are they going to solve this problem. During your inaugural speech also, Mr. President-elect, I don't want you to say, I promise to do this. No. So many leaders have promised and they have not been able to deliver. I want you to talk about solutions as to how you're going to find ways to improve the living standard of our people. Be able to say that in your speech. Do not say, I'm going to promise you, because history has shown that a lot of promises haven't been realized because people promise, but they don't plan before they promise. So please, I'm saying this because I was on my show with Tunis. We defended you, and this is the time now that I got to provide these constructive suggestion and warning to you. Failure to follow this instruction, Mr. President, you're going to go right back into the sea swamp, and the people are going to start criticizing you. And those who think that I'm looking for a job, you're going to see me, because I will be here to providing constructive criticism about Ambassador Weir government. I am not saying this thing for you guys to hit me. I want for Ambassador Weir to succeed, because I'm an individual who have been in so many places that I have been able to contribute to the success of wherever I work. That is why I'm saying this thing here. Now, when your ministers are confirmed and are given the opportunity to serve you within the first 60 days, they should be able to come up with that 3-year vision plan they gave you. They should be able to come up with a smart goal strategy that will tell you how they want to achieve those things. Take, for example, if you take somebody for the Ministry of Agriculture. Right now, we are importing pepper, all kind of crap that we can use on our soil. Liberia is not on the ocean where we don't have land. We have a vast land. So let the Minister of Agriculture, in his plan, be able to tell you how can he or she increase rice production, how can he or she increase like soybeans, corn, how can we turn those things into process. in order to create production in our country. Because any country that continues to export raw material, it is not going to increase economic growth. So let them be able to do these things. Secondly, I was very disappointed in Madam Salif when she took the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs and put that underneath the Ministry of Finance. That was wrong. Here's why. The Ministry of Planning is to project the economic strength of our country in terms of our resources. It is also responsible to determine the exponential growth of our population. That ministry should be a stand-alone ministry. They are also responsible to carry on planning in the rural areas that involve all the other ministry performance. That was wrong on Madam Salif's part to do such a thing. So another suggestion to you is to be able to take that ministry out of finance and make it a stand-alone ministry. All right? That would be suggestion number 3. All right? On the check and balance system. Now, the final part here, the final suggestion to you, Mr. President-elect, is to be able to stay away from Madam Salif. You can listen to what she has to tell you, but you don't necessarily have to follow them. You must have open-minded people. You should bring in bright ideas, bright minds. There are many Liberians out here in America, in Europe, in Thailand, in Australia. Try to seek for these people. Look for them. Because the more fresh idea you bring into your government, they are not part of the traditional society of folks that include Mr. Tyler, Mr. Weston Finley, Mr. Winston Tapper, Mr. Greyway McIntosh. When you bring those folks out to join you, they are not going to work in your government. Some may want to work, some may want to consult. But the reason you bring in that idea together is to make sure that you get a refined decision that will help you. Because people that come from the outside come in with a lot of vision that they can give to you. That is why I'm appealing to you that those folks that just name and continue to name should be on the advisory board and not in your cabinet or on your directory staff within the area that you have total control, because it's not going to help. So again, Mr. Fagon, I want you to join me. Let us be able to show to the people of Liberia, to the critics of Ambassador Weah, that whoever he's going to select to serve in this different position, we need to make sure that that individual resume, because once you are in government, your record is public. There are certain records we cannot present, but things like your educational credential, your resume, your work experience, your ethics, these are things that I would suggest that we present to the people of Liberia. And the reason we're doing that is to assure them that Ambassador Weah is indeed making a very considerable choices of our people, so that when they start to perform and they don't perform well, whether it's Moba Malu, whether it's Miguel, if they don't meet the performance level of your government, tell them, my brother, we can find somewhere else for you to perform. Because what you will be telling them is, I represent the people of Liberia. They expect more from me, but I have to strategize ways in how I can achieve the more they want from me by making sure that I put plan into action, and action deliver result, and result will be evaluated, and then we can continue to look for another performance to increase other area. So having said that, guys, I want to stop here because it's not something long. I just want to make sure that this message be shared with Ambassador Weah, because right now I have been here trying to support him. I cannot get to him. Thank God for technology. That this medium that we have to our advantage, someone in his circle will say, you know what, you might want to listen to this. Because you know what, at the end of every year into the new year, the State of the Nation address, based on your minister performance, they will give you report that they will be able to, those reports will enable you to tell the national legislature and the world and the people of Liberia, how well are you doing in your government. And it will build for you the track record that you will not have to campaign for the second term. Because when you lay that foundation, you will not have to campaign. You should learn. You saw how Mr. Boka struggled because bad pace. Sorry for that interruption. I was getting the call. She set a very bad pace for him, which is why he was unable to succeed. So this conversation will continue. I will be on the platform by myself. If I see things happening in the WIA administration that does not affect changes, I will come back here and let you guys know about it. So till then, I don't know if anyone has anything to say, but that's all I have for now. I wish President President-elect WIA, I wish him success. And I also want to make sure that you out there and myself, we should rally around by coming up with this suggestion so that his government can take heed to some of these suggestions. Because if he doesn't take any of these advices from us and things happen, then we will be on record. I will be on record, you will be on record. So you should have that openness and allow good conversation to be here, because we have to, rest assured that my brother God is saying that good decisions will be made. I want to see people who will be in your government that will be held accountable for what they do. I don't want to see the old school people, because we already know who they are, folks. And one thing I also want to encourage Mr. WIA to do, I want to make sure that he get into the business of also bringing folks who will consult with the government. And, bring folks who will consult. Liberians can consult with the government. That alone will cut down costs, expenditure, like gas slips, like vehicles. And one thing too, when you have your plan, Ambassador, I forgot to inject this into the conversation. If you have any plan for our people, like you want to increase tuition, and the House of Representatives that include the Senate and the representatives, and both Senate and the representatives, if the guys in the House are refusing, you might want to come on the social media, call a press conference, tell the people you represent that the folks in the House there, this is what I'm trying to do. They are not giving me the chance to do it. They are your elected district representative. Call them up. Try to expose them. If they refuse to do anything, expose them to the public and to the world. Trust me, little by little, as we go through the election period, they will all be kicked out, and those who want to make sure that they meet the needs of the people will be put into office. Do not give them simple hand. Because at the end of the day, when you take side with them and you fail, trust me, Mr. WIA, you don't want to walk down on Broad Street for people to look down and say, look at him. And many people have said that, oh, your education is not this, it's not that, which I don't believe. But in order to test those who have education, like I said, when you select your minister, let them give you their 3 years vision plan within 60 days upon you accepting them to take that office. They should come up with a smart goal plan. It's one thing to be book educated, and it is another thing to be well experienced with years of experience educated. That is the mistake Eddie Johnson said he made. So again, thank you guys so much. Anybody who want to participate, you are welcome to do so. If not, I need to take a hike. I got stuff to do. It's snowing out here. So if you want to join the conversation, please let me.
Some of you guys are fucked up. Joe Bogan has somebody rescue somebody. Yeah. Sometimes you can misapply these words there, but it's understandable. Because some of you guys have never had the opportunity to see real rescuer that will rescue you for a better good time or better opportunity. Joe Bogan knows there's somebody that rescue. Look at him. You already need to take a look at Joe Bogan. Does that man know that? Do you see that man that know that somebody that rescue somebody? You got rescue. Bogan has been asked so many times about his vision. What is a vision? Is he separating his vision from Ellen? Boca cannot separate his vision from Ellen. And that's why he just keep coming with arrest. There's nothing behind arrest. There is nothing behind that arrest that Boca talking about. Boca and Ellen ran the country for 12 years. What make you think that Ellen's agenda was better for Boca? You were going to change it? No, Boca is associated with certain very good. Yes. So we got to be very, very careful with how we deal with Joe Boca. Because this is a man who lied to a full businessman. All right? There are so many things that Joe Boca has done that are closely associated with very good.
That talk small, get you street mouth, you pass on the side, we're all analyzing them, we're all looking at the character. The character.
God have mercy upon us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the real show starts now. As you will know, and as you can see right here, it says Liberia President Boycott breaks silence, tell legislature yellow mission deal still in negotiation with longtime friend. And that was July 11, 2024. All right, guys, we are here to discuss that. So let's get the ball rolling. J. Randy is here. The real show starts now.
You're fucked up. You guys are fucked up. You guys are fucked up. I'm telling you guys are fucked up. You guys are behind the wrong guy. Those guys are bunch of you. What's so many? Look at this. Look at the people that are behind Joseph Boca. What are they doing for living in this time? They are all employed just like Joseph Boca himself. Joseph Boca has been unemployed for the past 5 years. He didn't revise his own vision. What is Joseph Boca's vision? Can anybody read on Joseph Boca's vision? What is Joseph Boca's national agriculture policy? What is Joseph Boca's national infrastructure policy? Nothing. Every day he carry around arrest. Arrest what? Anybody can get on and put any kind of word together. Arrest. Massa can tell you say Mandi or D-Rex. You can call yourself Z-Rex. You can call yourself Ro-Rex. What the heck is Joseph Boca talking about? Arrest. That is nothing but some kind of old junkie slogan he using over there. Joseph Boca got no vision for that country. Joseph Boca is very, very incompetent. He got nothing. Ellie Johnson Selly know that Joseph Boca ain't work for him. That's why she never promoted him. That's why she never promoted the man. The man doesn't have nowhere to go because he is incapacitated. The man health condition how many guys know about Joseph Boca health? Joseph Boca is a public official. You got to know Joseph Boca physical and functional capacity. The man is sick. The man got pacemaker in. And he's not letting the Liberia people know where he stands as it relates to his overall health. Where does he stand? Where does he stand? Joseph Boca has not given you any medical report to determine his functional capacity, his overall health. That is something that every political leader needs to bring to the attention of the Liberian people. That man will be more of a medical liability than being a problem solver for that country. Joseph Boca is a man with a liability. You know, they are kind of in the country, they let insurance company will not take certain people when they get 2 minutes signal on them. So that insurance company will not take it. People need to understand that Joseph Boca is a medical liability. Joseph Boca is a medical liability. Not allow Joseph Boca to bring that liability. You guys are fucked up. You guys are fucked up. I'm telling you guys are fucked up. You guys are behind the wrong guy. Those guys are bunch of yo. What's so man? Look at this. Look at the people that are behind Joseph Boga. What are they doing for living in this time? They are all employed just like Joseph Boga himself. Joseph Boga has been unemployed for the past 5 years. He didn't revise his own vision. What is Joseph Boga's vision? Can anybody read on Joseph Boga's vision? What is Joseph Boga's national agriculture policy? What is Joseph Boga's national infrastructure policy? Nothing. Every day he can arrest. Arrest what? Anybody can get out and put any kind of word together. Arrest. Massa can tell you say Mani or D-Rex. You can call yourself Z-Rex. You can call yourself Ro-Rex. What the heck is Joseph Boga talking about? Arrest. That is nothing but some kind of chunky slogan he using over there. Joseph Boga got no vision for that country. Joseph Boga is very, very incompetent. He got nothing. Ellie Johnson Selly know that Joseph Boga ain't work for him. That's why she never promoted him. That's why she never promoted a man. The man doesn't have nowhere to go because he is incapacitated. The man health condition how many guys know about Joseph Boga health here? Joseph Boga is a public official. You got to know Joseph Boga physical and functional capacity. When he talk about the man is sick. The man got pacemaker in. And he's not letting the Liberia people know where he stands as it relates to his overall health. Where does he stand? Where does he stand? Joseph Boga has not given you any medical report to determine his functional capacity. His overall health. That is something that every political leader needs to bring to the attention of the Liberian people. That man will be more of a medical liability than being a problem solver for that country. Joseph Boga is a man with...
All right, guys. Welcome to a special edition with me, J. Randy. And today we are here to discuss the letter that Mr. Boga sent today to the National Legislature. We have a government, right? Yes, we do have a government. And the purpose of the government is to assist us live a better life. And the better life can only come through sound policy that is based on integrity data that will create a standard of how things should be done, right? Yes. Now, Liberia have been have been in existence for over 177 years. And as we sail towards that actual 177 years, we still see errors along the way. Monumental errors, epic failures, and of course, we are looking at a catastrophic blunder made by this current administration. So what I would like to do for you guys here is actually show you guys what the topic is going to be about tonight. So let's take a look at the topic here because we're going to walk through the process here, right? Okay. So, and remember, this is a special podcast here, so just bear with me here. Okay, so I'm ready to show you guys the topic now, right? So let's look at the topic. All right. So this is coming from the front page newspaper. All right. This is a direct copy from the front page newspaper. And I would like to say a big thank you to the front page newspaper for such a beautiful capture. So guys, please share the video. And again, I want to cautious you guys. This is not Spoon Network. This is not the other network. What I say here is nothing but reality. All right? Everything you do under this sun, as we always say in Liberia, should be done with plan. And the plan should assess risks. And the risk should be actually be determined whether it is low, medium, or high. I don't know about you guys, but for me, whatever I do, I always look at it from a risk standpoint. Because risk is a guide to what we are about to incur and how successfully can we overcome it. That's what we do. Every day people make mistakes in life. But we as human beings have something we call risk management, risk reduction. And that's why I'm here. All the noise that Boca made, we see a lot of errors. What does that tell me about the errors? It means that they are not conscious about the risks associated with the decision they are trying to make or they have already made. And when you made a mistake, we look at the risks and then we look at the step that led to your mistake. Many Liberians don't understand these things, and that's why the country continues to be in that direction. But on the platform here, those of you who come here, consider yourself to be fortunate. Because whatever you learn here and you apply it in your life, you will start to see the difference in your life. I can't lie to you guys. I got to be honest with you guys here, all right? So share the video, invite a friend to come and join you so that we can be able to have a fruitful discussion. Today is Thursday. This is not my day to come on, but I chose today to come because, as I often say, whenever there is a major thing trending in the country, I will come here. President Boca has written the national legislature, telling them that there is still a negotiation taking place in the country in regards to, a negotiation taking place in regards to the vehicle, the heavy equipment that came in the country. Does that really make sense to you? Do you really process that? Or are you still processing it? Negotiation. How many of you guys watched a movie called Negotiation or The Negotiator, where you have Samuel Jackson and Kevin Spacey? Samuel Jackson was up in the building and Kevin Spacey was down trying to negotiate to have him come over. Think about that. You had a yellow mission in the country already. And Liberians who support the Unity Party were masquerading on the street. Do they really understand what they were masquerading for? Do they really understand what the job was all about? If the answer is yes, then why is Boca coming back today to tell the national legislature this thing you're about to see here? All right? So why is Boca coming back and saying the capture say President Boca, all right, President Boca breaks silence, tell legislature yellow mission deal is still in negotiation with long-term friend. Does that sound too good to be true? Does that sound too good to be true? Say, hey, you shouldn't be happy about the car here. We stay in negotiation. But what can go wrong in negotiation? The negotiation can fail. Right? Yes. That's the risk. At what failure rate can a negotiation take place? Should you be happy? If somebody say, oh, I promise to give you money, but I'm still talking about it, will you go out there and start putting yourself in more debt? Or you say, you know what? I have to be very careful because that negotiation, it could go wrong. So I don't want to go further into debt. Let me wait and see. These are things the Liberian people are teaching you on Facebook first. And J. Randy, you will remember me for your lifetime because I will give it to you and I'll give it to you in a very professional way. So welcome to the show. We are here to read the letter of Joe Boca, and then we'll be reading what the details say from Front Page Africa, and then we'll start to break it down for you guys. I don't have money to give you guys. I wouldn't have knowledge to give you guys. That's all I can do. All right? That's all I can do for you guys. That's all I can do for you guys. So, Joseph Boca, and at the end of the day, this is the question I will be asking you here. All right? Let's go back to this thing here. At the end of the day, I'll be asking you, Joe Boca, do you think that Joe Boca made a catastrophic blunder or a monumental error? Well, you the Liberian people listen to me here today, you will be the one to answer that question. All right? And that's all I have to do to say here to you guys. Again, welcome to my show, and please share my video. You know, I'm the guy that many Liberian people don't like. You know why they don't like me? Because I tell them the truth. I'm not going to live in 177-year mistake that we made by keeping silent. No. I'm not here to commend myself. I'm not here to praise myself for you guys to glorify me. No. I like to see people who will challenge me. And I also like to challenge decisions that people make in our country. We were never brought up that way. Even today in Liberia, people are not brought up that way to challenge things. And that is something that is destroying all the time. And that's why you see Liberians will come on the platform with the see things, they're like, this guy is not correct. Let me go on the other side. But the question I get to ask you guys, you have been on other platforms for a long period of time. What have you learned? What have you learned? How can you have a better conversation? How can you determine that your government is about to make a mistake? I knew from day one that we are going to make a mistake. I knew from day one that anyone making mistake. I knew from day one that Boka will be making mistake. Why? Because my food for thought is always based on risk assessment. What is the risk associated with what Joe Boka is doing? My friend, before you do anything, you got to understand the risks. Even before you leave your house, the reason you comb your hair, the reason you ply your hair, the reason you look in the mirror, you are trying to lower the risk of being looked upon by some people very funny, or by being asked or told by somebody that, look, you look very funny. You may not recognize those pieces of words that people are saying to you, but they are also trying to address you by looking at the risks associated with what you have done or what you're doing. For me, I'm a strong believer of risks. I don't make decisions with all risks being part of my equation. Yes, risks is key. We have overlooked so many things because in the absence of risks, that if you take risks out of your decision, you are replacing it with complacency. And when you become complacent, you juke. One thing I will leave with you guys, or I will pass down to you guys. Nowadays we have social media. There are so many video clips around that you can see, especially in the Sahara Desert or in the park, whether it's the South Africa or the Kenya National Park. Whenever the deer or the group of buffalo, especially the deer, when they get to a water to drink, the deer will take a whole body and will put it back. And then will take a mouth and just start licking that water. Why you think the deer will not go in the entire water to drink? Because that deer has seen some of its friends being captured by the alligator. So oftentimes you will see some video where the deer will get missed by the alligator. And the risk at which the deer escape that alligator attack is because it understands the risk that it's about to take in the process of drinking that water. It has to be on a best attentive behavior in order to avoid that risk. Many Liberians don't do things that way. They just walk into this thing. Some of the reason is because people are not educated. I know people are not educated. But do you blame the current generation today? No. Do you blame the past generation today? Well, you blame all the generation. Why you blame all the generation? Because for every mistake somebody make, there should be another generation that's supposed to recognize that mistake and say, should we continue doing things like this, or should we continue to move on the other side? The answer is no. In order for us to make good, we must do the best we can. Even our parents. Do you know why your parents will always be proud of you when you achieve something great? Because they themselves became victim of doing things where they were not capable of understanding the risks. And that is why when you graduate or when you travel, your parents are so happy because they feel that the risks that came their way and they never recognized the risks, you have been able to go through that process, took that leap step to leapfrog over where they got stuck. That is why they are always happy about you. But some of us don't understand these things because we are not taught to understand these things yet. All right? So, is there anybody looking at the topic there today? Let me see. I have the topic here. Let me see if I can give you the topic here. Let me see if I can give you guys the topic here. All right? But if you know the topic, please post the topic for me. All right? Please post the topic for me there. All right. So where is it? right. So the topic say, here is the topic here, right? Joe Boca yellow machine. Because the whole thing about Joe Boca yellow machine in the country, right? A study in public trust and infrastructure investment. So Joe Boca yellow machine, we are going to look at it as a case study as to where people will have trust in Boca, why he's trying to invest into our infrastructure. That is the topic there, all right? So let's get the ball rolling here, all right? So let's come to this thing here. Let's come to this here. Let me try to give you guys some heads up here. All right. So we have here Joe Boca. All right. Mr. Boca. I want to go to Front Page Africa. That's where I want to go. Front Page Africa. So we can see what Front Page Africa has for all right. Right here. All right. So it's right here. And then we just click on this and then we'll open it here. All right. So let's get to the page here. All right. So here it says the same thing here. President Boca, all right. Liberia President Boca breaks silence, tell legislature yellow machine deal still in negotiation with long-term friend. All right. All right. So Mr. Boca is telling us that the machine is still in the phase of negotiation. So he's telling you that he's still negotiating for the piece of equipment. That's what he's saying. So that means all those who've been masquerading on the road, bragging about that machine, Mr. Boca just told you that that machine is not our machine yet. But do you think the common man who support Unity Party really care about that? No, he doesn't care. The old man that said, Boca, that baby, you think she care to listen to what Boca just said to the national legislature? That is the difference between the illiterate community of people and the intellectual people who understand these things here. She doesn't understand those things. So all she feels is, oh yes, I know that Boca have brought in machine and they're going to be battering there out there. That's what they're going to be doing. Yes, that's what they're going to be doing out there. All right. So let's try to read what Mr. Boca has said here, right? So let's go through the letter here. All right. Again, this platform here is not the other platform. Here we analyze things. We talk the both people talk here. That's what we do here. All right? We talk the both people talk here. So if you are here for entertainment, well, I'm sorry. We are not hiring for entertainment here. We are hiring here for education. All right? All right. So here we take our time, we read things, and then we analyze it. All right? How the webman teaches us in this country, that's how we want to teach our people who are on our platform here. Because I feel that we have been doing things for 177 years the same way. Some people believe that it's the right way, but the result always show that it is not, it's never the right way. Let me say hi there to my friend and brother Eddie P. Thank you so much for stopping by here, my friend. And I hope that you have a good time here with us, all right? So, let me see here. Let me see here. I'm trying to do something quickly here. If I let it stay here, right? Where all my people here? Where all my people are? Where are all my people at? My lieutenant there. I want to see my lieutenants. Are all my lieutenants here? I want to see my lieutenants there. I got something to discuss with you guys, lieutenants. Is my brother and friend here, Monju? Are you here? Is Monju here? Monju, are you here? And where is my man Yango? And where is my senior political, economic, and all the advisors there? Where is he at? In my tree? Okay, I see all my board in here. All right. Is Pia here? My senior advisor. Is he here? I want to see Pia. I want to see all my lieutenants. Are they here? I will recognize them. I want to talk to them after. I will say something to them during the course of the show. But to every one of you guys, thank you guys so much for joining me here. And to every and D Black, all you guys there, yes. Pamoto, my general, yes. Pamoto is my no-nonsense general, yes. Pamoto is my no-nonsense general. He is the guy who got the nuclear bomb button. So I don't like to get him involved too much because he will just tell me, say, "My man, let's press that button and get rid of the thing." So he's my nuclear suitcase guy. All right, guys, I'm trying to find something here, so just bear with me here, okay? I'm trying to find something here. Just bear with me here. This is also important for the show here, all right? So please bear with me here. Just bear with me here. I want to find the thing here. It's very, very important. Yeah, let me see here. I think I right here. But I thought I already printed this thing. Where did it go? Oh, okay. I think I right here. Yeah. All right. I began a public machine. No, that's not it here. All right, this is it right here. Let me print this also so we can read this thing, okay, guys? I just want to print this out so we can read it together. All right, so I'm printing it now. I'm coming to go get it from the printer here, okay? So just hold on. Let me see here. So let's get back here. And I just want to show you guys a few things here. Keep watching the topic there. Keep watching the topic there. All right. All right. There's one key thing here I want you guys to underscore here. Long-time friend. All right? Long-time friend. What does that bring to your mind when you talk about long-time friend? Remember one time President Weah came to the Liberian people after taking office and said the jet that he used one time was belonging to a friend, right? The Unity Party people did not take that very seriously. They said President Weah was lying. Now, Joseph Boyka is bringing piece of moving equipment, as they describe it to be, in the country. And he got the mind to tell you that the piece of equipment he's bringing in the country is something that is close to a long-term friend. The question here is there any policy in our government that is connected to doing business with friends? Do we have a law that supports that? Do we have a policy that supports that? Well, the last time we checked, President Weah was under the same scrutiny too, right? So somebody wrote something I would like to read to you guys, all right? So I will read it in part. The person said, "This letter put the government in a bad light. I am now even more annoyed. Some selfish individual want to destroy Uncle Joe." Somebody writing a letter on behalf of Uncle Joe. And it further says, "The legislature should now throw them in prison today." George Weah said that his friends, Iboma and Slowy, were involved. McGill mentioned that his friend buried his mother in the most expensive mausoleum, Propo housing unit. George Weah claimed that his friend gave him money to build it. This person is trying to use the word friends to relate to things that Mr. Weah did during administration when he was mentioning the name of friends. That means when McGill buried his mother in the mausoleum, he said his friend gave him money, right? Forget? Yes. All right. So we are looking at what Boyka is saying. Long-time friend. So I want to draw your attention here. Long-time friend. All right. Boyka said the yellow machine it come from his long-time friend. But what do we know about people in the past using long-time friend or friend to make an excuse of things that seems to be suspicious, right? Mr. Weir did that too, right? And hey, citizen, don't get mad with me. I'm only here to teach because we always had the propensity to repeat the past. So, citizen, don't get vex with me here because I'm not getting anything from nobody here. And you know, Boka don't know me, we don't know me. You're paying my platform here. They don't call me, but I have to do what I have to do, right? So, when we look at Boka saying the deal is still in negotiation with a long-term firm, I'm thinking in my mind, oh yeah, geez. And then my mind coming back. Say, Rennie, that could let it. And that's why I'm coming over here now and telling you now. What happened some time ago? Well, the Iboma loan, all right, the Iboma project, Mr. Weir said there were some friends involved, right? Yes, we can get a pen here and check it. Yeah, once upon a time when President Weir was in power, or former President Weir was in power, he mentioned something about the Iboma loan and friend, right? Yes. And guys, we are only using this case study to see how things went in the past government and how much successes did we get versus the failure that we incur, right? And the very thing that we use, that we see as a red flag, are things that I'm bringing to you here. Because that's how I would train, to identify red flags, discuss it with source of evidence, and give it to you and decide what next for you. That's what I'm doing here. So when Boka say the yellow machine deal is still in negotiation with a long-term firm, I'm not going to go straight at Boka. I'm going to remind you to say, hey, once upon a time, did you hear something about long-term friend? Yes. We heard something about long-term friend, right? Yes. Okay. So when we hear Boka coming by again with the issue of friend, then that should bring something to our attention. What is the purpose of people using friends? All right? That's something I want for you to think about here. So take a look at this thing again and read it again as we listen to this.
There be a problem solver for that country. Joseph Boka is a man with a liability. You know, there are times that in the country, the life insurance company will not take certain people when they get 2 minutes sickness and more than. So the insurance company will not take. There are many people need to understand that Joseph Boka.
Okay, so are you guys with me here? Yes? Are you guys with me here? President, all right? I don't know what my long stick is. I don't know. I think my daughter took it from here. I don't see my slide ruler here either. But I will use the pen here. President Boka today, on the 11th of July, said to the National Legislature, he told them that the yellow machine deal is still in negotiation with a long-term friend. So if Boka is going to deal with a long-term friend, do you want J. Randy to say, yeah, it's okay, and give him the thumbs up? The answer is no. There is no such thing as friend in government. When you are playing with the public interest, trust, when you are playing with the taxpayer money, you can't bring friend into those things. That is why we have the 8 pillars of good governance. And we talked about the 8 pillars here before. Yes, I have it right here, by the way. We have the 8 pillars here of good governance. What does it say? What does the 8 pillar of good governance say here? All right? You guys that follow me all the time. The 8 pillars of good governance say, number 1, transparency or transparent decision making. How do we make transparent decision making? Secondly, accountability mechanism, inclusive participation, ethical leadership, efficient resource management. These things are not in the government of Liberia. When in the United States, you see these things. They're not in Liberia, to be honest with you guys. All right? All right. Then, the rule of law. All right? The rule of law and compliance. We don't have those things in our country. Yes, we don't have them in our country. The rule of law. All right? The rule of law, we don't have those things in our country. All right? Secondly, we have strategic planning and vision, risk management. See it? You often hear me talk about risk management, right? Yes. Risk management. These are all part of the 8 pillars of good governance. So when you look at Joe Boca, when you read what Joe Boca said, that the negotiation is still with a friend. Question here is that friend giving all those things to Liberia as a gift through Boca, or is it associated with some money? Because when you're dealing with institution, 9 out of 10 times of the negotiation has to do with money. But when you are a president of a country and you tell the national legislature that, oh, I am doing this thing to a friend, that means that Joseph Boca is lying. And with all due respect to the old man, I got to say this to him, that he's lying. You know why he's lying? Because Joseph Boca did not go through the right process. And he thinks that the Liberian people will just out of the blue sky accept what he's doing. No president will tell the national legislature of the country that represents the people and say the deal I'm doing, 200, almost 300 machines coming to the country. And then you say you're negotiating through a friend? No. Mr. Boca, such a large piece of equipment or a number of large piece of equipment that they have been bragging about, he is bringing those things into the country. And he wants you to understand and clearly accept that that deal is going to a friend. Well, there's nothing wrong with him going to a friend. But what you need to question here is, one, what the deal is all about. Who is involved? Who is the person? What do they want in return for our natural resources? Nobody going to tell you guys on a different platform, either because they don't care or they are not educated to these things. You know, Frank, let me tell you guys one thing. Most of the presidents in this country, from our country, that run the platform, they are not educated to these things. In this country here, people train us to challenge these things. They hold us accountable to ask this question. Because asking the question will really validate what any government is hoping to achieve. For Joe Boca, after making all the errors, remember when he started it here, he never broadcasted. He never even invited the speaker to say, look guys, I'm thinking about bringing 300 or 200 and so many machines in this country here. And then the press there. President Boca today went over to the national legislature and spoke with the speaker and met the president pro tem. And the reason and purpose of the visit to the Capitol Hall, Mr. Boca has decided to import 200 to 300 pieces of equipment. And he wants to engage the people. Did you ever see that? So that's a violation of what? Of the principle of transparency. That's a violation. But nobody teaching our people these things. Nobody. Government should follow the rule of law. And part of the rule of law has to do with what? Transparency. The 8 pillars of good governance is about transparency. Why is Boca coming back now to the national legislature and say, oh, you calm down. What I'm doing here is still in negotiation. Well, the question is, why he did not go to the national legislature for what I represent the people? Where you think I'm going with this? Whenever I say why, what come after why? Somebody please answer my question. You have been here with me for a long time now. When I use the word why, what come after the why? What the next thing I'm looking for? I'm going to start calling people here who follow me here religiously. Palm butter. When I use the word why, what come after the why? There's no mistake. Let me ask my man Spear. When I use the word why, what come after that? When we talk about why, what follow after that? We got to understand the terminology. Very good. How? Thank you, Ansu. Why Boca did not go to the national legislature? If he had gone to the national legislature will tell him, this is how we're supposed to do things. Right? But because he bypassed the system now, Ansu, so he going back to them and say, I know how I'm supposed to do things. So you're holding on there yet. We're still negotiating. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. That is, before we even get to the criminal motive, Christopher, before we get to the criminal motive, I want us to understand why things are always getting wrong in our country. All right? I want us to understand the reason why we don't follow the rules. So, Christopher, as far as the criminal activities go, let us look at the proper channel. What's that there, Brother Moyu? Let us look at the proper channel and look at the failure within the process. Then the interpretation now will be left with you guys to carry out. So, like I said, Boka said this thing here, right? Remember, a few days ago, they were masquerading in the town. They said they had yellow machine. They had people taking pictures around the machine. But after the parade in the street, today, July 11, we see Boka in the front page newspaper is saying, President Boka breaks silence. Tell the legislature, yellow machine deal still in negotiation with long-term friend. Let's try to break it down. Let's forget about the long-term friend because we have spoken about that for a brief period of time, right? Question here is, why is Boka writing the national legislature right now? Because we have a democratic system of check and balance. With our international partner, the United States, watching, Boka knew he made a mistake. So the question that Liberians will be asking now is, well, Mr. Boka, why you did not go to the national legislature before announcing all the pieces of equipment coming in the country? Why? Because Mr. Boka never wanted the national legislature to tell him how to do things. But now the equipment come in the country now, and news are breaking here and there, and people telling others that the man is going to spend enough money or he's going to swap the country natural resources. So Mr. Boka now is coming by and say, hold on, guys, I'm hearing voices out there that Urugisi is up for grabs. We are going to do this thing. National legislature, I'm writing you guys to say the deal is not finalized yet. My friend, we are carrying on a logical tree analysis here as to how things should be done. That's all I'm doing here. That's all I'm doing. I'm not here to come make play with anybody. Are we doing things according to what we say we should do? If you were to walk up to Boka right now, Boka here, the machine you bring it in the country here. You had the national legislature, right? Yes. There may be a bunch of corrupt guys there, but how do you clean yourself among them? How do you clean yourself among them? Yeah, hold on there, guys. I think, so, Mr. Boka, do you think we're wrong here? That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Mr. Weah did not do the same thing. Mr. Boka advisors are supposed to be people who's supposed to be challenging him. That's what they're supposed to be doing. But because people are so about political party that they tend to ignore the process. They tend to ignore the principles. They tend to ignore the proper channel. But guess what? The international community is also watching. Do you think Boka don't know that he made a mistake? If Boka felt that he was doing the right thing, you will not see it. You will never see the topic here. If Boka felt that he was doing the right thing, you will never see the headline here in the what? On the front page Africa newspaper. You are not going to see that. But because the people have misled Boka, and the country natural resources is at the highest risk, and we'll talk about risk again, of being swapped to somebody without the people knowing. And that is a violation of our democratic process. It's a violation of the people's rights. It's the violation of the 8 principles of good governance. So how do we classify that? We see that as what? Boka made a catastrophic blunder and a monumental error. That's why he's coming back up here. That's why he's coming back here. So we got to look at the process of how things are done. When you were born for the first time, did your mom take a spoon of rice and put it in your mouth? No. Because as a child, you must go through a growth process. And in the process that you're going through, allow you to eat certain food, allow you to wear certain clothes. And as you age in life, your choices of food changes over time. It's a process of human growth. That's the same thing we do. The process that we follow in life is meant to be followed because it represents certain things that must be done accordingly. But you see, Liberia, that's why the 2065 vision is the best vision that I can tell you. All the guys that you find beyond Wea, you find beyond Boka, they don't have plenty of time to live. And do you think they are in the interest of yourself and your children? No. They will do everything humanly possible to bypass everything to enrich themselves and make with whoever they can marry with, because the time is not on their side. They were brought up in a society that never taught them how to prepare for the future and sustain a process that other people follow. And that's the message I'm giving up to you guys here. You can take it, you leave it. But I can guarantee you, every year you want to live in a country that you find yourself in today, like America. You will never find yourself comfortable wanting to go back to Liberia. Because these guys claim to be around for a long time. Barker, a man of 42-year experience. You saw the man the last time on the old video we showed you about Samuel Kanyando. That man said he was agriculture minister. He has seen so many things, and yet and still, he cannot relate to his past to correct the future. And you think Barker is somebody? No. Barker's age is only telling you how old he is. Barker been in government for 42 years, only telling you how people been forgiving him and keeping him on the job. He has only been blessed by God. That's all. But there is nothing that Barker is doing that validates his 42-year old experience. Nothing. Nothing. If I'm sending people Barker today, I will tell him. Because for Barker to make a kind of mistake, after serving with Ellen for 12 years and going through the different deals, and Barker cannot say, look, I was vice president here before for 12 years. There is no way we're bringing machine in the country here without going to the national legislature to discuss this thing. That would be a violation of transparency. There is no way of bringing machine in the country without me going out there. During the campaign, I was out there telling the people that the people sending kush to you, they're misleading you, they're taking their children there and sending them abroad. There is no way that I will bring machine in the country here and not going out there to have the people who voted me and the Liberian people to be part of the decision. It is called inclusive participation. What is inclusive participation? It says here, government that actively involve a citizen in decision making, exhibit good governance. They could be through public consultation, community forum, or employee representation. Did Barker do any of those things here? No. But during the campaign time, Barker was out there talking to the people of Liberia. But time to bring in moving equipment, he isolated the people. He bypassed the channel. Now things are blowing out of proportion. Yes, Barker now coming out and telling the speaker, you know why? Nothing is done to the finish line. We are still negotiating. You tell me that, folks. You tell me. You see any hope in our country? You see any hope in our country? All right? Do you see any? All right? Do you see any hope in our country? Do you see any hope in our country?
Hello, Ronald's sister.
My sister is saying hi to you guys. When you know my sister, so she's here to bother me.
Because of you, God, you didn't fry my fish or my
Oh my goodness. But I did cook your rice, though. I did cook your rice, though. My sister gave me a hard time a lot. She gave me a hard time a lot. I cook her rice. She told me to cook her rice. I cook her rice. Now she coming back, she said I'm supposed to fry her fish. Well, I will fry her fish. Let me fry Barker part of the fish here. Then when I'm finished, I will go put her fish on the fire. But my wife will help to do that. All right? All right. All right. So back to the conversation here. All right? All right. I would like to read Augustine. Augustine is one of my stakeholders here too. Augustine gave us his son Criminal Spoon said Barker is wrong. Look, don't even listen to Don't even listen to what you say. I'm not stopping you from watching his show, Gay Flow. But that guy is only saying things because he's not benefiting from Boca right now. So he will be more about identifying Boca wrong than talking about the right thing. Stanton Witherspoon promoted Joe Boca here. There was not a day that Stanton Witherspoon said Boca must recruit the right people. Gay Flow. There was not a day that Stanton Witherspoon said we'll do a thorough background check of all these people that Boca bringing here. Stanton Witherspoon did not say that because Mr. Witherspoon was sure that if Boca become president, he was going to be given the opportunity to import rest in the country. But because it's because the American people have informed Boca that he's a criminal, this is the time now he coming out and say Boca is wrong. Look, please, don't listen to Stanton Witherspoon. Don't take him serious. He's a criminal. You already know that. All right? So listen to the right people. That's what you need to do. All right? Somebody said this is some of the reason why President don't fire him. There you go over there, Roland Cooper. There you go over there. Roland Cooper, you are absolutely right. That's why don't fire Boca. All right? That's why don't fire Boca. Because Boca claimed to have 42 years of experience. Come on, guys. How many of you guys here that know your area that you work in? You understand what to do. It's like you're driving your car. The first thing you go to Liberia when you're driving a car, but the moment you sit in the car, your instinct will tell you, I need to put a seatbelt on. Right? Yes. Your instinct will tell you that you need to put a seatbelt on. Joe Boca said he's been in government for 42 years. He brings machine into the country and bypass the process. And now he coming back and go to the national legislature and telling the people, say, it's still in negotiation phase. Then that should challenge Joe Boca's experience that people have been talking about here. You guys made a big decision. You guys made a very big decision that is going to harm the country today. Joe Boca for the 2 years means nothing to the people of Liberia. That's why you see him over there today. That's why you see him over there today. I'm not here to come here and tear down Joe Boca. But there are things that Mr. Boca is supposed to be doing. So let's go to some literature here now as far as the information goes. All right? So somebody wrote something here as I was reading it. Let's continue to read it here. All right? The thing the person wrote here. Let me see. I need to find it here. In the meantime, let's listen to Joe Boca here small while I look for that information. All right? Listen to this.
Boca's vision. Can anybody read on Joseph Boca's vision? What is Joseph Boca's national agriculture policy? What is Joseph Boca's national infrastructure policy? Nothing. Every day you carry around, I rest. Arrest what? Anybody can get up and put any kind of word together. Arrest. Massa can tell you, say, Mani or D-Rex. You can call yourself Z-Rex. You can call yourself Rex. What the heck is Joseph Boca talking about? Arrest. That is nothing but some kind of old junky slogan he using over there. Joseph Boca got no vision for that country. Joseph Boca is very, very incompetent. He got nothing. Ellie Johnson said he know that.
Okay. That was Jay Randy making that noise there before the election. You know, for everything we do here, we got evidence to show. So whenever you see me talking, those of you that are watching me for the first time, take their note. We call it make a footnote to yourself. Always remember that whatever Jay Randy say, it will always, I tell you guys, we'll always win. We'll always win because we are so collective. We are so structured that when we discuss things, we discuss it structurally. And Joe Boca doesn't fit in our structure. Our structure is of different sizes. It's not that one size fit all. No. All right? So, without hell on, yeah, a few things people are saying about Joe Boca here, right? All right. This one here comes from John Molu. Yes. You remember John Molu who talked about it last time? Yes. This is what John Molu wrote. And I got a direct text message. And I'm asked to read it on the platform here for you guys. It's come from John Molu. What did John Molu say here? All right? John Molu, he said to all esteemed rescue team. This is John Molu here right now. All right? John Molu. He said to all esteemed rescue team. Once you take custody, the risks. Yeah, John Molu? John Molu is talking about the risks. John Molu is talking about the risks. Once you take custody, the risks that I often talk about here, the risks and ownership have passed down onto you. You follow me on that? Yes. All right. Why can't you, Uncle Joe, simply say we made a mistake? That's John Molu. John Molu. Some of you guys will find the information one of these days, not in the not too distant future, on somebody online newspaper, even in the local newspaper back home. All right? So you say, why can Uncle Joe simply say we made a mistake? Apologize and ask the national legislature to regularize the situation. All right? Yes, to regularize the situation. At John Molu. Regularizing such mistake is common in democracy. He further said, but the truth must first be established. And that truth that Boga need to establish is to tell the people that he misled the people. If Boga going to do that, you don't know Boga before. Boga is a man who so better go to people. Yes. Boga so better go to people. All right? Boga so better go to people. That's what he did. Yes. If you don't know, well, see for yourself right here. See for yourself right here. Thank you. My sister got me fish to eat. Yo, will not see that fish. My man Yango, you not see that fish. Let me tell you right now. Alright? Terry Doma. Let me tell you around. Terry Doma. One of my men said, you say your man spoon over watching it. He said, you must give me the news so I can go to him. I told him, I said, Terry will never do that. I told the man, I said, Terry will never give you that name. Let me tell you right now. Terry will never give you that. Terry will never give you that name. All right? Yeah. I told him, I said, you can pour pepper water in Terry eye. You will never give you that name. The man can argue with me. I said, my man, first of all, I don't give you any information. So I forget it. So I just saw Terry. So Terry, let me let you know. One of my men keep bothering me and say, oh, my man, they got to call Terry, say somebody always watching, send on always using fake name. Wait a minute. I just send on a man who can say fake document. Send on can give me that name. Send on, don't give me that name. Even Terry can add that man, you get that man fake name. You get that man. So don't let that man fool you. I mean, to fool me, to can't ask you, but I have to ask you. You're not fooling me, you not do it. All right. Back to the topic here, all right? Back to the top here. So, Joe Parker, all right? Terry, you talk about the Bedigo business. You see that? Joe Parker is associated with selling Bedigo. Yes. So, we got to be very, very careful with how we deal with Joe Parker. Because there's a man who lied to a full businessman. All right? There are so many things that Joe Parker has done that are closely associated with Bedigo. Let me drink some more water in the meantime. All right. If you look above me here too, you see the Bedigo up there. You see that Bedigo up there? Joseph Boga has traumatized me when it comes to Bedigo business. Because he saw a same Bedigo to somebody, and that the same Bedigo that Joseph Boga still sending to the Liberian people today. He saw that same Bedigo in the form of a yellow machine. He saw John Molu as a Bedigo during the campaign time. He had done so many series of Bedigo. And I will never give up until Joe Boga tell the truth that he always sell fake Bedigo. Anything Joe Boga does that lead to a bust where he get exposed is the same Bedigo. Joe Boga will sell so many Bedigo in so many shape and form. So coming back here now to John Molu here. So Molu continue here and say, regularizing such mistake is common in democracy, but the truth must be established. That's what Mr. Molu said. This is done in the USA through the Anti-Deficiency Act. You need to find out that one. Anti-Deficiency Act. Yes. Right? All right. Uncle Joe cannot believe, all right? Uncle Joe cannot believe the content of his letter is true or fair. That's Mr. Molu right there. This letter will send a shockwave internationally. That's Mr. Molu. That's not my words. This is Mr. Molu's words. Mr. Molu is saying that the letter that Joe Parker wrote, this letter right here. All right? Where is the letter here? Let me see. Okay, the letter is right here. Right back here. He's saying that this letter Mr. Parker wrote to the national legislature, John Molu is saying that it will send a shockwave. All right? It will send a shockwave internationally. That's what he's saying here. As you cannot conduct government business based on friendship. What did I say here? What did I say here? What did I say? When Mr. Parker said he doing business with friends, That is a violation, folks. Right here. From capture that. He said he negotiated with a long-time friend. You see how like-minded people of like-mind can discuss things in the same path, right? I told you guys about doing business with friends. And Mr. Modu is saying things here. All right? And that's why he is saying that you cannot conduct business, government business rather. You cannot conduct government business based on friendship. I told you guys that. I got a text message today. And that what prompted me to come out here, to come up with a special here. Mr. Boka has violated the code of conduct. Mr. Boka is violating the constitutional process of our democracy. That's all I'm here to tell you. All right? Let's continue here again. And gentleman agreement. That's what he's saying. Government cannot conduct business based on friendship and gentleman agreement. Someone has once again misled our dear and beloved uncle. Yes, so John Modu is saying that people are misleading him. But I don't care about them who mislead Joe Boka. Do you want to believe that somebody misleading Joe Boka? A man who got 42-year experience? Man, a Messi who play good football. Ronaldo that play good football. You green Joe Weir that play good football. Somebody will tell Joe Weir, man, just stand over there. I will pass the ball to you. And Joe Weir know that position he also. You think Joe Weir was sitting over there? He tells them, first of all, I'm a Ballon d'Or winner. That play is telling me here, I will be Oscar when that ball come to me. Joe Boka came to have 42-year experience. Then Molu want to tell all that Joe Boka make a mistake. I disagree with that other part of the statement. Joe Boka is either incompetent or Joe Boka is in the know of what's going on. He got to choose a side. He's either incompetent, that means 42 years means nothing, or Joe Boka is in the know of what's going on. That is the limited choice I got for him. That's it. So, nobody fooling Joe Boka. Joe Boka knows exactly what he's doing. All right? So, John Molu, with all due respect, my friend, I disagree with you that. Let's continue here. He said, here is a simple fact. John Molu continued. A Liberian government official took ownership from the port, transported yellow machine from the MPA, and parked them in your garage, your military barracks. Liberia is 100% on the hook of this transaction. That's what John Molu is saying. The government is in the know. They knew what they did. Remember, John Molu is a former auditor who dealt with Joe Boka and Ellen before. Yes, he knows. All right? He knows. All right. Now, it says here, this is a simple accounting 101. The fact that I went through the port, that means that every necessary paperwork was done. We're done. All right? Then, he said this, citizen, don't get very me, I just case study because you're coming to your too now. You know, for everything, we are all related, right? Mr. We are saying, oh, we are all related and stuff like that. So this story here got a content that reference Mr. Weir. So don't get fair with me. It's all about references, right? All right. Now, Mr. Malufola said here, this letter puts the government in a bad light. I am now even more annoyed. Some selfish individual want to destroy Uncle Joe. I differ with him on that one. Then he calmed down. The legislature should throw them in prison today. Why? Yeah, what he said is sedition, and this one will help a little bit. All right, they won't help a little bit, but don't worry. So John Molu is relating now to past case study. That's why I ask you guys to look at the topic here. Monju, you listening? Please post the topic so that everyone can get to see here. So Molu is saying here, the friendship he talked about, a government should not be doing business with a friend or a gentleman agreement. So he said, let me remind you, Joe Boka. Let me remind you. Once upon a time, you guys accused Mr. Weir of misleading the people when you said that Mr. Weir had a friend, Iboma and Slowy were involved. And when McGill buried his mother in the mausoleum, thank you very much, Moyu. Here's the topic down there. Joe Boka, Yellow Machine case study. A study in the public trust and infrastructure. Yes, that's what he said. I'm in flight right now.
Well, put it on Palermo.
I'm in flight. Don't slow me down.
Man,
I'm a different human being when I'm here. So please, my people waiting for me. I'll talk to you later. Let's close my door. You want to come over and see you?
Something is wrong with you.
All right, guys, your people give me. All right. I'll soon be done. All right. So, I don't know. So how the call say all right, so George Weah, according to Molu now, George Weah had friends, all right? George Weah had friends, all right? George Weah, I say no smiling. Come on. Toma, you crazy? So Molu is reminding the Liberian people in this letter that United Party people one time accused George Weah of saying that he mentioned a guy by the name of Iboma and Snowy who lent him a jet. And United Party people did not listen to that. Yes. Then he also brought in McGill. Remember when McGill buried his mother and into a mausoleum? And McGill said, oh, it was my friend. So he said, McGill mentioned that his friend buried his mother in the most expensive mausoleum. Why is Molu bringing this thing up? Molu is bringing this thing up because Molu believes that what Joe Boka is saying has a case study in the past where they themselves disagree when we are or McGill use the phrase friend, right? Friend did this, friend did that. He said that the proper housing, when we are talking about proper housing unit, George Weah claimed that it was his friend that gave him money. Government operation must be separated from friendship and gentleman agreement. All this reek of corruption and lack of accountability. Uncle Joe must act and punish the wrongdoer. That is what he's recommending right now. All right. So that letter goes to what? That letter goes to Joe Boka from Mr. John Molu. All right. So put Mr. John Molu here now. So now it's the time of J. Randy now to come and analyze it. And the way we're going to analyze it, we are going to read Joe Boka letter. We're going to read Joe Boka letter that he sent to what? To the National Legislature. We're going to attempt to read it and we're going to take our time to analyze it. Ready? Let's go. All right? The letter was written on the 9th. So it reads, subject, acquisition process of the yellow machine. Why Joe Boka is even coming out now with acquisition process now when the machine already on the ground? When the machine is already on the ground. All right? All right? All right. So it says here, I refer, all right? It said, dear Speaker, I refer to the acquisition of earth moving equipment commonly referred to here as yellow machine. So it's going to be called the yellow machine. All right? All right. The yellow machine. Some members of the legislature have raised queries about the process and acquisition of the equipment. That's what he's saying here now. We're reading the letter here now. Let me first and foremost ensure you, a member of the House of Representatives, of House of Legislature, that we are scrupulously pursuing the acquisition process for this yellow machine by the principle of transparency. What did we say about the 8 pillars here of transparency? The 8 pillars of good governance? Transparency, right? So he's mentioning transparency. But this letter of Joe Boka is belated already. This letter is a belated letter because the process that Joe Boka should have followed from the beginning, it was never followed. He screwed up. He screwed up. So now he's doing makeup. He took the test and failed because he did not study. Now he's asking the teacher, can you give me a makeup? So he's saying that this letter is unscrupulously trying to show that there is something called transparency. That's what he's trying to do here right now. That's what he's trying to pursue here. All right? Now, the initiative originated from a conversation between me and a longtime friend who share, all right, who share a commitment to the arrest. Well, we don't know about our friends. During the campaign season, we never saw that friend. Joe Boka always talking about the friend, but we don't know who the friend is. There was a friend once upon a time in the life of Joe Boka. During the campaign season, we would have seen our friend. During Joe Boka travel abroad, we would have seen that friend. And by now, we should have been familiar with that friend and say, oh, this is Joe Boca friend. But that friend never came to being. All the time, Joe Boca was here and there, struggling here and there. Only after Mr. Boca became president, that when the friend came to surface. And now he wants you out there to believe that what he's doing is based on friendship that support the arrest program. But Malu letter is saying, no, we cannot accept anything. Government does not do business with friend, neither can it do business with a gentleman friend. That is what happening here right now. Yes, that's exactly what is happening here right now. Yes, there's no such thing, as doing business with friend here. So let's continue with the letter here. So the letter we are reading here, this letter has been sent to the Speaker of the House. All right? Yes. So let's continue here. It says here, hold on here. It said, a friend who share a commitment to the arrest agenda. That's why he wants you to understand here. All right? This friend was moved by the spirit of solidarity and a strong desire to participate in the implementation, all right, in the shortest possible time of our development agenda. He offered to provide equipment in good faith and on a gentleman agreement. What does he mean by gentleman agreement? All right. So if Joe Boca is doing all these things, how come Mr. Boca did not come to the public to inform the public that, look, I have a friend who wants to bring in yellow machine. This is a gift to a country called Liberia, a man who support our arrest program. This man is coming, and he's not coming with any string attached. The machine the man is bringing is nothing but free. And here are the document here. Here is the letter from the man here. Remember when Ali came to Joe Boca and said, Mr. Boca, Mr. President, why did you call me here? We all saw that, right? He was very transparent. We all saw all of that. How come the other friend who decided to take 285 movie equipments and want to give it to Boca on a friendship basis because the men support Mr. Boca? Don't be fooled. That is something that we call a spin, a spade. That is what Joe Boca is trying to say to you guys here. Mr. Boca is trying to sell another baby goat to you guys. He did it to a Fuda man. He is trying to do it to you guys. He did it during the campaign season. He did it during the election time. He is now doing the same thing today. No government anywhere that is democratically involved with the people's voices and the people participation will take business and what? And put that into a deal. Let me say this to you guys here. One time, when Eddie Johnson said he was president, there was a VA hospital, the veteran hospital. The veteran hospital somewhere in Hawaii. They decided to close down that veteran hospital. All the medical equipment that were at that hospital, a friend of Eddie Johnson Salif decided to negotiate for a piece of medical equipment from Hawaii to Liberia. The health minister at that time, on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, they said, we cannot accept anything from France. We cannot accept anything from France. That is what Ellen government said. We had a debate on Radio LRB. We called in the health minister. We called in the information minister. The government of Liberia said, there is a policy, there is a law that the Liberian government cannot get anything from a friend. That case was closed. And Boca was part of that deal. And today, Boca is coming back now to tell the Liberian people that he got a friend who is going to get him 285 machines. That sounds too good to be true. Yes, it sounds too good to be true. Mr. Boca is misleading the Liberian people. Anything that Mr. Boca does, I want you guys to remember this. He is selling a safe belly goat to you guys. And make sure that that belly goat stand there for some time. If it's going to be 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, let Boca stand by that belly goat. The Liberian people now have figured out Boca. That the yellow machine, Boca brought the yellow machine for rejoicing. That the belly goat with a big stomach. But now, some of the belly goat now peeping now. Boca now is coming back now to the national legislature and say, oh, I'm so sorry, this thing is going through a negotiation. If that Fuda man had called Boca and said, oh, just wait for 5 more minutes, and that belly goat have pee. Boca is going to say, you know what? I'm still negotiating with getting a new belly goat. But I just brought the other one here to let you know that I'm still in the process. Boca is nothing but a crook. Joseph Boyka is a crook, and we must expose him and we'll let the people know. The people around Boyka don't care about the Liberian people. This is not about Joshua. I'm not here to talk about Joshua. I'm here to talk to the Liberian people. I'm here to talk to the Liberian people. Joshua had a part of time he screwed you up. I don't care about them about Joshua. His time is over. I'm just here to let you guys know that you guys are desperate for improvement. You guys back home are desperate for economic opportunity. But Joseph Boyka is not doing those things for you guys at all. Let's continue to read here. All right? Let's continue to read. That disbelief of many members of the national legislature and some in the public. Joseph Boyka already criticizing the people in the public now. He's already criticizing the people in the public. He's saying that disbelief of many members of the national legislature and some in the public may be understandable. So you see now, for people out there, they don't even know what's going on. You and I asking Joe Boyka a question. Why didn't you go to the Senate from the beginning? Why didn't you engage the people? He said, those people to hate disbelief. I don't know why they're putting their money in anything here. They got nothing. So this is the man who said during the campaign season that I will take care of X, Y, and Z. All right? I will take care of X, Y, and Z. He's not doing those things. But now he had thrown those people on the bus. All right? Considering nothing on this massive scale has been done before based on trust and confidence in the leadership of the country, and certainly not in the last 6 years. So he's trying to throw Joe on the bus. That won't be left with sedition to discuss. Now he said, please note the following. That's why you see here now. Note the following. Negotiation phase. Joe Boyka is a crook. That man is a crook. He never allowed the step that he discussed what I'm about to read to you guys. Pay attention and tell me whether Joe Boyka did say all these things I am about to mention to you. Number one, he said, there is a negotiation phase. All right? What is in the negotiation phase? All right? We are currently in the negotiation phase. No formal agreement or contract has been signed with any party. Right? The discussions are ongoing and no financial commitment has been made by the government. Oh, but you said friend again. You said friend, then you talking about no financial commitment? I mean, come on, guys. Open your minds up. Come on, guys. That's why we need to establish whether this gift of equipment is coming to Boyka as a gift or as some type of financial reward. So in the first thing, you talk about what? Negotiation. So when you talk about friends or friend and you talk about no financial deal have been paid, you got to be careful. That is Joe Boyka over there. Number two, no public fund utilized. To date, no fund from the Liberian Treasury have been expended, all right, on this project. The first batch of equipment that arrived in the country was shipped at the supplier expense. So, if they were shipped at the supplier, oh God, I wish that you were in America. Yes, I wish that you were in America. The guy is telling you, all right, that he is making a deal with a friend. And he tell you that the thing that came in the country, no deal. So you want to tell me that guy will just put his stuff on the ship and ship it to Liberia at no cost? That sounds too good to be true. So Joe Boyka now need to provide copy of the bill of lading, all right, that transported the ship and what the cost is all about when the thing got through the port and came onto our soil. And he telling you that, oh, this is LYZ. Joe Boyka is lying to you guys. All right? Let's continue here. The government of Liberia has not incurred any, in fact, they're making mistake here, any cost related to the transportation or the acquisition of this equipment. So the equipment is in the town. And people are there masquerading and providing ownership to the equipment. But Joe Boyka is telling you, not only is a friend, but nothing has been paid for. So is the friend the one that owned the fleet that brought the thing to Liberia? Some of you got into shipping business, right? Let's try to figure that out. Let's continue here. All right? Contingency for unsuccess negotiation. Now, he's telling you that something could go wrong. Should the negotiation fail to you a mutually benefit agreement, the supplier retains the right to reclaim his equipment. Really? Really? They got Joe Boga and people that feel like stupid. They just feel like stupid. Let me tell you this thing. How many of you guys have used what we call harness? Well, for those of you who have not used it, let me help you guys understand. Whenever you see the guys who are in the military, especially the Air Force, the way you see those guys dressed, their pants almost like it all jack out, and they get a vest. It's something that is resembling or look like a harness. But oftentimes you see a harness on construction worker above. All right? They wear to train them to harness themselves. Why am I bringing this in here? All right? I'm bringing this in here to let you guys know this. All right? We decided to purchase one or two of that harness for our guys who go out to do work above certain height. They call fall protection. So I called one of the supplier company just day before yesterday and said to them, I need two other equipment to use. The woman on the phone told me, say, we can send it to you for $800. So, okay, send me the invoice. She sent me the invoice. I took it to our account office. But before I went that far, I asked the lady, this equipment you sending here, is there any way to return it? She said, yes. Once you made that purchase, if you try it doesn't work, you can return it. What Boka is saying here is a blatant lie. Boka want you to understand that the equipment that came to the country, all the cost the company is ongoing. Everything the company is ongoing. He is telling you, all right? My sister will give me a fool. Thank you. My sister sent me a fool.
King Jeffy Jeffa from Zamunda. So you're selling your Royal Oaks?
Yes. All right. I mean, you can be be broadcasting here. Come on, you're making me to come back to myself. Please. I'll be evaluated. The people that will evaluate me, I'm expecting the evaluation form tonight. This is July 11th. They're going to evaluate me. I'm going to get bad rating from my evaluation. So please close my door, please. And they know. They know you. They know you. Close that door better, please. Yeah, please forgive me. People trying to ruin my show here tonight. They're trying to ruin my show here tonight. I got it. Oh, my man, what tell you? Now, what tell you? They may look at the food and eat you. Now, what tell you? I know you, Otis. I know you, Otis. Let's get back here. Ansu, come. We still got your uya. We still got your uya, Ansu. So, let's get back to the topic. All right? Let's get back to the topic. There's no way that Joe Boga will tell you that the equipment came to the country at the expense of the friend. There is no way that the equipment will be returned if it doesn't work at the expense of that friend. Then that friend must be a very good friend. That friend must be a very good friend. My friend, Joseph Boga need to give opportunity to the integrity institution to follow the trace of that negotiation, to determine the reality, the truth about that negotiation. Until then, Joe Boga is sending another belly goat to the Liberian people. And that is a big belly goat that had drank more than one bucket of water. For Joe Boga to tell you that the equipment that came to the country, it came at the expense of the friend. That means from where it was, it got on a wild load trailer to get onto the port dock and put it on the ship, and the ship brought it to Liberia. Everything is done on the friend account. And not only that, Boga is also telling you that if the equipment does not meet the expectation, the friend is willing to carry the equipment back. Really? You want to believe that? Well, before you believe that, let me say this to you. Tell Boga, number one, let him show you that friend. By you seeing that friend, you have many questions to ask. You have to validate that friend. You have to validate his finances. You have to validate his business. You have to make sure that it becomes transparent to the Liberian people. Then, Also go to Boca and ask Mr. Boca. Mr. Boca, all the things you say here, how come when you started a piece of equipment, you never informed the national legislature? You never had a town hall meeting with the people. Joseph Boca is selling the largest better goat to the Liberian people. And thank God the Liberian people have learned from this show. Thank God the Liberian people have learned from what the better goat he sold to the food businessman did to the food man and his family. And therefore, Joseph Boca will not sell any more better goat to you guys on the platform here anymore. Let's listen to Joe. Let's listen to Jay Randy here talking about Joe Boca here again.
I'm telling you guys are fucked up. You guys are behind the wrong guys. Those guys are bunch of yo. What's so many? Look at this. Look at the people that are behind Joseph Boca. What are they doing for living in this time? They are all employed just like Joseph Boca himself. Joseph Boca has been all employed for the past 5 years. He even revised his own vision. What is Joseph Boca's vision? Can anybody read on Joseph Boca's vision? What is Joseph Boca's national agriculture policy? What is Joseph Boca's national infrastructure policy? Nothing. Every day he carry around, I rest. Arrest what? Anybody can get on and put any kind of word together. Arrest. Masai can tell you, say, Mani or D-Rest. You can call yourself Z-Rest. You can call yourself Rest. What the heck is Joseph Boca talking about? Arrest. That is nothing but some kind of old junky slogan he using over there.
Okay.
Joseph Boca got no vision for that country.
And we all know that he had no vision. Joe Boca had no vision. He had no vision. For Joe Boca to tell you that he has a friend that is willing to honor all those things. Don't flee or ship. Some of you guys live along the coastal line of America. We even saw a ship hitting one of the bridges in Maryland. You see how large your team will be. You're bringing a heavy pound of equipment that is equivalent to 3 elephants sitting on a ship, taking up space. And Joseph Boca wants you to believe that in the business world, that is free. And you want to accept that. Now you on the platform here, my friend. Please do not belittle yourself. Please do not belittle yourself. You have God-given right. You have God-given strength. Everyone is born with a gift, but we have to find our domain. All right? If you don't find a domain, we will help you here to find your domain. There is no way that Joe Boca will come and tell you that a friend is willing to send 285 equipment to Liberia. And for any reason, the friend will honor the entire cost of the shipment. And then if the equipment does not meet the need, all right? If the equipment does not meet the need, and then the equipment will be taken back. That is a blatant lie. That is a Bedigo lie. That is a Joseph Boca Bedigo lie. Joseph Boca Bedigo lie is when he misleading the people. He started that Bedigo lies when he was a young man, where he lied to a full businessman. He started a Bedigo lie when he lied on Doe, he lied on Ellie, he lied on Amos Sawyer, he lied on Cummins. Now Joseph Boca is lying to the Liberian people. Please do not set yourself up for that big Bedigo lie. The lie that Joseph Boca is telling you now is to say that he has a friend that we don't know. We consider our friend to be the letter X. Or no, like Malcolm X. You never knew your last name, so you call yourself Malcolm X. Joseph Boca friend is Boca X friend. Not X friend, but the letter X friend. Is willing to bring equipment to Liberia. Paying for it. Unloading it. Bringing it to Liberia. And Boca is saying that if the machine fails, their friend is willing to take it back. But their ex-friend, nobody knows their ex-friend. Nobody. Boca does not even know the friend. That friend is the largest better goat that Boca is telling you guys. Don't take my word for it. All I want you to do is to ask Joe Boca, where is the friend? Let him clearly give you the name of the friend, the address of the friend, the contact of the friends. Let the international or the local media go after that information to find that friend. Not only interview them, but let that friend explain to what Joe Boca has written here. So, Mr. Fanatic Cover, I know you are a criminal in America here before, but you clear your record out. Try to save yourself. Take the letter, give it to the integrity institution, and only provide the truth to the Liberian people. That whatever Boca is saying in the letter, let it be validated by the integrity institution and the media. The Fatiga brother, then one time they got ready, they said they went to Asia to find out about Jowia and Iboma loan. The Liberian government now need to take a diplomatic approach. Ask Mr. Boga for different detail. All you need to do, Mr. Kofa, is to prove that what Boga is saying here. Believe it. Trust that piece of information. But what? Verify it. Verify it. Because if Mr. Boga continues to say, better go to the Liberian people, we are heading in the wrong direction. Let me read the last part here. And that is why I spoke to Mr. Kofa right now. This is what he says here. All right? This is what he says here. He says the legislative involvement. We encourage and respect the role of the national legislature in the ratification process. What ratification process? The man already brought the equipment in the country. Hey, people have been masquerading with the equipment. Now, Mr. Boga is saying he respects the legislative process. Question: did he follow any legislative process? The answer is no. Why? Because he brought the equipment in. Then, why is he going back? Because he screwed up. He knows he made a big mistake. So, as far as mentioning the legislative branch involvement is what we call commentary after the news. He is giving commentary after the news. He had done the damage. Now he come back and say he won't respect the people. No. But you know, the guy, a bunch of useless guys in, or the end, bunch of useless. They got to put, look, the guys in the house, they work for you. So don't respect them until they start to do the right thing for you. Don't respect them until they start to do the right thing for you. Without you, they were not going to be in there. Some of them live in America and they were losers. They went over there, you made them to be somebody. And you got to hold them accountable. All right? Last but not the least, he talked about maintenance zone will be established in each county. I'm not interested in that. They may talk about maintenance zone, right? But he's saying that if the equipment don't work, then he will send the equipment back. But then you come to maintenance zone. I mean, what are a lot of contradictions in the letter here? You tell the person that the machine there for trial. Then you come in and talk about maintenance zone within the different country. This is nothing but piece of crap. Now that you are understood what Joseph Boga is all about, let's try to do a forensic audit about this information that Joe Boga has shared with you guys here. Let's try to go through a forensic audit of this letter that he has sent to the national legislature. All right? So let's look at the analysis here now. All right? Let me look at the analysis here right now. All right? And give you some of the failures of Joseph Boga letter. You ready for the analysis? In the meantime, let me just take a quick break and listen to Joe, so you can listen to Joe Boga here.
To determine the functional capacity in all health. That is something that every political leader needs to bring to the attention of the Liberian people. That man will be more of a medical liability than being a problem solver for that country. Joseph Boga is a man with a liability. You know, there are times that in the country, the life insurance company will not take certain people when they get too many sickness around them. So that insurance company will not take. The people need to understand that Joseph Boga is a medical liability. Joseph Boga is a medical liability. Not allow Joseph Boga to bring that liability. You guys are fucked up. You guys are fucked up. I'm telling you guys, you guys are fucked up. You guys are behind the wrong guy. Those guys are bunch of yo. What's so many? Look at this. Look at the people that are behind Joseph Boga. What are they doing for living in this time? They are all employed just like Joseph Boga himself. Joseph Boga has been unemployed for the past 5 years. He even revised his own vision. What is Joseph Boga's vision? Can anybody read on Joseph Boga's vision? What is Joseph Boga's national agriculture policy? What is Joseph Boga's national infrastructure policy? Nothing. Every day he carry around, arrest. Arrest what? Anybody can get out and put any kind of word together. Arrest. Masai can tell you, say, I need it, or D-rest. You can call yourself Z-rest. You can call yourself Rest. What the heck is Joseph Boga talking about? Arrest. That is nothing but some kind of over there. Joseph Walker got no vision for that country. Joseph Walker is very, very incompetent. He got nothing. Ellen Johnson said he know that Joseph Walker ain't work for him. Yeah, that's why she never promoted him.
All right. Ellen Johnson said he knew that Joe Walker was very incompetent. That is why she never promoted him. That is a statement that I stand by today, and that is a statement that I will always support. Why? Because you see Joe Walker here. You see, there are two things that Joe Walker suffer from today. Joe Walker is suffering from the 42-year failed 42-year vision. He's suffering from that. That means that he has no understanding about how government runs. Yeah, he doesn't have understanding about how government works. That's one thing that he suffers from as well. Number two, Joe Walker is being manipulated. He's being used by people who don't like him. People who want to steal from the Liberian people. Those are the people that are behind Joe Walker today. And we'll make sure that we expose those people all the time, because they are essentially using this old man for their own benefit. Some of you guys will not see what I'm talking about here, but it is the truth. All right? Just so you wonder, if you're wondering about the video that is being played, let me just show the video to you guys right now here. All right? There go the video there.
Get 2 minutes signal and respondent. So that insurance company will people need to understand that Joseph Walker is a medical liability. Joseph Walker is a medical liability. Not allow Joseph Walker to bring that up.
Hit it again.
You're fucked up. You guys are fucked up. You guys are fucked up. I'm telling you guys, you guys are fucked up. You guys are behind the wrong guy. Those guys are bunch of yo. What's so many? Look at this. Look at the people that are behind Joseph Walker. What are they doing for living in this time? They are all employed than Joseph Walker himself. Joseph Walker has been only employed for the past 5 years. He even revised his own vision. What is Joseph Walker's vision? Can anybody read on Joseph Walker's vision? What is Joseph Walker's national agriculture policy? What is Joseph Walker's national infrastructure policy? Nothing. Every day he carry around, arrest. Arrest what? Anybody can get on and put any kind of word together. Arrest. Masai can tell you, say, or D-Rex. You can call yourself C-Rex. You can call yourself Rex. What the heck is Joseph Walker talking about? Arrest. That is nothing but some kind of old junkie slogan he using over there. Joseph Walker got no vision for that country. Joseph Walker is very, very incompetent. He got nothing. Ellen Johnson said he know that Joseph Walker ain't work for him. Yeah, that's why she never promoted him. That's why she never promoted him, man.
All right, so Ellen Johnson said he knew that. So you are listening to somebody just sent me the letter here, being discussed by the Senate, and hopefully by God's grace we'll be discussing that tomorrow. But on our own term, we discussed the letter here today, and you understood the letter, and here is what we would like to provide to the people surrounding Joe Walker and for your own awareness and information. Mr. Walker need to understand that he is president for the younger generation. Many of the people back home, especially within the age range of 18 to 37, are still premature in understanding the functionality of the government, because many of them have been conditioned to believe in their lawmakers and their representatives, so to speak. And based on that, they have limited themselves to expanding their understanding, to expanding their knowledge, to gain more in order to hold the government accountable. And that is why oftentimes you will not find many people on such a platform like this, because the generation itself is already in a destructive mode. The young people today don't even value their own future. Group of young people who are willing to die behind a politician without even considering their future is a serious lost investment. Why? I'll tell you why. Since Ellen Johnson said he came to power, there are many people who have voted and voted and voted. They voted for the government officials and gave them power. Whether it is after their 6 years or 12 years, whether it is after the 9-year or 18-year, in the end, all those who participated in the voting process will see that public official leaving office with a fat bank account and a list of homes for themselves. But then when you ask the voters, what have you gained from the guy that provided the services for you? Nothing. Look at guy like Akara's grave. Let me start with the CDC people that are supported, and I still believe they are good people, but we have to look for the bad apple. Mr. Akara's grave represented that district. He left and went to France to get married. Nobody in your community ever got married in France, right? Yes. Mr. Akara's grave was in that place. He left that place with good money in his pocket. Yes, he did. He left that place with good money in his pocket. He did. He left that place with good money in his pocket. He did. Right? Yes. He left that place with good money in his pocket. How many people in his community actually got something? Nothing. Nobody want to be the Akara's grave because the people in that community gave him the opportunity. But what at least Akara Grace should have done for the community? Help to provide economic opportunity. You and I in other countries are not friends with the prime minister or the president. We are not friends with the lawmakers or member of the parliament. But these people try every day to provide some economic opportunity for us. I'm not only using Akara's grave as a stand-alone or as a silo person. I'm only using Akara's grave to represent all the other representatives that have served in our country and those that are serving now. That when they come to power through the power of the people, they will walk away with good money in their pocket and they will leave the people hanging in a balance with nothing for them. And when I come here to open their eyes, they are already been conditioned. There's no way I can change them. They are like an old dog, all right? They are like an old dog that you cannot teach new trick. That is why I believe in Vision 2065. If you're on here watching me today, I want you to join me and let's plan for Vision 2065. There is a benefit to that Vision 2065 and there is a sacrifice to the 2065 vision. Many of us today, we will be the sacrificial lamb for the Vision 2065. We will not be part of 2065. Because the 2065 vision is set for those who started coming to the face of the planet by 2013 and to the end of 2025. That means that you and myself, that vision not for us. But we will ensure that we set the basis so that when that time comes, the kid that was born in 2013, this year, that kid perhaps is 11 years old. By the time we hit 2065, that kid will be 52 years old. We want to prepare the future for the people because that is when I believe, strongly believe, that Liberia will be a better country by that time. Because before we get to 2065, all the guys that are destroying the future of the country will be dead and gone. And without education and with the help of artificial intelligence and other global initiatives, Liberia will become a better country by then. All the guys will die. They will die. And the only thing I hope that all the government officials, John Weir, Barker, Ellie Stallo, all of them, put them in one grave. Put it not in one grave, but put it in one cemetery. Bury all of them there. Because the children of 2065 and beyond, when they get to see the mistake, there should be a time that they will take them to that graveyard and say, these are the people that destroy the country. They mess your parents left out. And our 2065 vision will open their eyes. If you don't believe in 2065 vision, then you don't believe in the future of your own generation. Why? Because it is a vision that you will not see. You see, the people who helped to build America, the people who helped to fight about civil rights in this country, you are not here. I was not here. But today, the opportunity that we enjoy, they made that sacrifice. They made that sacrifice. They said to themselves, if we cannot enjoy it, let's try to fight it. And that is why you will say no. Because you don't want to prepare the future for your children. The military of the country that went to war to protect the land, that they set a day aside, Memorial Day, Veteran Day, they went to defend this country when you and I were not here. But today we come, we enjoy it. You think that they were selfish? They were going to say, we fighting no war for nobody. But they did. They did. Nelson Mandela was in jail for 27 years. He came and saw small, and he dead and gone. So if you don't believe in 2065, I don't even want to see you on the platform. You will know about yourself. You will know about yourself. So the mistake that Boka is making is only going to add to the so many mistakes that we have today. So now that we read the letter, let's try to break things down that Boka should have done. Remember, there are 8 pillars of good governance. And Joseph Boka have violated those 8 pillars of good governance. But as we break down that letter, there are a few things I would like to bring to your attention. Let's go down the list. Boka decided to bring machine in the country. Just how he decided to bring buses in the country. Why you think the Ghanaian buses went back today? The same reason we gave is the same reason we're about to give here too. The first thing Boka should be doing, if there's any project, is to conduct what we describe as feasibility studies. Did you see Mr. Boka conducting any feasibility study? The answer is no. Why feasibility study? Conducting a thorough feasibility study to understand the need of the equipment, the scale of the requirements, and the potential impact on the country infrastructure and economy. That was never done. He never did that. There's no report to validate that. Number 2, market research. There are people in the government that's supposed to carry on market research. Why carry on market research? Carrying out market research to understand the cost of such equipment in the international market and to identify the potential suppliers. But he said that his friend bringing it. But he want to use the taxpayer money to pay for that. That's another problem too. Number 3, risk assessment. Haven't we spoken about risk assessment here? My friend, if you don't take anything from me, anytime I come on the show, the last thing I want for you to ever remember for the rest of your life is risks. Always consider risks when you're doing anything. If you don't take anything from me since I've been on Facebook, always say, Jay Rennie say I should always analyze things from a risk standpoint. So what does that mean in this scenario for Joe Boka? Risk assessment. Perform risk assessment to identify the potential risks associated with the acquisition, including financial, operation, and repetition risks. That is your character risks. Boka did not do that. He never did that. Legal consultation. Boka saying that, oh, if the machine don't work, we'll carry back. Really? And that's why the Liberian government need to find out. Because the very people who bringing the machine in, you think they're willing to go waste their money? Then that guy must be filthy, rotten rich. No investor will want to come pay money and bring it and carry back. Boka is not saying the truth. So why do we need legal consultation? Yes, and why? Consult with legal experts to understand the legal implication of such acquisition. What does the acquisition mean? What question can we ask the friend? That's why it's important to have the legal term involved into this, especially when it's involved foreign supplier. Did he do that? No. Drafting of preliminary agreement. Mr. Boka said it's a friend and it's an agreement. John Molu letter mentioned that. Before the machine arrived, this is key now, Liberian. Listen here, my people. What you're about to listen to, that's number 5. Listen, this is key for me and it also be key for you. It says, before the machine arrived in the country, a preliminary agreement could have been drafted outlining the basic terms of the agreement, the responsibility of each party, and the course of action in case the negotiation failed. What did Boka say in regards to that? He never mentioned about draft agreement. He only came and wrote in a letter, when the equipment failed, we'll send it back. That is not a good way. The machine already in the country. Many of you guys will not understand these things, but I hope that you try to relate to what I'm saying so you can be able to ask this question. Stakeholder communication. Who are the stakeholders? Well, member of the national legislature. You see, in a country who serve as regulator, policy maker, the 911 people, whether it is the medical, the EMS, all right, the emergency management services, whether it is the police, whether it is the regulatory authority, we call these people stakeholders, right? Yes. So, stakeholder communication. Who are those in the case? The Liberian people are part of the government structure, so are part of the society, so they are stakeholder. The national legislature is part of the government structure. They are also considered as stakeholder. So that read when it says stakeholder communication, right? What do we say? What the APLO says, inclusive participation. Here, it is considered to be stakeholder communication because it is a project that involves the people of Liberia and the national legislature, right? So, stakeholder communication. What does it say? Communicate the plan and its potential impact to all stakeholders, including the legislative branch, the public. Who is the public? You and I, we are the public. To ensure transparency and to do what? Build trust. Do you trust Joe Burger now? After everything you are seeing from the bosses to now the machine, communication is key. He failed to do that. Budget allocation. Ensure that there is a budget allocation for project to cover the potential costs that may arise during the negotiation or acquisition. Did he do that? No. Last but not the least, plan for maintenance and operation. Have a clear plan for maintenance and operation of the equipment if the deal goes through. My fellow Liberian, in showing all these steps I just explained to you, will create not only a transparent process, but a well-structured approach to the acquisition, reducing what? Risks. You can hear that? Reducing risks and increasing the chances of a successful implementation. Joseph Burger has lied to the Liberian people. Yes, he has lied to the Liberian people, and that lie will be exposed very soon. But it is up to you to share the post, and it is up to the national legislators and the opposition to do their part. That's the way, the only way that we will get to see what is actually happening to our people. All right? So guys, let's listen to the guy for the last time.
To go because he is incapacitated. The main health condition how many guys know about Joseph Burger health? Joseph Burger is a public official. You got to know Joseph Burger physical and functional capacity. Why did Joseph Burger go on health? No. The man is sick. The man got pacemaker in. And he's not letting the Liberian people know where he stands as it relates to his overall health. Where does he stand? Where does he stand? Joseph Burger has not given you any medical report to determine his functional capacity, his overall health. That is something that every political leader needs to bring to the attention of the Liberian people. That man will be more of a medical liability than being a problem solver for that country. Joseph Burger is a man with a liability. You know, there are times that in the country, the life insurance company will not take certain people when they get too many sickness around them. So that insurance company will not take. The people need to understand that Joseph Burger is a medical liability. Joseph Burger is a medical liability. Not allow Joseph Burger to bring that liability.
All right. So, all right, guys. So, I would say we, you and I, would like to bring the show to an end. And thank you guys so much for the opportunity. You now know what our letters stand. You now know the intention of Joe Burger. He's a guy who is not in the interest of the Liberian people. But again, people out there who are very dedicated to ensuring that transparency exists. And you also need to understand that Mr. Burger is here to sell very good to you. Do not be fooled. Don't be the fool of businessman. Always ask Joe Boca the heavier question. Show me the proof. Joe Boca has presented a letter to the National Legislature. Tell your lawmaker, call them and say, trust that letter, but verify everything he says in there. To the journalists out there, you need to start investigating. You need to create a group of investigative journalists. We need more investigative journalists in Liberia than any other area. So until then, I would like to say thank you for everything. Hopefully by God's grace, we'll be back here. Girl. Only my family can appreciate what I do on Facebook, but not you guys. That's why you're not eating my food. You know, there's a video I share with my wife and some other friends. The video goes like the little girl, her mom bought her candy. And her mom said, can I have some of the candy? She said, no. And then she started eating the candy. So, in the spirit of no, my little fool, no, you're not eating it. Every Yango, you're not welcome here. Moyu, you are welcome here, but you're not going to eat some of my food. So I see you guys, man. See you guys.
DJ, stay.
My name is Bill Young, and today the president has been looking into members of the House of Representatives to report that the young Muslim saga has been training Liberia, and the president sent in information to the House of Representatives, clarifying his side of the issue of the yellow machine, how it came into the country. So still tuned as we go through and bring you live coverage of what is happening live in the House.
If you read from two of the president's communication, it says no opponent forward, neutralized. But if a man can set the right and from reality shame, forum that is intended for the public has been neutralized. What do I mean? If the machines keep on duty free, which we know of, NRA has informed us, we have evidence of that. Revenue that should have been generated from the duty privilege of duty of those machines has been lost. Let me please protect me. At the end of the day, the Liberia Revenue Authority, at the end of the day, the Liberia Revenue Authority, NRA, is going to bring a spreadsheet that will take into account how much duty that was allotted within the period of the fiscal. To say that no public fund has been utilized, I agree. But fund that was intended for the public has been utilized. I see that as a contradiction. I know the president has a good intent of this country. That's why I'm afraid to associate myself with the rescue team as a rescue legislator. But we must ensure that writing is done. If people around the presidency who want to do the wrong thing will not agree to this. The next thing is this: the PBCC, before a contract or before a purchase is done under our law, there must be a procurement. The machine is here. Then you telling us you will ensure that the law is a year too. How can we go to right now and face that PCC law has been violated? There is no civil association. I said the White House nation. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, let me say this to you. There's possible value in as much as I bring people in the machine. We support the machine and we support the president general. But we will not support people that run the presidency. So my those presidential appointees will be going to resign. No, this country will regret for the show of the 105 persons that were elected. So the good because the Christians are not mercy. Don't trust. Don't yellow machines. Parade the streets of Monrovia. From the national, from the three part of Monrovia, all the way around the cycle. They say no public was used. I come to ask you this. Are you concerned about the people that were using the machines? Are you concerned about pedestrians, motorists, people that were arbitrarily stopped along the road, thereby infringing on their freedom of movement? Mr. Speaker, I come to say to you, there is a need to start using those measures. And another thing is the issue of the storage and what we are hearing. For the past, we want to say everything. We got the America was put on as the basis of data. We are receiving in the process we have several invoices here. Based on those invoices we have received, the price of this rate was the price of the machine. Okay, the shame is a speaker. The invoices does not community rate. But what we had for the invoice that we broken, it does not community rate. The one we had was a speaker. We can tell you I will not sit there and laugh. And many of the people, they started hard and with the teacher of my own. No way.
So the president letter has been discussed on the floor. Like I told you, the president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Lumumba, sent in a communication this morning giving the side of the story of the yellow machines. Not a dime has been spent on the yellow machines saga. The hard questions have been answered. So with that, the minister state.
All right, guys, let me say hi to every one of you guys. It's Friday and welcome to the show. Thank you guys so much for taking your time out to join me here this evening. By the way, by way of information, tomorrow morning I will be joining my buddy, the guy from Liberia. As you know, I have been very busy over the last weekend, and to this weekend I think we should be okay. I did talk to him, and he said that we will be going through the show tomorrow. So tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be right in the chair here again, having a conversation with the guy from back home in Liberia. And I think what you're watching and other stories or trending issue in the country will be discussed tomorrow. So if you have the time tomorrow morning, again, you are welcome to come and join us so that we can have the conversation. This guy is actually in Liberia, and our conversation will be on the ground. So I think so far that's the information I have for you guys. But what I wanted to discuss with you guys here today, again, is what is actually happening in our country. Do you really understand the issue? Do you know why things are going the way it is right now? what is driving our leadership in the country decision and how. We need to understand these things here. Yes, you know, understand these things. So we thank you very much, Ansu. Ansu says like this shit. Yeah, thank you very much, Ansu. So again, we are back here again to discuss. Everybody like this one. Who wanted who wanted for Ansu? I mean, if you want, I can send it to you guys, but you have to pay for shipping and handling. All right. So Ansu, you like the T-shirt? That's fine. Who wanted first? Let me know. And I'm getting older now, so I'm doing away with all these, beautiful sweater and stuff. But anyway, I always like to share fun with you guys. But if you want to know where I got it from, just let me know. I can send you the link, but don't share the link with anybody. Yeah, just keep your link to yourself. All right, that is our trade secret. All right, Answer say you are the first. All right, Answer you the first. If you and Luis keep arguing now, you have to split the share, and maybe split it this way or split it this way. All right, but anyway, thank you guys so much. I really enjoy spending time with you guys over here, and I think as we go towards the end of the third quarter, because we are not in the second quarter of the year, so as we go towards the quarter of the year, I think one thing I think we have learned now since we begin this year, as far as the presentation on the platform go, we have learned so far, to my recollection, and please fill in the missing part that I may not provide. When we started this year, our agenda, we stated it here, is to provide comprehensive information on how things should be done and why it should be done the way it is, right? Because we look at the why and the how. Why should things be done this way, and how can we go about doing it? And then we'll also talk about the ethics. Ethics is what and how we do things by stand up, and everything that we have discussed so far on the platform, we use the why and the how, and then we support it with ethics, and then we support it with stand up of how things should be done. So as we sail down this year, everything that happened now is we are asking ourselves why it happened and how it should have been carried out, and then why it did not happen, and then we'll go for the why again. And then we look at the ethics of people behavior, good ethics, good practices. We don't see these things all the time. So this is where we are today as far as the country goes. So the trending issue in the country right now is the fact that President Boyka brought into the country a large number. He made the announcement that the government is going to import a very large piece of equipment in the country. And what we want to understand here is why the president decided to bring in the piece of equipment in the country, but how is he going to go about to bring this piece of equipment in the country? So we're going to look at the how, the why and the how. Why is he bringing the equipment in the country? That's one. How is he going to bring the equipment in the country? That's two. This platform, I just want to make sure that when you're having conversation out there, you don't have to be a PhD graduate. You don't have to have a master's, bachelor, associate. But discussing things with logic, discussing things with a purpose of understanding, it will give you a reason to understand how people think and why they do things the way they do things. So for the Boyka issue, what we want to establish here first is we all know that Mr. Boyka decided to bring some number of equipment into the country, right? Yes. And that, of course, is a good news for you and I, right? Yes. But how is he going to bring the equipment in the country? Why are we asking the why? Because the why question is an open question. It gave you the opportunity to receive more answer from that. It gave you also the opportunity to understand whether the leaders who the Liberian people voted for actually understand the process of how things should be done in the country. That is why we're asking the why question. The why question often is asked by our children. Most of the time, our children will ask, oh, why? Why this, why that? Right, guys? You have your kids in this country and other places, your kid always ask you. When anyone asks you why, that is what we describe as open-ended question. They want you to give more explanation. Right? They want you to give more explanation. The Joseph Boga administration, as we know it, ran on a campaign slogan called The Arrest. The Arrest, in our program, they talk about agriculture, they talk about reconstruction or roads, something like that, education, sanitation, how do you call it, technology, and what have you. Those things were all good. All right? They were all good in terms of the wording of it, the way they talk about it. Right? Yeah, it's like you went to the market. You have a list of things to buy. And that's how Joe Boga did it. He came up with a list of things under the arrest: agriculture, road, education, sanitation, and then what? I think technology, right? Yeah, so those are a list of things he went and put out there to the Liberian people. Now, does that make sense? Absolutely. It makes sense at that time. And it still makes sense up to today. Now, compare that to you going to the market. You carry your list. You bought potato green, you bought the algo oil, you bought onion, pepper, you brought everything home, right? Yes. Joe Boga took the arrest list and went on the campaign trail and convinced the people. The people elected him. He won. Now, let's go back to the soup. Before you start cooking the potato green, you have to cut the greens, right? Yes. You have to beat the pepper, whatever you do, and then you put the meat in a pot and pre-boil the meat, and then you start to put things together, right? That pot that you're cooking that soup into, let's take that logic and bring it back to Joe Boga. Joseph Boga said he got the thing called arrest. The agriculture could be maybe the palm butter. The road could be the pea feed. The education could be the boning. The the technology could be the onion. Now, we have that list. But how is Mr. Boga going to prepare that list in order to cook a decent soup for us to eat? What do I mean? How is Mr. Boga going to develop that plan? The development of that plan is called the National Policy Plan. It's just that somebody say, all the things I bought, I'm going to cook cassava leaf. You already know the soup name. All the things I bought, I'm going to cook palm butter. President Boga brought all these things. How do we know to give it a perfect name? It's called the National Development Agenda. That's why it is. So imagine Mr. Boga brought all these things from. He had not even started to put things together. That is why we asking Mr. Boga, where is your National Development Plan? The person come from the market say, but what time you cook this soup here now? What time you cook the food here? Oh, the food here. You're just wait, the food here. But you have to process that food to have it cooked. Mr. Boga said he have something called arrest. But how is he going to carry on the arrest? You follow me on this? So we're trying to create what we call Mr. Boga event map. We want to create Mr. Boga event map of things. Right? Now, it has been over almost pretty close to 200 days now. Pretty close to 200 days. It's like, send the person came from the market, it's been over 3 hours now, you cook a soup here. We're getting hungry. Since Mr. Boga came to power, he has not been able to develop a national development plan. Now, the person that brought the list of things from the market, right? Maybe in there you got dry pepper, you got dry boning, you got roasted mackerel, you got pea feed, you got, and crawfish in there. Guess what? If you don't cook that soup, other people can't start eating the fish small. No, no, don't do that one. Oh, but who took a fee? Oh, the other man took a fee. That man took a fee. People start taking little things from the food you bought and losing the focus of you cooking that soup. When you come to Boca got an arrest program. But because he had not developed a national development plan, you see somebody coming today say, oh, we're bringing boss. The bosses come to the country. And then they put mid nose. Oh, that boss there, we're not happy about it. And there's other person, but you eating the bone, you eating the crawfish. When the soup will get done, okay, mama, you put that in and you go outside. Then you come to Boca. Oh, my dad come say they coming with boss today. Then they put mid nose about the boss. Then you go to the Caribbean account today. They say, oh, the yellow machine here. Why these things are happening? Because Mr. Boca administration is yet to develop a national development plan that will cook that beautiful soup for the people of Liberia. Don't take my word for it, friends. Those of you who listen to me, things are done the way I'm explaining it to you in this country. And that is called the standard of how things should be done. That is called going by the regulation, going by the policy. And in our own interpretation is why Mr. Boca wanted to be president. Why Mr. Boca came out with the arrest. What the arrest supposed to do for Mr. Boca. All the list of things. Why the person going to the market to buy all the list of food. Why the onion, why the pepper, why the potato green, why the dry fish. Well, they decide to buy all these things because they want to cook, right? Yes. How are they going to cook the food? Well, they had to go through A, B, C, and D, right? How do you cook the food? Well, I had to cut the greens, yes. Somebody got to put the pepper in the mortar and beat the pepper. Somebody got to take the thing off the scale of the crawfish, yes. Put it in there, right? Yes. Now let's come to Boca. Boca went and brought the arrest. The arrest is his agenda. But setting the agenda for it to achieve a goal, Mr. Boca is yet to understand these things. And that's why I want you guys to understand here. It is a challenge to many people if you don't understand these things. Because it must be done or carried out by an experienced person. And that's why Boca keep making these mistakes. Right? Like for example, if you want to put salt in the soup, you often got to taste the soup to determine the quantity of salt in the soup. You got to look at the fire that is underneath the stove to see that the flammability of that thing, the way the fire is blazing, it will not burn the soup. Boca don't understand all these things. These guys on the different platform don't understand all these things. The reason most of these guys who run the platform don't understand these things, my brothers and sisters, most of these guys are not decision makers in this country. People don't hold them accountable. I can see it. I can feel it. It's like you watching a soccer game. You know the rules of the game. You can look at some game and tell my man, let's go. When I listen to this guy, when I watch this guy and the way they discuss things, it clearly tells me that they had no clue to educate the people out there. And therefore, the people are not understanding the mistake that Boca is making. And that's some of the reason why today Mr. Weah is an ex-president, because the people who were in the forefront of President Weah did not educate the people. The platform that we run today is not about political leverage. It's about helping the government, helping the society to help our people understand these things. And the way I'm presenting this thing here, you can clearly see the big picture and clearly decide, yes, that this guy is making a lot of mistakes. So here we are today. Do you think if Mr. Boca had decided to cook the soup the right way, let's say the person frying the green, the person put the green in the soup, frying the green, and somebody want to go put water there. No, don't put water there. Not for to put water in there yet. Yes. In fact, the pifi is pre-boiling right now. Don't put the pifi in the soup. All right? The oil is hot. Let me fry the fish. Then let me do this. Let me cut the green and dump the green in there. Everything will be done by a procedure. Why? Because the how to cook a beautiful soup is the reason why we're taking all these steps. In order for Mr. Boca to have a smooth government, when you run your platform during the campaign time, all that thing Boca was talking about, the arrest, they this, they that. After he won the election, that particular arrest that he used as a political platform eventually became a policy. Anyone who runs a campaign, whatever you tell the people over there that you're going to be doing, everything you listed, that is your campaign platform. When you win an election, that campaign becomes your policy tools that you need to drive, right? Anybody who goes to the market with a list, when you buy whatever you want to buy, you bring it home, you're going to customize that food to your liking. You're going to cook it either with red oil or with argo oil or with no oil, and you're going to put all the ingredients inside. When you become a president after running the campaign, your policy, your platform becomes what? Your policy. What is policy? Policy is the way how things should be done. You can't go outside of that policy. You stay with inside of that policy. So what Mr. Boka is supposed to be doing now, gentlemen, yes. We want to build road, right? Yes. What our policies say? Well, our policies say before we go out there to consult with any businesses, we have integrity institutions here. We must first meet up with the national legislature and put before them what we intend doing to build roads. For example, we want to build road. All right. What are we intending doing? We won't go out there to get piece of equipment. And then somebody who understands the policy between the House of Representatives function and the executive function should be the referee between the executive and the legislature. And then that person should also understand whether they got a PPC law or what kind of law. They need to understand those things. Yes, they need to understand it. And say, for Mr. Boka, yes, what are you contemplating on now? Well, my road policy is something that I want to prioritize. You want to do that? Yes. Okay. So what is the process of getting a road? Well, we need piece of equipment to bring to this country here. How are you going to build the equipment? Well, we want to utilize some deal between the investor and us here. You want to utilize the deal here. What deal are you thinking about? Well, maybe we got the Wurugisi Mountain. We got other natural resources somewhere. Okay. Mr. President, in how much your plan is looking at utilizing the resources? Remember, we have the House of Representatives that represent the people. We have to declare our plan to them and make sure that we state it clearly, because they're going to be asking you the equipment we're going to be bringing. Who's going to honor the cost? Who's going to pay for that equipment? Is it going to be part of the deal? Do you have money up front? How is it going to be done? That's number one. Number two, are we clear with the law on the books? Like my friend in America here, there is something they call, let me try to find it for you here. In the United States here, there is something they call Federal Conflict of Interest Rule. Try to define that. Federal Conflict of Interest Rule. These rules are found at the 18 USC Code 208 with implementing regulation. All right? It is essentially a rule that prohibits you from taking official action in a particular manner involving any entity in which you or someone whose interests are imputed to you, or maybe aligned with your value. So, before Mr. Boka go about doing this thing, there should be legal minds again, Mr. Boka, saying, look, Mr. President, yes, I know you got a very good plan here, right? Yes. But are we going to abide by the legal rules? Yes. The legal rule I talk about, for example, the code of conduct, does the action plan you planning to put into place, does it meet the expectation of the code of conduct in this country as public official? Yes. You got a pen, you put a check mark there. Number two, are we going out there under the good governance rule that talk about the 8 pillars of good governance? Have we gone out there to talk to the people about your plan of action? If the answer is no, well, we need to start a public campaign on that first. Then you go to the national legislature. These are people who represent the people. How are we planning to present the program or this investment project to the national legislature? Have we met with the investor to get more information from the investor and see what the detail, the agreement is going to be all about? Because when we go to that house, we have opposition in our house, Mr. President. They are going to be asking us tough questions. So I'm asking you this question here, Mr. President. Don't get vexed with me. I'm asking you this question. I'm playing the devil advocate role here. Have we gone to the investor to know who the investor is? Have we validated that investor business record across all prior places he had done business? Because the last thing we want to do, Mr. President, is to go out there, screw up things. The next thing you know, we're in the news. We're on social media. People are destroying us out there. Mr. President, have you done these things? I'm just trying to dramatize this thing here for you guys because many of your past government officials don't do these things. That's why the country continues to fail. That's why the country continues to be used as a practical example of bad governance. Every time a president is about to do things, he advisors will play the role of a devil advocate to challenge the president. We don't do this thing in Liberia. And that's why when it comes out of there, I can just say, look, these guys will fail. And I will say it again. They will fail. Now, when you have all these things, when you have all these things all aligned, and you go to the House of Representatives, you go to the House of Representatives to go present your case. You call the speaker, invite the speaker to the house, to the executive mansion. You see all the time, Donald Trump, Obama, Biden, and they invite the speaker then, sit down across. Mr. Speaker, yes, the issue of the road in this country, it has been a very serious concern here. We are in the process of changing the landscape of this country. We are in the process of changing the landscape in the country. By then, you already finish getting some of your preliminary work done. Because the first thing you're going to do, you have to first make sure that things like conflict of interest is out of the way. Things like unfair advantages is out of the way. Corruption and bribery is out of the way. Public trust is already in place. And legal issue already in place. All the things I just listed for you, those are things that the opposition will use against you. What will get the thing out of the way? Number one, you got to do your feasibility study of that road. You have to do your feasibility study. You have to do your market research. You got to look at the risk assessment. You got to look at the legal consultation. You got to look at drafting the preliminary agreement. You got to look at the communication that you are now initiating with the Speaker of the House and running out to the people. And then you got to look at the budget allocation. Those things will counterbalance the issue of conflict of interest. But then you finish doing your due diligence. You finish doing your due diligence. So the Speaker comes to the House and say, all right, Mr. President, yes, I love your vision for the people of Liberia. We represent the people. But as you know, there will be questions that will be asked. Sometimes the Speaker can bring a very strong opposition to that meeting. First, the opposition will say, Mr. President, do you mind telling me whether this role, this investment, do you see any conflict of interest in this investment, in the investment project? No, we had done no conflict of interest. In fact, we had done the legal aspect of the Constitution. We are going to do the risk assessment. We have gone so far to do the feasibility study. There is nothing wrong. We have all the documentation here. Really? Yes. Okay. Sound very nice. Now, what are we going to be looking at in terms of the investment? What are you intending doing? Well, I'm intending bringing in 285 machines. Have there been any communication or understanding, Mr. President? Of course. Here are the details. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think what we can do here now with the conversation is to request that everyone who support the budget, the president project, let us have an open session to clearly understand so our colleagues and us can discuss all these things. But I think, Mr. President, we understand and we love your vision. But I think in order to create a check and balance in the system, we would like to discuss these things. My friend, everything I explained, do you see Mr. Boga doing those things? Do you see Mr. Boga doing those things? The answer is no. Mr. Boga never did those things. After Mr. Boga went out there along with his people and jumped out there and decided to bring the piece of equipment, how do you validate the process that Mr. Boga took? Whether it violates any laws in our country, whether it met any standard. You know, if you have to understand the law, but did he follow the rule? He never followed the rule. And this is where we are. So these people you see back here, these are people who work for the Boga administration, right? Yeah, these are people who work for the Boga administration. Why are they here today? Because the right thing was not done. That's why they are here. So let's listen.
And the Minister of National Defense, they are here to clarify some issues here. So still coming to live from the House of Representatives.
To the point. The executives have gone wrong regarding the entire machine issue. We as lawmakers, we have been completely disrespected by the Nigerian people, all because they are not reading the Constitution. Having said this, I will want them.
Okay, I mean, guys, let me see. I know some of you guys, I know some of you guys are from a very disciplined background, but I just want to make the open appeal. We are dealing with people that have no self-discipline, all right? No disrespect to the house, but these guys are not disciplined. They don't even believe that when someone is talking, there is something that God gave them called hearing, what they're supposed to listen. They don't believe in these things. So it just shows that our society has no limitation to being disciplined. Whether we're in a street, we make noise. We in a conversation area, we make noise. There's no discipline. So I understand that some of you guys are very uncomfortable right now because of the noise, but there's nothing we can do right now. There's nothing we can do. And there's nothing we can do. These guys, they are the way they are, and so we just have to accept it. So try to block all that part, and because we're never brought up, respecting other people talking. This is a fundamental problem we have, my brothers and sisters. This is a fundamental problem. You saw all these things. From the day Akara's Gray were there, and the other guy, your man, you start smoking opinion here. Nobody ever went back to that video and said, look, come on, guys, man. I know we started things on a very rough note. And, but as member of the House of Representatives, we need to be very mindful how we do things. And, but everything that you saw from the early time, the legislature, the thing they did, it went through the WIA administration, now in the Boga administration. Now you see why our country has wasted 177 years, nothing has changed. You can tell from the behavior and interaction of the people who are currently in our society as leaders. They don't learn from their past. They don't adjust things. That place is a place that people need to be very quiet. Sometimes when you see the women doing that thing, and then when someone else says the women behind the black man, oh, you're not to argue. It's true. Some of you guys, just by watching the thing, like, but how can I concentrate on what you guys see when everybody there making noise? So everybody think, if everybody in the thing that they are in charge of, they're talking, then who is in control of the place for people to listen? You follow me on this? So I just want to appeal to you, and conscience. Let us just listen to these guys. And it is what it is. We are from a very illiterate society. It's going to take years before we start to understand that we need to respect each other. When one person is speaking, the rest of the other people listen. We don't have this thing. If it's up to me, that national legislature need to go through an onboarding process. Everybody that win in that place, there must be a training for these guys. If you would change the way these guys are conducting themselves, it will be based on their behavior. Some people say, but in the United States, Congress, people don't do this thing. Well, the reason they don't do this thing about making noise is because from the elementary school they went to, the high school, everybody went to, they were trained, they were taught how to be listener when people are talking and only speak when you have, or raise your hand to say something to be recognized. None of those things were ever taught to us. We self-learn these things individually. Unfortunately for us, more people did not learn it, only few people learn it. All right? So let's listen to them here. I think that all I can say on that. Let's continue here, folks. Let's continue.
President, with his 42 years old experience knowledge, to rewrite this house, telling us an important that we are going wrong. With this, the public will get to know our importance and the reason they have elected us to be here. We cannot come to sit here every day we get in the streets. People are laughing at us. People are abusing us. Very soon, people will start to throw stones at our people. And even as we are speaking, they have not been able to give us our benefits, and the public is yet to be our entitlement. Rather, we are going against. So this matter, we have to take it very serious and make sure that the president, with his wisdom, will see reason to apologize to this house and to apologize to the Liberian.
I sat down and listened to my colleagues, and I think some level of accountability.
So I believe this is Charles Snyder here, right? This guy with a Charles Snyder, and I believe this is the lady here who are masquerading with a piece of equipment. The people are smiling. They don't see any urgency of what they had done that is considered to be a executive mistake. They don't even see the need. They look at the guys and say, look at the foolish guys in here. These guys are a bunch of hustlers. And you know, they just brought here just to come here and answer themselves. And we just sitting here looking at them here. That's exactly what these people are doing here. And, you know, and this is some of the unseriousness in our system of governance that can really get to me. All right. You think it would be somebody sitting there in the United States Senate? And make no mistake. Anytime I'm talking about things, I will always use the example in America here. If you don't want to hear it, you don't want to see it, don't come on the platform yet. And more beside that, pack your load and go back to Liberia. But as long you're in this country and you're getting the protection, you're getting the benefit from the country here, I will always use the administrative example that the white people are teaching us here. Because you that watching me right now, then will come and say, oh, don't compare America with Liberia. When somebody come and call you the N-word, you have to go call somebody on the phone, say, oh, so the person insulting me here, right? You have to go get a lawyer. If you don't want to follow the thing, then don't come on the platform here. But administratively, I will always use things that we do in the country every day. Do you think those guys, if they were part of the government structure in the country, they will go over there and be sitting down like that and smiling? No. Because they know people are there willing to grill them, willing to tell them the truth. But these guys don't care. These guys don't care. All right? They don't care. They just say, now, look at the bunch of useless guys in here. By the time they fall, they coming to offer money here and there. Yeah, they better get it from over there. So what is the urgency that will give you and I the reason to believe in these guys? Nothing. We see anything happen during the any administration. Judy Moore, public works minister, went while all his share open, nothing happened. We saw the same thing during the Weir administration. Samuel 12, other people went there, nothing happened. We see the same thing here again in the Bulgarian government, the same thing went there, nothing happened. So why are we having this conversation to begin with? That's why I keep telling you, only about 2065, that you will see a better country. For now, it's just nothing but a imaginary government. That's what we're seeing here right now. You want to doubt me? Well, July 26th will make the country 177 years old. What have we seen so far after 177 years? Nothing. And you think that from now to 2065 will change things? From now to 2065 is not more than 50 years to go now. Very short, right? But think about all the time we have wasted in our country because we are a bunch of unserious people. These people went and screw up things. They didn't follow the process. You got lawmakers that want to just making it noise for nothing. Yeah, it is why it is. Let's just continue here, folks. It is why it is.
I sat and listened to my colleagues, and I enjoyed the confession from our friends from the Unity Party. Yes. The fact that you confessed, it did not also negate the fact that the wrong was done. I want to give you a message to the president and tell all the president is watching. The president started with the letter correctly by telling the Liberian people that here in France, they are discussing on a gentleman agreement. There's somewhere that brought me in, and I pray that we will not reach that far. The father says, if the agreement fails, that we need as a country to reach the lawmakers, then we will get at that point. I pray that we will not get at that point. One of the reasons I want to talk is the issue of the AFL. The AFL, if the president free, out of generosity, gave the president some machines and truck. I think we should try one big football field for the things to park instead of carrying it to our public area. And that's why it's important that we all, as lawmakers of the country, to make sure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the machines, all of our people calling us because people have been fascinated that we are now refusing the machines in the country. We are not saying that. If even the rest there's a very stable food, no business passage go in here and speak people share and bring in here with asking the question. So the president feel we are beginning to rule to chief to the president without cost. Because if a cost is attached, nothing will be abrogated by the people in politics. Thank you. I don't know what the formula.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, as chairman of good governance, Mr. Speaker, the essence of good governance and rule of law is one of transparency. I believe this process, the executive, and not be transparent with Liberian people to provide the needs of the state people who are involved in this negotiation. As Liberians that is involved, the person communicating with us is to inform us the need of the friend in question and the business we own in the world. There are people who are made on a dubious atmosphere. And when you are transacting with them, they could be dubious in their transaction. So to communicate with us, it is necessary and we are very wise to inform us as the people legislators the need of that actor we are negotiating with. I believe as chairman government, that procedure has not been open and not been transparent.
So you listen to this guy, right? So just by listening to that guy, you now recognize the mistake the government has made. Why you think people should be asking all the after the effect or after the fact question or making all these statements after the fact? Sylvester Grisby didn't know that these guys in the House of Representatives are a bunch of losers. They don't know what they're there for. So sometimes when they say that with Boca, look, Boca, don't forget about these people, man. These boys are a bunch of electric boys then who just assume power through the ignorance of the Liberian people. What do they know about investment? What do they know about concession agreement? What do they know about XYZ? That's exactly what Sylvester Grisby is telling Boca all the time. So they're like, you know what? Why it is true that we have 3 branches of government? You guys know why they're a bunch of losers. They don't mean anything. And we'll do what we're supposed to do. When the time comes, we'll go there and go listen to them when they finish talking their crap. Because this government, this legislative branch is nothing but a bunch of hustlers. And And that's exactly what I want you to understand here. Because you see, all the questions the guy is asking, you know, you can do that thing in America here. You can do that thing in Australia. You can do that thing in Great Britain. You can do it in any sound country. As president, you just go out there and bring a deal with a friend. First thing the speaker will do, they will launch an internal investigation. They will summon people on an oath. Did you see you got anything over what that? No, they just call the guy, they just can't say that. Anything that is done in our house with off and oath being taken is nothing considered to be serious. The guy just say, let's go listen to look at them making their nose. That's what they're doing. But this is nothing but a serious blunder, a monumental blunder, failure by the Boga administration. But many Liberals will not see it this way. It's very unfortunate. And make no mistake, you give Liberia 20 years from now, the literacy rate will increase rather than decreasing. So don't waste your time. I'm telling you guys today, don't waste your time. That country got more time. You know, Liberia got more year to waste. Only by 2065 before things will start getting serious. But from now to 2064, a lot of mistakes going to be made in that country. From now to 2064, a lot of mistakes going to be made in that country. And by the time we go to 2065, that when we start putting things together, that's why I always say by 2065, that when we start getting time. But from now to 2064, nothing going to be done in our country. Boga then will do their thing, time will come, they will die, they will bury them. And Charles said he going today, if they were right, yeah. Charles said he then were here, they were masquerading around here. They say, oh, they went, they printed their money here, they printed the money. What happened? Charles said he dead and gone. They time coming, everybody, all got to die one by one. They die one by one. Because they are the curse on the country. They're not doing anything. Liberia have been in the post-war country since 2006. Roughly about 18 years now. Since we laid down arms and we started voting. What have we changed? What pathway have we taken? What are we doing now that we ask the wild question and how we should do it this way? We are still not being able to figure all those things. And that's how the country is going to be. Because you know what? The bad behavior now is being accepted by the people. The unethical behavior. You know, when we went to war, after the war, many people were fired up. Yeah, they want a new government now, any in power. Nobody going to do this, nobody going to do that. Do you see that momentum anymore? The very thing that was happening before the war came is coming back into today's society in the Liberia today. No accountability. Government get ready, the executive go out there, it does its own thing. No accountability. The same thing that took to war. Disrespect for each other. That's the same thing. So it's like everything that you had done is coming right back again. So the only natural healing to this thing is these guys got to die. All of them got to die. They got to die natural death. They got to get old, they die. And by 2065, half of them will not be around. But as far as changing the way things are done in the country, you can forget it. From now to 2064, these guys will do the same thing and nothing will come. I told you guys, these guys don't have no time on their side. Some of these guys grew up, they never earned anything better. They never have anything such as saving account, no retirement, no investment, nothing compared to some type of pension. They got nothing. So a broke guy that come to power, what do you think he's going to do for you? What do you think he's going to do for you? The man through his entire life don't even have a bank account. And then you take the man and go make him representative. Do you think the man will put you first? No. The first thing the man knows is, I'm on a time. Number one, I'm getting old. All right? People in their 50s, 60s, they can die in the country here. Number two, I got no saving, no business, nothing. The man is coming to power with liability. He had to turn those liability into assets before he think about you. You think he's going to help you? You're wasting your time in that country while you tell. Some people will be born poor in that country and they will die poor. That's why they don't know that. That's why he did not hesitate but to go straight into government job to go hustle. He knows. Tara Delon, Eugene Fagon, they are a perfect example of what I'm telling you guys. Fagon in America, he worked and he got nothing for himself. That's why he died behind any job in our country. DeLong, on the other hand, he was given opportunity to pursue higher education. He couldn't make it. That's why he went back. And where did he fall? On the government. The government system is so weak in the country that whenever Liberians travel abroad and they fail, they go right back to go join the government system to benefit. These guys, majority of them are coming to power with huge liability. They are liability to the system. That means they are broke. They have no saving account, no business, no investment, nothing. And they come to power. You think when they come, they're going to put you first? No. If they get $100, they will take off $5 and give it to you and take that $95 and put it in their bank account. Did you hear DeLong saying something the other day? If they get all the amount, I can get you a day, but when they get 5,000, it's not enough. Sometimes you got to pick out the words when they got a mouth. That's what they say. So let's listen to the people in here.
And as leaders, we are our own to defend the Constitution of the Republic, which the President swore on to defend. And the same of whole to violate that Constitution is not ramification. So, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on all of us, in as much as he has said in negotiating, he needs to inform us the need of the action he's negotiating with, that this process, because we have seriously raised the issues of transparency before. If you say you are negotiating and we are not lost at time, but believe me, every night that we...
You see the guy right here? This guy, let me just pause it and tell you about these guys. This guy right here, this guy is called Emmanuel Down. Let me tell you about this guy, all right? I don't respect none of these guys. I'll be honest with you guys. It is one thing to know people and know them very well. And I will encourage you guys, never, from my experience, don't take my word for it, I just have to tell you, never ever trust anyone in Liberia who is into politics, especially those who want to be voted into office. This clown you see back here, his name is Emmanuel Down. This guy, all right? This guy has a radio station in Liberia. You remember the audio I played for you guys where Darrell Dillon said, well, for me, I'm not high school graduate, I'm this. He owned a radio station. During the early administration, this guy used to be on Hot FM with Daniel Roger. I used to be on that platform. Every day, the guy would come on that radio station. He will not guess, but he will find a way to come in. And what he will be doing there, just be underneath there, just talking little by little, saying all kinds of things about Eddie Johnson's city government. He tried to unseat Solomon George in that West Point era. He was not successful. As I learned that, he went across town and got some position around the JFK era. But you know how he did it? He got a radio station and he started to broadcast to people. He's in power today. That's the man who's sitting down there today trying to defend the same Boyka and Eddie he was against, because he's now in the camp of Joseph Boyka. Those guys are going to really destroy people's future in our country. And for me, I'm glad that people of my offspring don't live in our country. But I feel sorry for the people that live in our country. I really do. You know, I saw a video of a guy on a hospital bed, skinny looking guy. I don't know what he dying from. He there, he begging, oh, you're pretty happy, you're pretty happy. I'm looking at the video, I'm like, okay, this guy here, you know, there's somebody who voted, and now he asking for help. Do you think God Emmanuel Down, Joe Boyka care for these people? No. But they got people who will come on the different platform and be making noise to you, oh, you talking this, you talking this. So for me, when I see the kind of video, it really don't hit me hard, to be honest with you. It really don't. It really don't. It really don't hit me hard. Do I think they deserve it? No. But I think, and I will advise them to find the best platform to come and listen so that they can have information that will empower them to make sound decisions. You that in the country right now, the people have fought hard to make sure, even when somebody comes from Africa. I remember one time a friend of mine came here to visit. The man had some kind of fractured legs. The man went to the hospital, they put treated the man. The man became healed. Went back to Liberia. He called, he said, my man, I'm in Liberia, they cutting my foot. You got a population of 5 million people. Lawmakers then own it after themselves. But because you have people who are just misleading our people, misleading them to temptation. Misleading them to temptation. Misleading them. They sit down and listen to radio. Now one day somebody will talk on behalf of them. No. So that's who the guy is. Alright? He comes from the same camp with the law. These guys will always be looking for opportunity. And once they get it, game over. They forgot about the other people.
He stayed in the face of the area. They are securities who are mining that face and they are then paid by the Liberians for money. Yes. They are then paid by the Liberians for money. And that money have a cost. Yes. Our people are paying taxes to pay this area, and you cannot keep the shit there and say you are negotiating with your friend. You need to know that friend. You need to know the context and the intent of that negotiation. You need to be free along the line.
First of all, look, guys, just to cut to the chase here, right? There is no way a president of a country should get involved with business with a friend. You guys remember the headline here? Let me show you guys the headline here. Maybe some of you guys have forgotten. Remember the headline here? Minister of Agriculture, Logistics Management, and other found liable LACC for financial malpractice, conflict of interest, book for corruption. Remember the thing where Jenny Cooper went and awarded a contract to people who were close to her? Remember that? Buckeye should be under investigation right now. Buckeye administration should be under investigation for violating whether it is the PPC law or whether it's the code of ethics. There's no way that government can go out there and go do deal with a friend. Government don't do business with friend. Government don't have friend. The man clearly open up and say the man that his business friend. That is under the conflict of interest. Because the word friend does not respect any protocol that require you to go through a process. Just by the word friends, Buckeye should be under investigation. You think Liberia going to do it? I beg you. That one must be dumber in my butt. It will never happen in Liberia. And that's why I always say that country is rotting. Nothing going to come from that country over there. Let you find somebody say they're going to investigate Buckeye. They will never do it. They find that Buckeye say that man is a friend. Right there, that conflict of interest. That is conflict of interest. Under the universal rule of ethics, that alone is conflict of interest. You don't do business with friends. You don't do business with friends. You don't do business with friends. Whether you work in the private sector, that is ethical violation. You work in the public sector, you are on a certain code. Conflict of interest. He's not going to do that. This man is, Buckeye is from the Ellen era. What did Ellen do? Ellen violated so many rules. Ellen violated so many rules. You think Buckeye don't know what Ellen did? The only difference between Buckeye and Ellen, Buckeye did not follow Ellen protocol of bringing people from abroad, especially the Congo people. Buckeye took everything from Ellen. The man violated conflict. He violated the code of conduct. For Buckeye to tell you, say, I'm doing business with my friend. There are so many people in a democratic society. Government not supposed to be doing business with friends. The men are even telling you, say, oh, I'm working with an investment company. At least that will put us in some difficult situation to have what? A conversation. What is conflict of interest? Let me look at conflict of interest here and read it for you guys. All right? Let's look at conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Listen to this. The president might make decisions that benefit the personal business interests rather than the interest of the public. What Buckeye did, that what I'm reading to you. President Buckeye's decision to make clear to the people of Liberia in a letter that they deal is between he and his personal friend. The interpretation of that letter clearly means that Boca is doing a personal business of interest rather than business in the interest of the people. And then you got it good for nothing guys and over there. Look, all the institutions in Liberia, make no mistake. If you get somebody in that country that going to school, well, maybe from the elementary to high school or junior high school, it makes sense. But the institution in our country, they got no ethics, they got no value. They are not value. Who adding value in our society? Who adding value to our system? Who's showing our people what to do and how to do it? If you cannot pinpoint at anybody who's showing our people how to do things and why, you are not adding value to the country. You are devaluing everything. But people don't understand. That's why you see when the international community get together and they try to look at all the countries on the continent of Africa, the reason they're always giving up poor scores, lower score, is because they see us as people who don't add value to ourselves. We don't add value to ourselves. We don't do nothing. Let's continue here. Boca has already violated a very important aspect of our country. Conflict of interest. What did conflict of interest do? It brought war to that country. Conflict of interest is when a president go in there and commit a personal business. That's conflict of interest. So the letter should be analyzed or discussed on, number one. That's what I want to know. No, Fanatikova is a disgrace. I'm not surprised Fanatikova. Fanatikova is a criminal. He is a criminal. That man took $350,000 of a town money in this country when he gave it to the late child worker Bronsky. He got busted, and Mr. Kova was put in jail, I think, for 2 or 3 years, and his law license was suspended. I mean, was destroyed, was completely obliterated. So that means Fanatikova can never practice law in this country. And you would think Mr. Kova will learn something? No. He's in the country over there as a lawyer. Instead of him exercising himself to redeem himself, he's sitting down there and allowing this thing to happen. Mr. Kova should have been able to set the agenda on the platform of determining whether Boca has committed a conflict of interest that could warrant his what? His impeachment. Why can't a government go out there and go do business with a friend? Really? And you say that over there? Really? To go do business with a friend? Do you know why when you run a business and you become president, in the case of Donald Trump, they tell you, you have to pass that ownership to somebody else? Because it becomes conflict of interest. Boca has already clearly stated that he had doing business with a personal friend. What happened to the lawyers? What happened to those who are strong proponents of the code of conduct? They all keep it quiet in that town. And at the country, some people say they got faith in. Keep your faith until 2065. Those guys ain't give a damn for the people. They don't respect no law in our country. They don't respect no rules in our country. Let's continue here.
We as is showing that our people benefit from good testimony, but we need that process to be transparent. The speakers, please, thank you so much for the opportunity. As we are all going through the discussion of people, I say no.
First of all, Mr. Boca already broke the rule. There is no reason to discuss the letter. I think, in my opinion, the only thing that letter need to be examined for is whether the president broke any laws in the country, and what is the gravity of that law the president broke, and what would be the course of action. That should be the tune, that should be the agenda Mr. Kofa should have set before beginning the conversation. Now, gentlemen, here's a letter from the president. We know the president did not follow the rule already. We know it. State everything that's supposed to accompany the president protocol as it relates to that process. Let the people understand and say, look, now that we have the facts, what we need to do now is to determine whether Mr. Boga violated any law, including code of conduct, that include conflict of interest. If we found warranted reason that he did that, we're going to turn the thing over to the House of Representatives Committee on Active Violation and let that step go through. But Fanatic Kova is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. All right? It's a disgrace. Men of Fanatic Kova is the reason why people look at us suspiciously in this country. All right? You imagine that man, after what he had done in the country, you go back there and become a very good example. Look, fellow Liberians, I don't hate my fellow Liberians. I just dislike what they do. You see, Fanatic Kova is one of the guys who, when I was little back home, now, always ask myself the question, why when people come to America to go back to Liberia, they don't change the country? Fanatic Kofa, in fact, he really in America is Jonathan Kofa. You look for Fanatic Kofa here, you're not funny. Because that name, Jonathan Kofa in America is polluted with a lot of criminal record all talk of it around it. That's why he go to Liberia and he call himself Fanatic Kofa. No, his name is Jonathan Kofa. Go type it in Facebook right now. Jonathan Kofa of North Carolina. You see everything that he did in the country will come outside. Even though the case is over now, it's still part of his record. That's why I'm disappointed in him. These guys don't mean well for that country. But some of you guys are so politically attached to these people, so you will not see what someone are talking about. But thank God you're in the women world. And the women world is the best world. That's all I can say to you guys. Thank God we're in the women world because this is the best way that we can live a life that make others believe that we are existing as human beings. Thank God for that. Because if that were up to Liberia, you'll not find anything here. All right? Look at the people who try to screw up the country. Look at them. They may not feel any urgency. This is Professor Crispy. I believe this is the other lady here. They don't see any urgency to say, tell me, I screw up. Oh, this is my life here. They don't see nothing. They just in there just smiling. Because they know they're dealing with a population of people that don't care because of their high level of illiteracy. They know they're dealing with a bunch of good-for-nothing people in there because they got no clue. They don't even know where to start. That's why the guy is coming smiling. And you know, he's coming and smiling, having good time. These guys are nothing but a bunch of losers. These guys are embarrassing you. Look, they fight out with Gality on Facebook. These guys are really naming and shaming us. Francisco got no control over the house. He got no control. You know, when you come to power as speaker, you have to come up with your strategy. You have to be able to show the difference between the past and the present. You have to make sure that people align. Don't the people have different code of ethics in there? Who oriented these people before they come? The best way to get people attention in following the rules is to provide what we call onboarding process, like orientation. And let the people know what will be the expectations. You have an open session. People just there making noise. Nobody hearing things. Some of you guys so, you know, distasteful about the whole thing. But you're just, you know what, Randy is on. Let me just sit down and listen to some of the crap. But Mr. Kofa got no control. But this is a man who said he came from America here, right? Look at him. This man who said he came from America. He got nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
The gentleman is entitled to decorum. With power. The president letter
gonna bring up here and spread the cross up.
The present letter lacks
I am proper cross up.
the present letter lacks transparency. Because a lot of the things that you mentioned in this letter are not proper. So those colleagues that the president needs to do the needful to liberate people from foreign gas or
Hold on, guys. So I see some of you guys giving me some names there, which I really appreciate. Are you telling me that in the honorable house that represents you and I, that there is no restriction to dress code? You got the guy here with a Western hat on his head, sitting down among people here. You got the other guy back here. I mean, come on now. Come on, folks. You got the other guy down here. I mean, come on now, folks. Let's be honest here, man. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. What happened to the dress code? At what point do we show that we are ready people that's supposed to make impression? You are a lawmaker. You are somebody who want to change society mindset, who want to put things into place that people will follow. And look at the way the guy is dressing in there. Look at the way the guy is dressing in there, folks. Anyway, let me now focus on that
the steps of our nation. We want to see that opportunity to those people in the world that are moved based on all of the inputs that people have received.
Well, guys, some of you guys were asking me to actually analyze the video, and I know now that you've seen the reality of things, right? You see the awkward behavior, you see the uncivilized things in the guys, and and if you see this thing, and then sometimes you want to say the Congo people were right. The Congo people were right. There are certain times, even in this country, the folks say, you know what, you got to maintain the black guys and you got to keep them down. You can give them a little chance. They will be out there in a while. And that's exactly what the guys are doing. The guys don't even have the sense, the moral compass to say, you know what, guys, we are represented here, man. Let's try to represent ourselves. The guy just in there acting like, I don't know what kind of descriptive words to use on them. I'm not going to be insulting them just out of the way, but I'm going to discuss them professionally. These guys are a bunch of unprofessional people. And I believe that most of them have never held any position. They never run any business to make sure that people align with good value and good system. Nothing. My man Yaka Kolova, he not even waiting for no mic. He just go and speak. He come back, go and speak and come back. No perfect decorum. Nothing. Nothing.
We have listened to what I want to so we need to continue to tell our executives that you also respect us in here. Therefore, I don't have police to say
So the matter has been seized and sent to committee room. Sent to committee room for fuck off. So joining us, this is Real TV. We're coming to you live from the House of Representatives. The issue has been seized and sent to the rightful committee. Witnesses are now.
Minister Benedict, welcome to the legislative prize. You appear to the plenary of the legislature today, the House of Representatives. You didn't make any comment, but we understand from you. You are in the center of this controversy. What seems to be embarrassed, but don't want to speak the fact.
You are God-fearing woman. We know you want to pay. You are God-fearing woman. What's that?
Minister Crispe, it's not a bad thing to have you on record. Minister Crispe, don't you think you are embarrassing President Boaka? Is the government doing business with Russia? Is the government doing business with terrorists? Have been speculated by some lawmakers. Minister Crispe, Minister Benedict, I think you people are embarrassed. That's why you're not speaking to the issue. Minister, you need my rescue?
This one, I'm enjoying the journalists on the one here. I don't know who the journalists are, but I'm really enjoying this one. I've long been down talking to them because, you know, it's easy to talk down to people than talking up to people. But this one, I got to give it to the journalists. Yes. This is what I would like to see all the time. The guy who are asking the tough question. Are you guys doing business? Are you guys embarrassed? They can't wait because they're only waiting for that elevator to open for them to get in there. So journalists, kudos to you guys. All right? Y'all get a pen here. I give you the pen. I really enjoy the journalists who did that. Yes. I really enjoy him for that. The question was tough. And that's what he got. Every one of them. This is what I call the democracy, the freedom of speech on display. The question the guy was asking them. Let's get back. I really enjoy it again. Let me just take it back 10 seconds.
Is the government doing business with terrorists? Have been speculated by some lawmakers. Minister Crispe, Minister Benedict, I think you people are embarrassed. That's why you're not speaking to the issue. Minister, you need my rescue?
So trying to get more from the minister. We're trying to get more from those ministers. This is Real TV, Chief FM, coming to you live from the House of Representatives. The issue, the communication has been sent to the proper committee room for
the legislator is saying that they are doing their apologizing. All right, so there you have it.
These people just can't. These people just come to power from nowhere, and abuse the system, abuse the process, and they are giving the kind of preferential treatment Well, I don't know what to tell you guys, but it is what it is, man. If anybody ever asks you that illiteracy is a disease and you don't believe it, go back to our country. The level of illiteracy in our country is one of the few. It's one of the it's one of the kerosene, the fuel oil, the gasoline that is really destroying our country. Where are these people coming from? They're messing with the country resources. And they go into chamber. And they just there making noise. And the people issue. It's not even being discussed. Now you see why I tell you that by 2065, because God is a better grace people now reach to 2065. All the people you see why they now reach to 2065, they'll be dead and gone. It's somebody that will be 52 years old by 2065. You think people are going to reach there? No, they're not going to reach down there. These guys, they are cursed to the country. These guys are cursed to the country. Nothing will change in our country between now to 2064. I will always repeat it and I will always say it. Nothing will be done in our country. All the people you saw over there, they only came to power just to enrich themselves, to take from the system and not to give back to the system. Whether that's Sylvester Grisby, whether that this. The question here is, why are they coming to this house for something that if they have followed the proper channel, it wouldn't have been. The whole thing here is Boka personal interest. And Fonati Kofa is over there playing on the Liberian people intelligence. Mr. Boka has already submitted the evidence to the public. And the house should be acting upon it. That letter, one Mr. Kofa should have set the agenda to discuss, to determine whether Mr. Boka violated the code of conduct by mentioning doing business with personal friend. If that warrant any sort of code violation, then that is where the conversation should be held. But for Nadikova himself is not so correct. It's not so correct. So guys, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Tomorrow morning between 8 to 8:30, we'll be right back here speaking to the people of Liberia. But I will tell you this. If you ever think that Liberia is going to be a better country in your lifetime, you're wasting your time. Okay, guarantee you that one. That country in your lifetime, especially when you're above 35, that country in your lifetime will never be a better country. I'm telling you right now. You're wasting your time behind that country. Because you will go in the hole, tell myself, and will leave that country. There are many people who going down in the hole below 6 feet that were born in that country and nothing changed. And you and I will go back to where we come from or other places we need to go. Nothing will change in our country. Only by 2065, the generation that will see 2065, the Liberians that will see 2065 and beyond will see a better Liberia. But for now, you can forget it. You will see corrupt government, corrupt official or corrupt official, bad system of governance. Nothing going to change. Think about this, right? How many times Liberian people don't call God in your daytime? Liberian people are the #1 people on the face of the planet that call God name every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds, Liberian men calling God name. But what the God has done for the country? Absolutely nothing. You know why he's doing for other countries, not Liberia? Because many Liberians are a bunch of jokers. They just take that man name in vain and they don't even apply the principles that the Bible say they should be applying. Number 1, ye shall know the truth. Number 2, thou shalt not steal. Everything that is in the Old and New Testament, Liberian people are doing the complete opposite of those things. But then yet they say they call it on God's name. That is why after 177 years, God don't even care for Liberia. He doesn't care for Liberia. But we'll leave it here. And then tomorrow morning we'll be back here. I will be on with the gentleman from Liberia. We'll be discussing something similar today, but from a different approach, because he will be on the ground, or he is on the ground, and we'll be asking me questions. So it will be a different conversation tomorrow. And I wish that you guys would join me and stuff like that. But until then, thank you very much. We're not going to stop talking. We will win in the end. The guy is here. He will win. Everything I'm telling you guys, whether that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you will say yes. There used to be a guy called J. Rennie. He said that Liberia will not be a better country anytime soon. And I can guarantee you, with your left hand you got, Liberia will not be a better country till 2065 and beyond. Take that word with you. Keep it. Remember it. Because one day, their voice will be in your ear. All the guys you see that passing around here, you will say to yourself, they lied to us. The only man that told the truth is me. Bye. All right, guys, we are back here again, all right? It is Saturday, guys. I am on my own show now, guys. So, look at my man, UJ. The guy they call UJ, if I'm going to be in Liberia, I'm going to give you a hard time. If I was living in Liberia, UJ, I'm going to give you a hard time. Like you need to that somebody that really need hard time. Oh, I see my man profiling Liberia is here. All right, profiling Liberia is here. Profiling Liberia, what you got for on Liberia, guys? I decided to conduct my own show today, so guys, welcome to the show, man. This is Jay Randy here. Welcome to the show. This is Jay Randy here, all right? We are back here, and we're not here for 1 hour because I have to go somewhere today. Oh, yeah, Oro, yeah, Puema, George Calando, yes. The guy, Puema, I think what, Obito. Yeah, you reminded me of the George Calando Hotel. I remember in 1991 when we returned to Liberia, when you come from Eddie May Scarborough, before you made that turn to go down to the Oro, George Calando used to be selling gasoline in the container right over there back then. So he really did something well in that area. Wow. Y'all got to give it up for George Calando, man. Some of us saw him, yes. I saw George Calando starting his business from back in the days, 1991, right after the war. So he did build a hotel down there. Wow, good. Anyway, you see George Calando, you're telling hi for me, all right? All right. So let's get things going here, guys. So Mr. Weah is back in the country, right? Yes. All right. Good. All right. So share the video, guys. Share the video. Share the video, guys. Share the video. Share the video. I see my man Lawson here. Lawson, you're a strong lieutenant for CDCU. Lieutenant Lawson City. CDC got some lieutenant there around here, my man. My man Lawson, I want a stronger lieutenant, my man. Lieutenant General Lawson. All right, my boy D-Block. D-Block, he always got it on speed dial. That's good. That's good, D-Block. That's good. That's good, D-Block. What's up there, UJ? Thank you so much, UJ. All right, May Woos, how you doing there? Moses Colley, how you doing? From my end here, I'm doing well. All right, I got my little Fiji water here to drink today. Yeah. Temperature-wise, the weather isn't bad over here from my end. And I've been doing a lot of activities, so thank God that I'm back here to be here with you guys. But at 6 o'clock, I have to take my exit because I have a few things to do. But I just wanted us to just make use of the time we have here. So let's get the ball rolling here, right? All right. All right, guys. So let me start the ball like this. There's a guy they call Moses. And you know, let me show you the guy who he is here. There's a guy they call Moses here. I just want to show you guys something here quickly. Somebody picking there, they just think they can make some of all the old dogs around here. There's no way they can beat our record. I tell you that one right now. Especially for my record. They cannot beat my record. I tell you right now. So this guy they call Moses. I think some of you guys know him from SKTV. All right. Let me just see what I can do here for the Moses guy right here. All right. So I posted some pictures yesterday. And let me see. I will find it here. Let me see here. Let me see right here. So yesterday I was just sharing some of my. Yesterday I was sharing some of my way back photo with you guys. Let me just show one here. This is me right here, 1999, trying to fight for Liberians who were on TPS. That's me right here. This is J. Randy here. All right. So let me show you guys those things. So that's one there. And this one right here. This one right here, that's me living in a little place called Ben Salem. Yeah, that's me in my single apartment when I was still in college there. All right? When I was still in college. And this one right here, this is the guy who was serving under George. We are Chokonkwi. This is Chokonkwi right here. This is Chokonkwi right here, the guy who was serving with George here. And right between the two guys in here, that's me right here. All right? So we've been around for a while, folks. I'm coming to show you guys something here. When we talk about the vampire, when friend men say vampire, we were the vampire then, during the early days then. All right? As you can see here, that used to be my old profile right here. All right? I don't know whether they pasted as this Africa Facebook club. That's the first time we ever posted Joseph Walker biblical story here. That when we were doing our thing here. All right? I'm coming to something here that I want to share with you guys. I've been around for a long time, folks. Been around for a long time. All right? You know, some of the reason why Joe we got flogged. Yeah, some of the reason here, right? Let me show it to you guys here. Some of the reason Joe we got flogged. You see here, Mosorado senatorial race, Benjamin Senvi, George Weah, they were all in our race. And I knew all the guys from the beginning that they were not correct. But the same guy that George Weah brought around here, that's why George Weah got flogged. All right? The same Benjamin Senvi man right here again, 2014. And the same Benjamin Senvi man here, 2014. This was when Benjamin Senvi was working for Charles Taylor, right here. All right? That Benjamin Senvi there. Why am I showing you guys this thing? Because I know the people you're dealing with, they're not going to do any better for that country. That's what I want to tell you guys. If I was a future investor to counsel every Liberian, I said, don't waste your time behind the guys in. They've been there and done that. All right? Look what the Benjamin Senvi man once told George Weah. All right? Mosorado need not part-time senator. That's why he told George Weah. But then the same George Weah man decided to go and sit down with Benjamin Senvi. And people who did their best for George Weah. You see, when George Weah don't listen to people, he will become a failure all the time. Because the histories are there, yes. There are other men here too. We wanted men here, all right? J. Rennie wanted men. We wanted men here back then. We told the men, the people that to eat his money. And they for sure, they ate his money. We've been here for a long time. We always win, folks. We always win. They ate his money. Now, back in the days when we were running our show, because just out from the radio, we came on Facebook. And when we came on Facebook, we came across many people who were trying to fit themselves on the Facebook screen. This guy here currently is with the Liberia, Focus on Africa. This guy, guess who he was coming show? That was me back then. That was me. All right? These guys were coming to the big scene. This guy used to bring information to me and tell me. He once told me that Fagon was taking money that we were giving to the journalists for every press conference. Fagon used to take the people money. He was feeding me with that information. He came on my show. They never have Focus on Liberia at that time. They came on my show. Because back then, we used to be on the radio. They were not there. Let me progress here. There go Yasin right here. That Yasin again coming on my show there. There go Yasin there. Don't you guys once in a while see Yasin in her bedroom? Yes. That's Yasin down there. Let's continue with the list here. Who the guy here? Who is the guy right here? Is it that the guy that always with that criminal they call Stanton Witherspoon? Yes. Yeah, the guy here. He came on my show, wanted to try to temper with Joshua. He myself get into that. Yes. You see, this is the guy who always with that criminal they call Stanton Witherspoon. Because they wanted to make themselves popular. That's why they came here. Who's this here? Stonebrush, right? They came again on my show. All the guys that passed through J Ready. Then he right down there. You see that? Pay attention? I don't have no issue with them. The greater man they call the uncle. Why you think he came on my show? That's me right down there again. Let him down there. We have evidence. They did not come as a guest. Like how some other people will invite me on their show to say, J Randy, we want you to come on my show. I did not post anything up for them to say, oh, on my show, I'm having special guests. No. These guys were coming in line to come and add their voices to my lecture. And when they came, we had the conversation. All right? This is Judy Rambo right here. This is Judy Rambo here. All right? I'm not going to leave her out. This is Judy Rambo here. All right? Now, this guy here is the most deceitful guy. And this guy, for the guy business, coming will not win no election in the country called Liberia. As long God gave me the faith, this guy will make me to always campaign against Cummings. And I'm telling you guys today, Cummings will not win no election in Liberia as long God gave me life. This guy right here. You see that guy here? This guy is the guy they call Moses. This guy is very, very deceitful. This guy right here. This guy used to be on my show every day. This Moses guy here. You know what the man he got to come tell me here? He's telling me that, oh, I want to keep on your show. Who knew Moses after George Weah won election? You see, some people are not grateful. There are many of you guys who will come on my show here. Even if I work with you and what you did, when I see you, I will recognize you. That is the kind of characteristic I have. All right? There are friends there that I worked with in the past. Dave Kaye, for example. Dave Kaye and I worked in a group home. Dave Kaye taught me some things when I was working in the group home. When Dave Kaye come on the platform, I acknowledge him. I said, Dave, thank you for what you did for me. Had it not been for you, I would appreciate it. But that's not the guy they call Moses. He came on my post, oh, my man did. But the question is, where were you, Moses? Give me your timeline of things that you did during the early administration. You don't have it. We got video upon video, post upon post during the early time where we were making history. We made history. But you came on my show because when I first campaigned for George Weah, I said, if George Weah don't win it, and if George Weah win and he doesn't do the right thing, I will come here and criticize George Weah. And that guy they call Moses that always on that show with Sekou, he used to come on my show and tell me, say, yeah, J. Randy, you're right. But when you saw the guy supporting Alexander Cummings, and he never saw anything wrong with Cummings, I didn't go on his platform to say, Moses, all the promises you made, But when people can't tell them what they do, they don't want to give flower to people. I don't work with kind of people like that. I don't work with kind of people like that. I'm very disappointed in you, but I will tell you this. As long as they got support comments, I will use every level of my analysis to destroy Cummings to not be president. I mean it. Cummings will not be president as long this guy support Cummings. This guy always came on my show. I never made any kind of publication to say, oh, Moses is my guest today. No. We had a show where everybody came to showcase themselves. What happened to CNN today? All the little children that used to come on Dan Lemon show. All right? Don't you see them today running their own show on CNN? Who promoted them? Dan Lemon promoted all the girls today. But they used to come as contributors to Dan Lemon show, right? But today, through Dan Lemon, they got their show today. But this guy they call Moses don't want to recognize that. He don't want to recognize that. Everybody who went under that post, they said, thank you, Randy. This guy they call Gerald Cummings, who always doing the preaching today. Gerald Cummings was the one who brought me to the scene. He said, Randy, you got potential. Come and let's have the interaction. And I give it to Gerald Cummings all the time. Gerald Cummings may not be a man who is into politics today. But whenever I see Gerald Cummings on my show, I always say, Gerald Cummings, thank you. Without you, I won't be to where I am today. You took me out of my shadow. And thank you very much, Gerald Cummings. So even if Gerald Cummings go out and say, you see that Randy that talking today? I helped to make Randy who he is. And I will salute Gerald Cummings for that. But the guy they call Moses, he got a kind of pride spirit in him. It does not work like that, my friend. It does not work like that. When Moses started going on the scene with Sekou, I told the guy they called D-Flow. I said, D-Flow, during early time, it was yourself. You were popular at that time. So D-Flow, the young kids, every generation got their part of superhero. Let the young kids go ahead. Whether D-Flow listen or not, I don't care. When you make your history, it's already there. When you look at football, you look at guys like Michel Platini. You look at guys that, how do you call it? They live from Breckenberg. You look at guys that, Oliver Kahn. All the great players. They had their part of time. But people went through them and became who they are. But still people get gratitude to them. But then the kid here, then you want all of this. But I can say this. If he support Cummings, I will help to prevent Cummings from becoming president. Trust me. I had done it to Cummings twice. And the third strike, I will do it again. If he back up from supporting Cummings, fine. The Musa Belete, they supported that Una channel today. Why Musa Belete comes to America here? Because Loretta Lynch, during her time with Obama, Musa Belete was found to be corrupt. But they supporting Musa Belete today. Musa Belete have been sanctioned by the U.S. government to not come in this country here. But these are people then that most of them that want to criticize other people. Let Musa Belete come to any airport in this country here. He can come here. Then you want to say that I can't talk nonsense? Stay in your lane. I know who you are now. When you help somebody up, the person will recognize you. There are many people who help along the way. And you might be able to extend gratitude to them. Somebody got to start something and the rest of the people follow. The America we enjoy here today, there were people who came from Africa as slaves in the country. They were lynched. They were killed for us to enjoy it. But we will give them the credit and say without them, we were not going to be to where we are. But that guy, he doesn't believe in that. That Moses guy doesn't believe in that. That's a proud spirit. That's a proud spirit. You don't do things like that. My mama, my mother never taught me to do things like that. I don't care who you are. Whatever you do for me, I see you. This gone time, last Saturday, a week ago, when I had my daughter graduation, even the people who went for me to the airport, they were at that place. I stood there and I said, you see the people over there? 26 years ago, they brought me from the airport. I recognize all of them. You know what it make people to be? It make them to feel proud. But you don't go out there and start to do all the kind of things there. They just say you want to be. Look, we are the vampire on the platform here. No matter what you do, we know the fundamental and we know the pillars that support things. So one by one, Jay Randy will find all of you guys. And you know, in the end, I always win. I always win in the end. Cummings will not be president. Cummings already lied to you guys. Cummings told this guy on LP Hour Radio that if he loses the election in 2023, he and his wife will go and support their foundation. Any attempt Cummings decide to come back, I will popularize, I will pre-populate that statement. And all we tell Liberian people, he lying to you, he not coming to do anything for you guys. And I mean it. Cummings will not be president in our country because he got people behind him who are very deceitful. And we don't want anyone else to be deceitful again. So in the meantime, you need to start looking for a new candidate, not Cummings. Cummings come back to politics, he's not going to win anything. So all the Cummings supporters, you got me to deal with. The battle start now. And you know me, when I get Beyonce, I'm not going to stop. Cummings and myself will be on there. He's not going to win any election. He told the people that after, and tomorrow, I will play that video for you guys to see. He said, if I lose the election, I will not come back again. My wife and myself will be here until we die. And he come back again, that means he's lying. He's not coming for any good reason. A seasoned and true politician will always say, I will keep trying until death take me apart. But he said it. He's not a leader. He's not a leader. I will tell you that one. And I will tell you guys very good. So let me put that case together. But this particular guy, I now know who he is. Things that he said, when I was criticizing Joshua, things that he said that aligned with what I was saying, because it was nothing but the truth. But today, he coming by and saying, oh, things I did, things I did. You will always tell. The late Peter Bala used to say, for those of you that don't know Peter Bala, he was one of Liberia's top comedians. He said, when you find in the night, they will break and will see you. Some of these guys, they come to you, I have to say that they agree with everything that you're trying to do. But by the time little opportunity come their way, they flip. Never, ever put your trust in people who flip all the time. Be with people who are consistent. And that one thing I always try to do on my platform here. You don't find me going to Liberia. You don't find me messing around with politicians. I tell them the truth. And that's what the platform is all about. All right? So I just want to address that issue there. All right? So let's get to the reality here for the show here. We got a few minutes on this side here. All right? So Mr. Weah came to town today. I have not looked at the detail or other video. But as always, I see Sedition going to welcome President Weah. Sedition, I don't know what is President Weah former President Weah timeline. But I got to be upfront with you guys. If Mr. Weah want to run, this is the time that he need to start to put things into place. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Weah had not changed anything. I got to be upfront with you guys. The platform here now is to provide teaching and make analysis on things. Mr. Weah has not really truly defined whether he wants to run. Mobile Modu has left the party. You guys have an acting chairman. As a party, the word acting should be a temporary thing that should be settled within the next month or so. Janka Cole been around for a long now. Up to now, you guys have not decided yet. Your team by Boca making mistake going to get CDC the opportunity. You're wasting your time, Sedition. I'll be very upfront with you guys here. All right? And make no mistake, the same people you're bringing back. Hey, Imai Jesse, how you doing, my brother? My man, Imai Jesse, I told you to call me. I tried calling you the other time. You never return my call. Well, if you have the time today, my brother, if you have the time, please give me, a call. Because I think I saw some type of message from you where I think you may have lost your son. Please call me, all right? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I've been trying to reach out to you. You know, in everything we do, there is a personal moment in our life that irrespective of our politics, we must be able to reach out to each other because life is too short. And you know, all the thing we're doing is just a matter of formality, as Liberia men would say. So after here, please give me a call. And you know, there is a reason why the whole Facebook team came together for us to have conversation here. So please, I will be looking forward to your call. All right? All right. But thank you so much for stopping by. And you know, so let me come back to CDC here. You need to get your act together. If any reason Mr. Weir think he can come back to power and bring the same old people there, that one I will not agree. I will not agree. I will campaign against CDC. If Mr. Weir was playing for PSG when they brought him to AC Milan, the Chiefs guys. So if Mr. Weir think that cannot work in politics, he will not win. I promise not to campaign for Joe Burger, but a United Party bring a candidate that is very good with sense. I will support them against George Weah. Until George Weah try to make changes. I'm too professional to see the same people coming back. But Mr. Weah has not changed yet. Mr. Weah think he still got the popularity. But from now to 2029, that popularity can go down. He cannot bring the same people back. When last Mr. Weah has ever come up with a timeline or instruct Janka Cole, the Janka Cole man came and reach out to me here. Oh, Mr. Dapo here, let us try to get in together. I told him, I said, I want to see clear changes. Since the man said I will get back to him, he never came back to me. I said, they are not serious. I told him, I said, he's not serious. Anybody who want real change will come back and say, yes, we're working on it and we'll be getting back to you. Janka Cole contacted me. I told him, I said, I want to see your true change. He ran away. He never came back. And probably somebody in the party telling him, man, no man. CDC, it will be difficult for you to take power in that country. People know you guys now. You see, when Mr. Weah was in office, in opposition for 12 years, people did not know Mr. Weah's ability to lead. The Liberian people have seen Mr. Weah's ability now. They know what he's capable of doing. They know what he's not capable of doing. And if he does not change things around, it's going to be difficult for him. It will be difficult for him. Now, even the international community, it is one thing to accept your fate and call for an election result. That's fine. But if you think you're coming back and based on your past record, you want to come back again and come to the same thing, no. Until Mr. Weah begin to restructure things, re-engineer things, and he bring the same people back, which I believe he's doing right now. Sedition, you can waste your time. You will not see that power. United Party might go for 12 years. And United Party can change things around. If Mr. Burger is serious to retain the party, he can do that. All it takes is to convince the Liberian people. Because the people have already seen CDC. So if Mr. Weah think that, oh, he traveled abroad and he come back, people welcome him to the airport, well, he doesn't understand the election engineering in terms of numbers. You have other numbers, still you got flop. Even at one goal, a team win is a win. Whether that 20,000 or this one, your people did not do well for you, Mr. Weah. So don't sit down there and come from the airport and say, oh, this, oh, this. No. People want to see real changes. The former president said he left office. He had not come to the press to say, let me reorganize. This is the new way forward. You know, they're getting complacent now because complacency is the weakness of many Liberians. So former president, we are just feeling, oh, that you know the party put that, okay, that part of the time we're going to relax. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you bring the same people back, we'll make sure that the people understand. Y'all want to go back or y'all want to go forward? Y'all know the main record. They may have not changed anything. What makes you think he's going to change anything? This is China solution. Have you got reconciled with the party? No. This 2029 election should be a turning moment now for everybody. We are seeing the United Party people now. Y'all have seen the CDC. Y'all got to make up your mind. The future is in your hands. We cannot keep running around where CDC will feel entitled. Oh yeah, oh, it's our time. Let United Party do it. It's our time. Because that's the feeling million they got. You see them running away from the platform right now? CDC are running away right now. They are running away. And that the distorted feeling that the CDC is giving to their members to not hear the truth. By the time you start speaking the truth, they're running away. That's why I say the platform does not belong to CDC. Y'all go back to your sin, Marco Gilman. Y'all go back to your sin, Prince Sharif. They did nothing for y'all. They call we have to lose. I call we have to win. I got that record. I helped to make George Weah president. Nobody beat my record. On all the CDC talk show, nobody beat my record. I even challenged you last year, July, that if you can get George Weah 1 round, you'll beat my record. You'll never beat my record. So no matter where you go, you will be on Fagon here today. Today, Fagon see you like shit. And you think he's wrong? He's not wrong. Because when somebody will tell you, you know it. So, Sidisha, you keep running. You keep running. But if Mr. Weah does not change his strategy, there's no way Mr. Weah can be president in our country. I want to be very upfront with him. There's no way he can win election in our country. We're not going to take no nonsense from George Weah anymore. No. You screw the party up. You know, I may not like criminal with a spoon. But to everything, there is always a bright side of things. Even when it's raining, there is some good thing the rain will bring. Even when the sun is too hot, there is something the sun will bring. Stanton Witherspoon may be a criminal, but one thing that he did that I will forever remember, because it's the bright side of things, he lobbied for his friends. He lobbied for his friends. Fagon and other people, he lobbied for them to get jobs. Why? Because he feel that they have put in more. Whatever they do, at least he had done his part. It's like God took the children from Egypt and said, Joshua, take your children to the promised land. And he carried them there. Whatever the people of Egypt, whatever the people of the Israelis are doing in Israel today, at least Joshua did his part. So whatever Stanton Witherspoon had done to get Fagon in a position, if they don't do the right thing, it's up to them now. Did you see anybody from CDC doing that? No. CDC is an additional party. We blame the Congo people for being very segregational. They were very, very divided. Ellen Johnson said he came with the Congo people. The remnant of them. George Weah, who came to power and said, oh, when I was living in Nukuta, I used to be looking through the car window there and things like that. We all sided with the man. Well, the man came to power, he did a thing, right? He lost the position. Instead of the man coming by and say, you know what? Let's call for a referendum. He comes to America, he don't care. He's sticking with people. You know, somebody told me something, and I'm going to tell you here, George Weah, if that is true, then you need to change your ways. If nobody stand before George Weah, somebody tell the truth. The person is telling me that, oh, George Weah love praises. I said, tell me how. Hey, George Weah shooting basketball. He missed the net, and the ball go off the net. You must stay pressing. Don't tell him, say, you missed the basket. When you tell him, say, he missed the basket, then he's not friends to you. Mr. Weah, is that true? I see citizens running away now. That's why I say this platform is an independent platform. The platform is an independent platform. That's why I support Donald Trump. I am supporting Donald Trump. I will support Donald Trump from the start to the finish. When he become president, whatever he does, I don't care. Just how your citizen, you don't let to hear the truth. That's how I'm supporting Donald Trump. So when Donald Trump comes to power, he said, no more DV, I will be supporting Donald Trump. Because the same way you don't see the truth, when they're talking about George Weah, you run away, that's the same way you think Donald Trump is a bad man. He's not a bad man to me. How's about that for a change? CDC people don't let them hear the truth. United Party people will sit down here and argue with you. United Party people will sit down here and argue with you. That one thing I know about United Party people, they will argue with you. They don't run away. Why are they arguing? Because United Party people believe that to make the case is not to run away, but to listen and make their case. But citizens have been trained to always. That's why you see Costa not wasting your time before. I mean, behind you guys. Because Costa know what to do. If George Weah start running today, Costa will come ready and George Weah will bring Costa. So why George Weah going to waste the time? I mean, why Costa going to waste the time talking to citizens? Costa understand the book of CDC. He understand them. He understand them. That's why people say, oh, why Costa not talking? Costa can't waste his time behind CDC to come criticize Joe Parker. No. And Costa is right. because he understands how CDC thinks. So whether you're lucky or not, I will always tell the truth. George Weah need to change his ways. He may get the blessing, but he don't have the domain to be a true leader. He needs to listen to people to add more value to himself. All right? He is an asset, but is he a value added? No. He needs to add a value. And in